going to start. Come join us. Yes. Hit you with a round of applause. Come and see how it works. If you don't know what this is, Talkaoke, just talk into this microphone. It's that simple. We've got one person around the... one person.
Hi, I'm Margot.
Hi, Margot, Mikey. But you knew that. Come join us. Yes, we'll hit you with a round of applause. And those of you who know Talkaoke know that the way we start the show is we just ask people, have they got anything they want to talk about? Anyway, we didn't get your name.
I'm Zach.
Zach, okay. Come and join us. Yes, we're just starting. This is the right moment. Yes. So we've got Zach. We have got Margot. I'm Mikey. What's your name?
Catalina.
Catalina. And
Claudia.
Claudia. Okay. And I'm Mikey. This is
South America, so don't worry.
Okay. How do you know?
Just by the names.
Okay. Well, we've actually got our South American host that was hosting yesterday. It's a trainee host, come all the way from Venezuela. Yes.
It's funny because I can tell, not like from names for sure, but I can tell from the way Polish people look, they're from Poland, like me.
Yeah.
But I never kind of saw that in myself because you're so used to your own face. I'm Polish, he's not. Shema! Very nice, very nice. It's a nice turn of events. No, but it's funny. And then I went to Edinburgh, and I was staying with your friend, and she was saying like, oh, I used to be young like you. I used to be young like you. I used to have the same big cheeks and a Polish face. And I was like, what? I was a bit surprised. But yeah, it's true. You can tell.
Okay, so maybe we should ask, where are you from? Tell me,
Well, I'm from Peru.
Peru, all right.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I'm from Colombia, from Cali, Colombia. Yes. Sí, puro sabor.
okay, all right.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
I'm from the middle. I'm in between both. Where? They don't even know. They're Ecuador.
Okay, that's good. I mean,
So we covered the entire continent. That's good. Can go home. It's good.
Okay, so what do we want to talk about? We can talk about geography. We can talk about anything. It's up to you. This is true freedom. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. What would you like to talk about? Any thoughts?
Let's talk about personal growth.
Personal growth.
Yeah, I mean,
Have you grown or have you always been this size?
No, I mean, like, since I was born, I've been this size always, so it's been hard to me to grow more, but well, I've been trying my best. Yeah, I mean, I tried playing basketball, but it didn't work.
Are you wanting to grow?
I'm wanting to grow a little bit. I don't know if my height or my pocket, but well, and both.
Okay, so in what way would you like to grow?
No, I'm actually trying to grow as a person and in an economically way as well.
Okay, economically as well. Have we got any tips for Zach about how?
I'm trying to grow.
Yeah.
We actually work in an NGO, so I don't think we have like good things for you to provide.
Based on
Yes. No, our NGO is mostly to help vulnerable communities in developing countries. So yes, maybe it's not profitable like in a highway, but it's really accomplished.
How do
Like
you
we
classify
accomplish.
a country as a developing country?
That's a really interesting question because I think that's just maybe like middle income countries or middle
Okay,
like
so countries with some money but not huge amounts of money.
yes. And maybe like just double check like in our NGO we don't think as developing countries itself, but maybe like countries that wants to work with projects for developing things.
So you've got personal growth here, you've got development over here.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add?
Well, I work for the same NGO, so
What's the name of the NGO?
Ayuda en Acción.
So what's that?
Ayuda en Acción. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, have you got anything to add to what Catalina was saying?
No, because it's difficult considering our nationalities because our countries are in developing. Yeah, and coming here in Europe, it's a total new way to see the world. So it's very valuable to see another reality and being comparing with our homes and other things. I like that. The basic services, it's a huge difference. For example, health. The insurance and that kind of things, it's totally different. Because here, at least, you are sure that, for example, your health is gonna be okay if you have problems. But in our countries, I think it's very difficult to have that kind of security. Yeah. In Colombia or in Peru? Yeah. I think Ecuador has the same reality about the health.
I mean, if you get ill and if you don't have enough money to say like that, you'll die like in a few weeks. It's basically like that. Like, I mean, it's sad, but it's true. I mean, in mostly all Latin America or South America, like in our countries, the 80% of the population of our countries are poor. So it's like it's really hard to get to public sanity, you know, like hospitals, insurance, and else. If you are having, for example, a headache or a stomachache or whatever, then they're gonna give you an appointment to the hospital in about 3 months. So it was kind of like that, yeah.
Even sadder or really hard for us to also have one of the people that are the richer. So it's a lot of inequality, but inside. So you have 80% of the people like having difficulties to get into the services, to the water, anything. But then we have a lot of people that are really rich with a lot of power, and that is like the 10% or less than the 10%. So yeah.
Okay, so there's a big disparity of wealth. They can afford to go to the hospital if they're sick.
No, I think that's really terrible, and it's just, yeah. And but I was just wondering, is AI or kind of digital space is any way able to help this, or is it just kind of, you know, okay, it's pretty unequal. You just have to work hard. Like, is it possible to change things around?
Technology.
Yeah, technology. Yeah.
Can technology help with this, or does it just make things worse?
I think it depends. Like, of course, you need to work harder if you want to get something else in your life. But the thing, I mean, the base of everything is the education. So we have a huge lack of education in South America. So if you don't have enough education, you'll be trained to say like that, or like adapted to be an employee for the rest of your life. So, and the biggest sector in South America is the agronomy. So everyone's working in the camps, you know, with fruits, with plants, with cows, with everything. So, I mean, like, it's really hard for these people to get an access, as she was saying, to education or whatever. So, how are you gonna like think about something else if you don't even know it, and no one is giving it to you because they don't. I mean, like, I have seen everywhere in the world, like everyone wants to keep like the money and the power and everything and the control for their own. So, you know, if the most of the population are poor, of the population is poor, it's better for them, you know.
Let me just come and join us here. This is Talkaoke. We are talking about. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We got most people are Spanish. ¿Habla español?
Sí.
Ah, come here. How do you say?
Bueno, pues hablamos en español.
Who wants to-
Somos de varios países, entonces Perú, Colombia, Ecuador, México.
Where are you from?
México.
Okay. Come join us, yes. So we have got Zach, we've got Margot, we've got Catalina, we've got Claudia. What's your name?
Lilia.
Lilia, okay, and
Deborah.
Welcome. We're talking about the don't worry, we got eyes. So at the moment we're talking about South America. We're talking about the massive disparity of wealth and the consequences of that. And we heard of two big consequences. One is the problem of health. If you're sick in Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, maybe Mexico, I don't know, you need to be rich. You can't be sick and poor because that's game over. That is, yeah, exactly. So that's what we're talking about. But one of the reasons for that, says Zach, is the inequality in the economy. You've got some people that are very, very rich, but the majority of people don't have access to knowledge, to education, so they will always be stuck on the farm. That's it, really. Just in case you didn't know what a farm is. There we go.
No, but yesterday there was somebody talking about, about young people, and they were saying, I hope that in the future, there was something like, I hope in the future there's going to be a lot of young people who are the CEOs of NGOs and people who are doing something for social benefit, not just the money. And I think that's a really kind of uplifting perspective. I don't quite know how you get there. I think education. I agree with you. I think it's very important, but I think it's also a question of values. Do you value? Are we there out there for ourselves? Or are we there to help our communities? Because I'm not saying that people in South America don't have those values, but I'm just saying that it's not just. We need to agree those values, that we're there to help each other rather than...
So we're there to help each other. Maybe if you're one of these people with education, it's your job to spread that education to other people that don't have access to it. We've got some new faces. So we have got Lilia, we have got Claudia, we've got Catalina, we have got Margot, we've got Deborah, we've got Zach, and Mike.
Ayub.
Dominica. Well, it's a good two names.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is what I do.
Like you remember like everyone, no? Like it's
You know what? Because it's all about listening. This job. So I'm trying to keep listening. At the moment, we're talking about. I don't know if you heard. We're talking about this inequality of education, of opportunities that comes with that. And Margot said, Is it down to those people that have got the education, or is it down to those people in the community to spread those ideas, those possibilities of doing something different? Is that the answer? That's where we are right now. Zach wants to say something.
I say that it's really hard because you are by yourself. You cannot change a whole world. You cannot just go to the jungle, to the farm or whatever, try to teach someone or a family to do something better. It comes from way higher. So it's such. He have the word right now.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Zach with what he's saying, but I also think that it's up to us to make as much change as we can, regardless whether how small or how big it is. Just change your nearest surroundings, and then in doing that, you're also moving towards a better world, in whatever that might mean for you. But at the same time, I think, it's up to the educated people to kind of show and give an example to their community to kind of move them forward. But also that has to come with certain nuance. You can't kind of just come to people and say, for instance, I come from Morocco, and a lot of my elders, like my parents, my uncles and stuff, they didn't have the formal education that I had. But at the same time, I can't just go to them and be like, hey, you should listen to what I'm saying because I know what's right and you don't know what's right, because they have their own kinds of forms of knowledge and their own experiences, which are totally valid,
Yeah.
So there has to be some kind of nuance in this conversation, I think, a little bit.
I mean, the reason why Zach mentioned, you mentioned it as well, Catalina, it's about the things like healthcare. So it's like serious things, a disparity of wealth. Well, I think what you're talking about, Ayob, is more of a cultural thing, but you're talking about
I
the...
think that Morocco, like in Morocco, it's almost the same as well. I believe, like in South America, that if someone gets sick or someone don't have like the enough amount of money or whatever, you cannot be treated properly. You know, I think that it works almost the same in your country, right? Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So there's not like a lot of like medium class to say like that. It's like or rich or poor more or less in these kind of countries. You know, like in South America and Morocco, I believe.
Yeah, so like I think like having communities, like you cannot, as we were like talking, you cannot change it on your own. So like having the communities and like that's super like important. And yeah, like talking about like the role of educators and like it's also kind of like, I don't know, when you get like the education then you want to like teach other people, I think it's super important to be like sensitive with the context and not just be like, oh, just because I have this degree whatever I go in and like you have to do certain things in a certain way. And yeah, yesterday I attended like the class about the data centers, and then like sometime like before the conference I like had a conversation with like another activist, and then she was like very much aware that like about the environmental impact of the data centers, and then in one like rural region in France they're building one. So she had like a struggle, like so how she could, you know, go there and like talk to people and be like, okay, but listen, this is like very bad like environmentally, and then like for them it's like they live in such a different context, so how to kind of like bridge the like towards
She thought it was bad, but they had a different perspective.
yeah, because I don't know, it brings money to the like, community, like to maybe like the city council, maybe they don't have like anything else. I don't know, it's like very difficult sometimes kind of like to like look on the bigger picture, and I don't know, like then you have like these educated people like just no you have to do this way, and in like there's not really like place for like maybe dialogue and
I mean, there's a question there, I suppose. What is the bigger picture? Is the bigger picture the environmental impact, or is it the economic impact, or the health impact? I can't do it again. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, feel free to press the buttons. So, what is the bigger picture? That's the question.
I don't know about that, but it's just that's a really interesting point. Sometimes, like somebody was saying yesterday, that what AI does very well, is that it kind of comes up with like really eloquent answers to things, but it comes from just analyzing the best possible answer. But the way humans arrive at some conclusions, it takes time. Like you learn different things at different levels, and I think maybe it's similar with communities. You know, if somebody comes in and is like, listen, I've done all the research, I've done the degree, you should listen to it, that's not going to work. It's just a lengthy process to get people get on the journey with you.
So actually you need to sort of sit with the people, understand them, understand what their values are.
It's a long process, but I get a feeling that we live in a world that there's like an economy of lack of time. There's never time. The change has to happen like yesterday, you know.
Okay, so maybe with something like this data center, if this researcher had spent many months or years with local people, then they would have more impact. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. We're talking about the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture?
Or maybe it's just the contrary. Maybe going slower is the answer. Maybe going and understand what exactly the environment needs, not or we are and the environment. Not just saying, okay, we need to change it now with AI and tools and energy, and that is not the goal. We need to go slower.
Yeah. So I mean, is there a different understanding of the environment in different places and different communities?
Yes, I like to point out the importance of being empathetic, because you can create the most incredible device, but maybe in one country it doesn't work because they don't need that. So I think it's important to study the context before implement everything.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, is there a way to understand the context better? I mean, what is this idea of context? Is there any shortcut to this? Or no? You say no.
no.
No. Okay. That's an easy one. There's no shortcut to context.
Polish.
No, I'm not Polish, but okay. I just got to do some. Cześć, jak się masz? Yes, zapraszam. Anyway, we just, I mean, maybe we can talk about our own context, talking about Is there a different context in Poland?
Like yes, I did happen to be there.
Yeah.
But I don't know context of which like.
I mean, well, like for example, different values, because we're talking about the values of the the values are different. Are the values different in Poland to say, let's say here in Barcelona, or is it pretty much the same?
Like I don't know, like ultimately, like the like very deep level, like humans just want to like have good life, and maybe like the differences is kind of like how people like differently perceive like the different things, but like ultimately like we all want to like be loved and love other people. We want to be like to connect with others, like, and then ultimately like we're all like humans and like we share the same experience.
So you're saying
So,
the
like,
human values are the same everywhere?
yeah, like I mean they're like different in like details, but like ultimately like we're like all humans. Like.
All right, I'm going to put that question out there to people. Do people agree with that? Are we all humans? Do we have the same values? Is it subtly different where we come from? Maybe we can just go have a quick round of places we come from. We know you, Poland. I'm going to Mexico, Peru, Colombia, Poland, stroke UK. Where are you from?
I'm from the US.
US? Okay, we're gonna.
It's just silent for the US. No one likes us. It's okay.
Deborah, that there's a difference. There's a not a difference. But deep down, we all humans want the same thing. It's love. It's connection. Do you agree with that, or are there differences in values around the world?
I do believe that we all have the same, we all share something very much in common, which is, this pursuit of love and joy and beauty. Truth, beauty, and goodness, I think, goes across many different cultures.
I mean, do we understand the same thing? Is beauty the same? Our understanding of beauty or goodness the same?
Yeah, so I think there's a, just like in any relationship, when one person can feel, like two people can feel in love with each other, but the way they express that love could be very different, and the way they understand that love could be very different, and it's very easy to see that even in ourselves, the way that we kind of approach different sides of ourselves, the way that I look at my jealous self or my angry self or my judgmental self is going to be very different than the way you look at it, and the way that you relate to it, and I think that's quite beautiful. And I think it's this kind of, I like the theme around slowing down and thinking about education as a tool to help us learn how to actually slow down. I think would be very interesting, instead of seeing education as a way to kind of speed up progress. And if we can actually slow things down, then we can start to actually get into the complexity and the messiness and the nuance that is just different types of relationships and ways of viewing things.
Have you got a final thought, Ultimo? How do you say final thought in Spanish?
Última, sí, conclusión. Última idea.
No, but I think this is really interesting, what education is and what it does, and if education can teach us to slow down and make it mainstream, I think that's really good. And I think, for example, I'm just listening, as you're from Poland, I don't know, maybe you do or don't know this band, but there's a band that was in the 80s and 90s, they're called Homo Twist. Anyway, they were touring, and the early 90s, there was a moment in Poland where everybody was really excited about opening of the market, free market, the transformation. Everybody wanted to buy things from the West and do things in a Western way. And what I find interesting is that he was on the kind of outskirts of that, and he was saying, the leader of the band, he was saying, the rotten Western values, what they build on, and he was really kind of rocking the boat. He was saying it's not all as good as you think it is, and it's funny because now that Poland has lived through 20 years, 30 years of that. Some people haven't learned maths like me. But we're kind of seeing okay, now that we've been immersed in this way of doing things, was it all good? So I think sometimes art and an artist can kind of bring education in a different way, education value, or questioning in a different way.
So it's about maybe different ways of seeing, ways of understanding. How do we slow down? Is it the West that wants us to accelerate all the time? Yes.
I have perhaps an example. As NGO, we work in Honduras with fishermen, and then we help them to increase their income. And it was super nice because they were saying, yes, now I can work, very good. But I don't want to work that shift that you're saying me. It's an 8 hours shift. I never work that. So it's some values that they don't want to replicate, and it's totally common for fishermen just to work 4 hours, and that's all. They don't need to work more. So we understood that really badly, and then we say, okay, yes, what exactly do you want? And they say, okay, I'm going to rent my boat to another fisherman. So that's good. That's another way of thinking. So yes, and understand their values too. They don't need to have jobs of 8-hour paid jobs now.
Creating an Uber for fishermen's boats. Okay, we've got a new face. Uber Splash, yes. Zach, I'm going to come to you in a minute, but we've got a new face. So we've got Zach, we've got Aya, we've got Dominica, we've got
Nicole.
Nicole, welcome. We have got Claudia, we have got Catalina, we have got Margot, we've got Deborah, we've got Zach, maybe I said Mikey, and at the moment we're talking about, in a way we sort of started talking about inequality, disparity of wealth, but also now we're talking about sort of disparity of perspectives. Like you go to a place that's not in the busy central Western European space. People have got different values, but it's also about understanding the context, which takes time. And we're always in a rush. But actually sometimes people want to do things a bit slower. And maybe that's why they're there. They're in a little harbour in Honduras wanting to work for 4 hours doing some fishing. Not 8 hours. But they can still make more money by hiring out their boat to another fisherman. Why not? Exactly. So that's where we are. Wanted to say something.
Here I am. So, I mean, the thing is that there are like two different points in here. It's like one of them first is like, why are we always in a rush? Because we live with a lot of people around us, and it's also the place that we live in. So if we live in a city, it's way more probably that we are always in a rush. But these kind of people live in the beach, live in the jungle, live in the countryside. So they live in the nature, so they don't need to be in a rush. And they work, and their work is to live day by day. So they go to fish and they sell the fish in the same moment. It's not like they work and then have a salary at the end of the month, you know? So that's another thing. First, where they live and where we do live, and what we try to achieve in our lives. Like, we want to get a bigger house, we want to get a better car, we want to impress someone else, get brand clothing and else. But they just want to be happy and live, you know. That's the difference with your perspective of life. And I mean, they don't have plenty of people around them. They're just happy, they're chill. And there's also another point that it's European and North American lifestyle is way different than Latin American lifestyle and mindset as well. Why? Because in Latin America, they all want to be entrepreneurs. You know, they all want to have their own business. They want to all have their own brand or whatever. In the rest of the world, they want to have a good shift with a good salary at the end of the month and be chill, you know. So that's the difference. Like, everyone wants to own their own stuff. And here in Europe and North America, they want to have like a regular salary, and that's why they say if you work more hours, then you have more a bigger salary. But that's not the point, you know, because then you're gonna end working more and being more tired and not enjoying life as the old people do.
Okay, so there's many directions we could take this. Do we want to I mean, who here lives in either Europe or North America? Do you want a bigger car and a bigger house, bigger salary?
Be honest. Can the answer be yes? No, but like we're talking about, I think it's so interesting, this conversation, because we're comparing America and I'll say
the US specifically, not America, the US specifically is a much more fast-paced than Europe in general. Maybe London is slightly different, but if you're comparing to some places in Latin America, like if you go to São Paulo, I'm from Brazil, São Paulo is a very fast-paced spot as well. But then look to Asia, look to China, and we are slow as fuck here in Europe. Like, it is just a matter of comparison as well. It is a matter of like who you compare to, because
What's going on with this acceleration, this fast? Why, when there's so many voices that say slow down because you're never going to learn, you're never going to understand.
Yeah.
Why is there this pressure to go fast, 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 fast?
I think it's cultural. He was saying just now about the idea of like in Latin America, a lot of people want to have their own brand, their own businesses, in against to Europe where you don't necessarily have to. You can go for a full-time job because like there are more jobs and security from the government here than there are in Latin America. So it's much easier for you to make your own money in a traditional career than it is to make it for doing your own thing. And doing your own thing might be about a bigger car. A lot of people want a bigger car. Or a car. I don't even have a car. You live in Europe, you most likely don't have a car. You don't need to. I don't know what's the percentage of the population that own cars here.
Anyone here own a car? I bet there's no car.
You do? Where do you live? Okay. US. Yeah. Where in the US?
I'm nomadic.
Okay. But yeah, I think this idea is like having even like possessions, and we're in the post-possession world, right? Like where it's all about experiences and it's luxury. And now luxury is not only experiences, it's time, it's wellness, it's longevity.
Well, what you've got in Honduras is you've got fishermen that don't even own their own boat. They just rent it from another fisherman.
Yeah. But the question is, would they like to own their own boat, or they can't afford to have their own boat? Because this is a type, like, do you make happiness with what you have? Or is because this is the conditions that you have, or do you actually don't want to have more?
Yeah, I don't. Okay, some big questions from Nicole. We've got a new face. Tell us.
Hi, Enoch.
We have got Ayub, we've got Dominica, we've got Nicole, we've got Claudia, we have got Catalina and Deborah and Margot on the phone. My name's Mikey. At the moment we're sort of talking about differences in perspectives. Is it about time? Do we need to slow down to understand the context of other places that are not this fast-paced stuff? And this question about what are our values different? Dominica, can you give us a final thought before you go?
About the difference of perspective. Like, I don't have like final thought. I'm a bit cold, so. Sometimes the stereotypes don't add up.
Whatever you're thinking, just tell us what you're thinking. It doesn't even have to. It could be half a thought. Somebody else around here.
Yeah. I don't know, like, if I might, I just want to, say, Ayub and I were working for, NGO, Ethical AI Alliance, and we're trying to map, the AI harms worldwide. Yeah. And I don't know if you do, anything similar, please connect. That's my final thought.
Is there another map of the AI benefits, or is it just...
No, the harms.
Just the harm side. Okay. All right. Hang on, you've got a question.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to double down on that urgency, I think, for AI safety, because 2 weeks ago, I think that there was this paper launching saying the ChatGPT and stuff is most closely being a German, and to me that's super concerning. If ChatGPT and everything reasons most strongly like Germans, we are in big trouble. I'm from Germany myself, you know what I mean? So. But no, I mean, that's a joke, We Germans try to be funny, but
One of the things we're talking about is this speed. When you go to places outside of Western Europe, you have to slow down. I want to find a book. You have to slow down. I've got to speed up, but you have to slow down. But if we've got an urgent problem, how do we do that? How do we explain that? Final thought.
Yes, let's just try to understand the context of the other, to understand how they feel and how they react to this growth that we are trying to preserve in our values.
artificial intelligence.
We cannot ignore that they can have access to phones, so they will probably have access to any chat GPT. So we should like already start to focus on how can we make politically access it to those people.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna say we have a lot of problems, but let's try to look for new solutions, new ways of understanding, like you say, for a better world, I think. Thank you. It was a nice.
Very much. We're here all day, but okay. So, you're saying this is urgent. Nicole, give us a final thought. I don't know how it works.
Final thoughts. I like what she said about there's a lot of problems, but there is also a lot of new ways about thinking about these problems. And there is a lot of harms, and there will be harms that we don't even understand they're coming.
Things we haven't even
thought.
By something that we not even thought about yet.
Yeah, so find your people and be around your people. That will be my final thought.
Okay. Find your people around the world. Okay, yes. Okay. Are you staying?
I'm staying.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know how you're not cold, Mikey. I don't know how you're not.
You know why? Because I'm getting the energy of the people from around the table, and that is warming me up. My brain is working out. Talking about speed, my brain is having to work at like 10 times speed, so that also heats me.
No, but I think my people are definitely people of Honduras who don't want to work 8 hours a day, like for sure. I think there's more to life than work, and I think that's one of the brilliant kind of, in inverted commas, gifts of the West, that, or I don't know, capitalism there. There's no time to do anything, but you just have to work. If you're not working, you're missing out and stuff like that. So, yeah, being from Poland, I mean, strong working ethics became some kind of a meme in the UK where I live. It's like, oh yeah, Polish people, we like you because you're hardworking. Like, are we the suckers, you know?
Okay, so Polish hard workers, possibly suckers. We have got Dominika, we've got Aya, we've got Enoch, we've got Margot. What's your name?
Asma.
And I'm Mikey, and at the moment we're talking about, there's a few different things. There's a thing that Dominika brought up, which is, and you said as well, Enoch, that the possibilities of AI, the harmful possibilities, are urgent. It's an urgent problem that we need to address very, very quickly. But just a little bit earlier on, we were talking about having to slow down to understand people that are not working fast. So there's this kind of quick, slow thing going on here that for people to understand all these technological developments, we need to understand them, and that takes time. So how do we figure that? That's where we are right now. Asma, have you got something straight in?
I do.
Yeah.
Should I go in it?
Come sit down. We've got a big drop the mic moment from Asma coming, so you just...
No pressure. I still haven't had my second coffee.
Okay, well we've got coffees here.
No, I really do have an. So the question was like the tension between the urgency of the AI harms, like talking about it as if it's a matter of life and death, because it is. We three work in the same area, so our focus is really AI harms, but also not being reactive, because that's what they want us. I've seen AI governance being approached as a reactive. So OpenAI does this. There's a case, an isolated incident, and bam, news, and it's all in news, and people like react, and then they forget about it. Well, I'm not saying we're trying to save the world, but the slowness, here comes the slowness, is taking a step back and understanding these are systemic issues, that these are patterns. If you take this harm you've seen in New York Times today, another harm in another part of the world, and you put all of this together, which we've been doing. We have an AI harm map, we've prototyped that, and actually you start looking at patterns, what you see in South America.
The map
is a slow, yeah.
To understand the systemic...
Exactly, patterns and things that are by design. They're not just bam and then, oh, it's on the news, and I don't know, some influencer on LinkedIn is posting and there's 1,000 and people are like, oh, have you seen that? Yeah, we know. We're not surprised. We know it's by design. Meta is doing that by design. We know it. Like, yeah.
So we live in this kind of reactive world where we're not really, no one's encouraging us to actually see, as I think you said, the bigger picture. See this bigger picture, the bigger map, the systemic harms. I'm going to come to you in a second, but we've got some new faces. So we've got Asma, we've got Enoch, we've got Ayub, we've got Dominica. Tell us your name.
Andres.
Andres, welcome.
Malik. Malik.
I'm Mikey. Yeah, and so basically, at the moment we're talking about this kind of tension between a kind of reactive, very fast-paced world that we live in. The technology world is so fast-paced. If you want to get a coffee, Asma, please feel free. Oh, picture, okay. Yes, you can take a picture, yes. Coffee, Are you okay with the picture?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So that's what we're talking about now. How do we kind of figure that? And earlier on, we had some people that work for an NGO in all different countries in South America, and they said to talk to people about technology, we need to slow down and listen to those people, and we need to get out of our fast-paced bubble and into a more slower pace. But then you said, Enoch, there's a bit of urgency here, so you're trying to slow down at the same time as speed up. Yeah. So that's where we are right now. Any views, Malik, Andres? Any views?
From my perspective, as an African, there's a lot of bias and misrepresentation when it comes to the data sets. One of the top artists in Africa, actually the number one AI artist in Africa, Malik.
No, the name of the artist.
Me, I am.
Oh, you're one of them.
Yes, I literally, yes.
Right.
So I know how heavy the misrepresentation is. So we have to train our own data sets, and we have to correct the bias in that space. So if the urgency is a lot for us in terms of, because the level field is now there, so why not just catch up? We don't want to catch up, we want to be at the forefront of creating the technology so that way we're properly represented. So we see from a different perspective on that space.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, so is it about kind of like going in your direction? Is that a different direction? And what is different about the direction you would like to take?
For instance, because the data set is already trained, and it's mostly trained from the global north.
Yeah.
So we're trying to change, we're building from the ground up, because normally we started from the top down and refining data set, but rather than refining it, why don't we just start from scratch? So that way we could innovate rather than, correct and stuff. So that's what we're trying to do from our, perspective. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because AI Africa is one of my favorite topics. I'm African too, North African, Moroccan, Tunisian. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, I know, we work together. Woo, Africa represented, I like that. The majority, are we? Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. No, I've just been in so many forums, trying to see what's the future of AI in Africa, and a lot of what's coming out is Africa just following on Europe's footstep and wanting to build compute power. And I wonder if this is the right way, because we know that data centers are really bad for the environment. They're taking water out of communities. Do we need that, or do we need more to think something like small language models, community-led? Our own data for our, to solve actual problems. One of my favorite topics is Afrofuturism. It's imagining, what Roha Benjamin also was saying yesterday, imagining futures and all. So, I don't know.
Okay. All right, so Afrofuturism, what does it look like? Is it relevant to the kind of the actuality of the African context? Yes?
Yeah, so maybe not necessarily on Afrofuturism itself, but a little bit more on...
Just want to say one thing about Talkaoke. I will ask a question, but you answer the question that you want to answer. Yes.
It's related. There was something about urgency earlier, and I think just because something is urgent doesn't necessarily mean we need to take speed and be fast in terms of solving it. If anything, I think that could be counterproductive. Where I come from in Morocco, it's a city called Tangier, and historically it's had a special status as an international city. What that basically means is back in the day, when cargo would arrive in the port, nobody would check it. They would just bring it in, and it would arrive on a weekly basis. And so the culture in my city is very lazy, very laid back. It's a port city, and people would just the typical Tangier person would bring in the cargo, questionable cargo. You know what I mean? They would cash in, and then they would just relax the rest of the month, pretty much. So that's kind of like a lazy, laid-back attitude. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't make progress in whatever shape or form that might be. I guess what I'm trying to say is...
What I'm getting from Malik as well is that is our idea of progress
exactly
defined by a Western...
That's exactly what I'm trying to get at, yeah. So like your idea of progress and my idea of progress might be completely different by virtue of where we've grown up and that kind of thing.
What I'm going to do now, you've given me a really good idea. I'm going to go around the table and ask people what their idea of progress is. And we'll see. Enoch, you had your finger up.
Yeah, maybe directly on that, because also I want to pick up on the tension you said between, like, you know, speeding up and then at the same time stepping back and taking time. If I can add an observation on this conference, which I'm liking very, very much, but I found it curious that when it comes to getting to know each other, like personally, we're not really innovative, are we? Like, this is an innovative kind of setting, but generally it comes down to like the typical, you know, one-on-one small talk kind of thing. So I think maybe there is other new creative ways of getting really straightforwardly into those discussions. I don't know, I'm making something up now, but like we're talking so much about apps and solutions, but nobody actually shows me their smartphone, and maybe there's exciting new apps I never heard about, you know, but it's really grounded in their life reality, you know? And so we're often doing like the talk without actually allowing somebody to look concretely at our life and our biography and how it has shaped even a mundane decision as the apps that we're using, but maybe also other things. So yeah, I think that there is different ways of getting or doing the talk on our perspectives and our values here.
I mean, one of the things that's coming through this year a lot is this thing about context. The AI spits out answers without context, and the context is so important, and we need to know that, understand the context. With that in mind, I'm going to go around. I want people to say, what is your idea of progress? I'm going to start with you, Andres, just because. So I'm going to go around. What is your idea of progress?
Hey, good morning. Well, I was coming from South America, from Colombia, and I was from like a kind of far away, remote area. And yeah, I don't know. It's like the concept of progress, something that I've been doing in the past after 12, in the sense like I could say, like, for example, I got my first computer when I was 15 years old, and like I was wondering, but yet we're getting fed. We were still like having parties, and like, you know, we're kind of, you know, in a certain way also enjoying life. So I didn't really think that I was missing out, you know, much. But then like the more I started to get more things, I realized, oh, I need to, you know, get more and more. And then I was like, wow, was I more happy or content when I was like when I had little or less, or now when I'm in this like this constant reminder I need to get more things. So then again, like it's I mean, I work in tech. I've been already working for 10 years. And it goes also with the promotions, like with everything, like with job. And I was like, they say, yeah, you have to progress in your career and everything. Like sometimes it's more like, yeah, you have to produce more, but like, you know, like the quality of the content or the happiness that you get out of it. And for me, progress as a personal conception is just about how happy it makes you, like with your life.
Okay, so it's a kind of happiness. We can go into that at length. At the moment, we're just going to go around and get just a snapshot of what people's idea of progress is. That's where you've joined us. Quickly tell us your name.
I'm Richard.
Okay, we've got Malik, we've got Andres, we've got Marco, we've got Ayub, we've got Enoch, we've got Asma and Mikey, as you know. And we're talking about what is your idea of progress. And the reason why we're doing that is because we're trying to get this. One of the things we've realised is AI just kind of spits out an answer without context, and we're trying to get the human context here. And we're just talking about progress because progress is different for different people. With Malik, we found out Africa. We didn't find out where in Africa you're from. Nigeria. So we're just trying to get. You may not represent Nigeria, but it's your personal idea of progress, your personal content. What's your idea of progress?
My idea of progress is owning our own technologies, you know, like building from the ground up, not trying to refine, you know, Western data sets or trying to make it work, but actually solving solutions from the ground up. So we have actual data. So for instance, we don't have the actual data like that represents different cultures, spaces. So if we have those, we could solve problems beyond the creative space. Now in medicine, in finance, because now we have actual data now. Because we never have this. So why don't we, like she spoke correctly, what about smaller large language models within communities?
Language model.
Exactly. So that way, like people could actually understand and be part of that narrative rather than just in the mix of the random spitting of data outwards. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm going to hit that with a round of applause. Come and join us. I'm going to leave you for now, Rich, because you've no idea what we're talking about, but I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back to you because we're getting everyone's, I know, everyone's idea of progress. Tell us your name.
Tommy.
Okay. And what's your name?
Lucas.
What we're doing is we're doing a context exercise here where we're getting people's idea of progress from where they're from, because it's different. Like Andres is from Colombia. He only encountered computers at the age of 15. And there's a tension between what the values are, what an idea of a happy life is, as just having fun, partying, meeting people, and this technological idea of, let's go, go, go. And there's a tension there. So where are people from? And we've got Malik here from Nigeria, and all the data, all that is coming from the west, is coming from the northwest, I don't know, somewhere up there anyway. And it's not really fulfilling the particular problems of Nigeria, where he's from. So we just want to get a sense of, if you were going to build a technology, what's your idea of progress? Where are you going to? That's where we are right now. We're just getting people's
Okay, yeah.
What's your idea of progress?
Yeah, no, so I think the notion of the small language model is a great start, right? Large language models are based on the total web, which is a gross overgeneralization of stuff coming from certain parts of the world. So a small language model is much more contained. It's specific data that you want to put into it. You have much more control over it. And it can be a much more accurate reflection of you, your community, your interests, all that stuff. So I think that's key. And then the second is having, in the age of agents, having an agent that's trained on you. So it's not just having the data and the model local, a personal agent that is local to you. So when Sam Altman says, for example, we should all have therapy agents, I agree, I just don't want his. Right? I want one that I can choose based on expertise, background, whatever my criteria is. And so if I had an agent that represented me vis-a-vis all the other ones, I'm much more in control. So those to me are two of the key elements of a technology that will work for me.
Who wants their own therapy agent? That's, no, everyone else is fine. Okay, or maybe they don't know yet what the therapy agent can do. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting some ideas of I'm still going to stick with this progress idea because I think it's an interesting question. Azul, what's your idea of progress?
I think it starts with justice. I think there's no progress if it's only for one part of, population.
Okay, what's justice?
Well, justice is I think it starts probably. I'll go from basic human rights, for everyone. Technology. Well, if you were from a technology point of view, the technology that serves humanity as opposed to destroy it, right? If we, OpenAI was sold to us as a non-profit to cure cancer. I still can't get over that. They'll call me crazy, but that's I think that's where the problem lies. That our technology is political by nature. There's, it's never been so. If technology were to help progress, we'll have to look at it also as a political tool, right? Yeah.
Okay, it's getting a bit political there. Is it a political tool, this AI? And has AI done what it says what it didn't say, what the promoters of AI said it was going to do and help us to cure cancer? Have we made progress on the cancer side? Anyway, that's my progress. Not that I've got cancer, I hope to touch wood, but anyway. What about you? Any ideas of progress? Tell us your name again as well.
Name's Lucas.
Yeah, I think it starts with education. In education in like AI literacy. I think there's a massive divide about people who know how to wield AI and like the tools, and have bothered to actually take the time to figure out what's going on under the hood and how they can utilize it to their greatest extent. And then there's those that truly, absolutely not. But there's like obviously there's a big spectrum between those that have the slightest idea and those that really have no idea, and that have never used ChatGPT to sort of take away all of the fluff in their life that it really don't need to be doing. And I think that's the biggest thing, because there's a huge social divide between those that can sort of 10x everything that they're doing in their life and sort of replace the jobs of everyone around them because they simply can, and those that just have no idea.
Yeah. Okay.
So understanding the tools.
Okay. So people need to know more about AI, know what's going on under the hood. Does anyone know what's going on under the hood? No? Okay. But at least have some clue, something about this, you know, at least know a bit more about what's going on. There's a spare seat there. I tell you what's going on under the hood here. It is just talking to this microphone. It is just human beings connecting, thinking about how to make this world a better place. That's what's going on under the hood here. But what's going on under the hood with AI? We're talking about progress. What is your definition of progress? It's turned out to be quite an interesting question. Are you the one who kind of generated this? Because in Tangier, your idea of progress is a shipment coming in once a month, and you're living off of that for the rest of the month, chilling out on the beach. So yeah, but what is your definition of progress? Can you progress from that?
My idea of progress is that I think progress is not linear, in the sense that failure is a very, very big part of it, and I think failure is essential to progress.
Failure is essential?
Yeah. Well, I mean, failure not in the traditional sense of like, oh shit, I fucked up, but failure in the sense that like you can learn from something and you can move towards something better. But I think for me, it's also recursive. It's going back to ancient traditions and, you know, like this elder knowledge, and kind of using that to empower you right now and into your future, and celebrating that, giving that value, and, you know, just kind of moving it forward somehow. And for me, that is real progress. It's not like you can't let it be oppressed by other, you know, forms of structure.
As an example, just so we've got something to latch on to.
Well, I mean,
where failure has been a good thing or something that you can use.
Sure. The first pancake is always horrible, right? When you're making pancakes, the first one is horrible, the next ones come out very well. And I think that's a metaphor for everything else, pretty much.
Okay, so this is basically an open source application, so if anyone's got a sound effect for pancakes, please just add it and I will share the rest of the palette with you. But yes, are we first pancake people? Are we second pancake people? Give us a point of thought, Andre, before you go.
We should try to make as many pancakes as we can and just to learn from all of them.
Okay, all right. Pancake. Okay, so I mean, I don't know where to go from here. You've not seen it.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Do I need to answer something or?
I just gave you the microphone.
Okay, so were we just talking about progress in AI or just in general? Just progress.
It's kind of up to you.
Okay. Well, I guess what I wanted to talk about is ownership. And I think it kind of also relates to what Richard was saying about these smaller personal agents, where you own kind of your agent. You own like the data that goes into it, the algorithms that power it, that create it. But I would like to see this just in general, not only in AI. I would like to see this in hardware too, open source.
Hardware, which your AI agent.
Yeah, but not just agents, like even your phone. Your computers, I see like, you know, the framework laptops that are open source. There's also a few phones that I've seen, like people creating them. I think that's super, super powerful. Having kind of your own technology that you can control fully, end to end. So yeah, I think that would be one of the parts of progress that I'd like to
Why is it
focus
progress
on.
to own stuff?
Because it's kind of
your own terms. Like you have some technology that you can control, and you can. I guess it's more of like personal progress, but you can kind of take that where you want it, as opposed to have it be controlled by, other people that might have different ideas of progress than yourself.
So if you own your hardware, if you own your AI, if you own your AI agent, then you're in control. Enoch, give us a final thought before you go. And then we've got some new faces, and I want a final thought from you, Malik, if you're going, or you're just standing up to take a picture. No, you're going. I want a final thought from you after.
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to give in. I liked all these thoughts. Thank you for this. And I think progress is about reducing dependence and opening up space for relating more. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I think progress is having conversations like this, sharing your thoughts. I appreciate this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for giving us that perspective, and let's make this progress together. Thank you. Come and join us. Come join us. Okay, we're going to have to do a fresh round of names. So we've got Asma, we have got Richard, we've got. What's your name?
I'm Khalid.
Khalid, welcome.
Nice to meet you.
And
Yeah, Arpit. Arpit.
Stephanie. Stephanie and Lucas. Tommy, and Mikey. I got that one right. Okay, and it's progress at the moment. It's about just say on the mic. What are we talking about, Richard?
We're talking about progress in AI, and we talked about empowerment. We talked about control. We talked about opening up spaces for community. So the different ideas about how you create progress with AI.
Yeah, and because Asma was saying, Asma's made a map of AI harms, and you're a little skeptical of AI. You're saying, and you're saying that AI was touted as a cure for cancer, but instead,
it's building deep fakes and erotica for kids, so.
Yeah. Okay. Ew. Is the AI gun pointed in the right direction? Possibly not. So that's where we are right now. Where do we see progress? How do we see it developing? Do we need to, as Lucas said, do we need to know what's going on under the hoods?
I said that, but not entirely under the hood. Obviously you're not going to be understanding exactly how the attention mechanism works, and that's not for the general audience, but at least understanding the basics. I like sort of science literacy. I think that's important. Mathematics literacy, I think that's important. But obviously not everyone is doing a computer science degree, and not everyone is doing a physics degree. But I think some preliminary understanding of the tools that are being presented to us from the gods above or whatever, I think is useful. And obviously for progress, I would say alignment is kind of useful, and these guys would probably agree with us. Like AI alignment. Obviously not having a super intelligent AI that has some final objective that isn't compatible with us as a human species.
So it's a bit more like
sucks.
Semi-intelligence.
Semi-intelligence. What, for who? Exactly, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, I don't really understand what you mean, and what my question is this. You go out onto the street out here, and you're trying to improve AI literacy. What's the first thing you're going to say to the random tourist that's taking a photo of the fountains? What would you tell them in order to improve their AI literacy?
I would say bother to use it, and try and integrate it into your life to at least see what the demon you're facing is and how it's going to come and replace everything in your life.
Okay, so use it. First step is to use it. Okay.
I would say you don't have to use AI for everything or for anything. No, I'm not coming after you. Actually, I have to go. I have a stand. I have to. But final thought. Yes, please come. We're right by the bar, so come. We're called Ethically Alliance. There's a few of us here. Really cool people, grassroots, and fighting for real accountability. We don't like ethics washing over here. We really want ethics as in governance, accountability. So that's why we're going after the harms, because that's the closest you get to accountability. We've done our research. We're interdisciplinary, international by design, and I wanted to say progress for me is going to be through, I can't define progress for people, so that's the humility that I want to bring to, we can co-create it, and that's what Roha Benjamin was saying in her keynote yesterday, brilliant, we can co-create this future, and for that we need a collective. We need this table, but 1 million of them. Oh! Join our community. We're over there. Thank you, and listen to these amazing people.
Thank you, Asma. Okay, right. Okay, so back to the stand for Asma. You're saying first thing you need to do to get people to be literate about AI is to get them to actually use it. And where would you start? What's the starting point? What would you start them off on?
I think for the vast majority of people, even though they may have picked up ChatGPT once or twice and typed a prompt in and then seen something come out, they haven't really gotten to grips with what the full effect of it can be and what all of the things that it can. I'm not like being a shill for ChatGPT right now. I'm mostly just saying that it is very powerful and people don't understand how powerful it was 2 years ago, how powerful it is now, and how powerful it will be in 2 years, and aren't really bothering to see the extrapolation out into, you know, them potentially losing their jobs.
Okay.
For me.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is just show somebody ChatGPT and maybe put in a prompt saying what are you going to be like in 2 years' time, or whatever it is, something. Okay. Are you off?
I don't really have a final thought, but I will be back. I would just say do what makes you closer to you, and I wish I had your resistance to cold, Mikey, because my feet are going numb right now. And probably later. But yeah, just progress can come in any form, whenever you never know when it's gonna come.
You need to be more alert and more kind of aware of possible progress from the obvious places.
I think in this day and age it could be more useful to be less aware than more aware.
Okay. All right. Okay, Khalid, Arpit, you've not said much yet. Stephanie, you've not said much yet, but when you came to sit down, you kind of threatened. You said, "Don't give me the mic." But have you got, Stephanie? Have you got any thoughts on what you've heard so far?
I think that there's a large population that doesn't even understand AI. So how can we talk about progress when a multitude of people don't even have the infrastructure or even the know-how to utilize the tool? I think education is a large part of the conversation for progress.
Is the point of AI that you don't need the know-how to use it?
Not at all. I think that's not true. Unlearn that.
Okay, so you do need to know about AI to use it. You can't just have a intuitive relationship with it. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Come and join us. Yes, we've got a spare seat here. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Arpit hasn't said anything at all yet. So you don't, honestly, you don't have to say anything. Arpit, are you going to change that?
Yeah. So my thought is a lot of our future thoughts, education will be through AI, whether we accept it or not. We will, our children, ourselves, our future generations, all their thought processes will be shaped by AI. What it means is the data underlying, those AI models. It's very important to understand. For example, I'm coming from India. I had no clue about Barcelona. If I'm trying to understand Barcelona, basically some AI model is influencing my education and my thought process. So it's very important for somebody who's accountable or who's understands this city or the area better, the data that's going into the models, that is verified and that is authentic, because otherwise whatever I understand might be completely junk. So that's the data authenticity and what goes inside the models, that will be important for us to understand our thoughts better.
Okay, so the data in is super important. We don't want junk data.
I would just like to say that even though I completely agree that the future is going to have a lot more AI in it, I think that there are some places where AI is very useful and some places where maybe AI is not the best tool. It's not like a magic wand or a... So I would say that if you, for example, going to Barcelona, there's a lot of books about Barcelona. There's a lot of blog websites. There's a lot of real human knowledge that hasn't been regurgitated through a AI model, that I think that it sidesteps that problem entirely, which is to go. There's a lot of knowledge that humans have produced and like curated, and so that should be always our first primary source. No. I'm Italian.
Would you use AI to find out how to get around, or would you ask people? Would you somehow curate, individually curated?
I think, I'm lucky to have, in the specific example of Barcelona, I'm lucky to have, friends that live here, or I live in London, but my family lives here. His family lives here, so that will always be my primary source. But I think it depends how much effort you're willing to go through. Yeah,
There is a sort of tendency maybe to rely on AI when we've got human beings that we could potentially go to, and I don't know whether they would be more effective, but it might be more human to just go to the human rather than the AI.
Yeah. So no, obviously humans are important. What we need is those thoughts, those local thoughts, the authentic thoughts to flow into the models, because the reality is that for majority of the people that might be the first a touch point. So all our thoughts, like local thoughts, whatever is going on, that should flow into the models rather than only one or two companies deciding what should flow.
Talking about training the AI, are we training ourselves to go to AI first before going to the humans?
Out of convenience, it's become like super easy to say, hey, I'm in Barcelona, tell me what to do. But that's the machine regurgitating countless curated stuff, then might not be through the lens of the blogger who spent 3 years here backpacking and knows the one gem corner restaurant. And that's like losing the essence of humanity when we really think about it. How do we not lose that when we're still in the world of convenience? Especially, I'm American, but I live here, and I've had to unlearn a lot of things because I've adapted to a different type of society.
What have you had to unlearn?
Not using a dryer, like having to hang my clothes, or like from the most mundane to like the more just walking out of your house and hanging out outside, but like in a society, like cultural activities, doing things with people versus
in a society.
Even though I'm kind of social, but in America it's kind of difficult to do that. It doesn't lend itself as easy as in other spaces, including these type of conversations.
Okay, interesting. So, it is the... Okay. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you the mic.
Thank you. I love actually the word unlearn, because I think it's the status where we are today. We are unlearning so many things, from human creativity to what we have been doing through like the millions of years since the humans have been here on Earth. AI would certainly disrupt all of that. And by the way, for the experts who are here, I'm certain that next year, 2026, 27, 28, we'll be redoing the same discussion about the same subjects, the same risks, the same everything, because actually AI that we're talking about today is AI generative AI, but the agentic AI would be different, where there'll be more and more complex and challenges that we need to resolve through this type of discussion, this type of teams coming together and discussing those challenges. So good luck for the next years.
Is it going to be the same discussion? Is it going to be a new discussion? I can report that from last year to this year, we've had some new concepts come in, like the small language model, artificial general stupidity has come in as well. That was yesterday. So
No, the other thing was like, if you're a professional bullshitter, will you be out of the job because of AI?
The bullshit quotient seems to have gone up as well. So there are changes. It's not the same every year, at least from 2024 to 2025. Come and join us. What are the new things? Is it always the same old, or is it new things? Okay, final thought, please.
So just on that point about so all new problems have new solutions, and new solutions have new problems.
Hang on, this is no problem, but I want a final thought from each and every one of you. Khalid, give us a final thought before you go. And also, Stephanie.
Kelly first.
Good luck.
Thank you. Normally I would want a bit more, but as you're in the queue for coffee, I think we'll
Good luck for the unlearning. It's a tough journey for us to unlearn things.
It's a tough journey to unlearn things. I find that tequila helps. Stephanie, yes.
It's a social movement.
Social movement. Okay, how do we? Well, maybe that could be a good thing to latch on to. How do we create a social movement? How do we get more movement in our social movement? Did I get a final thought from you up here? Or give us another one.
Well, just continuing on our point on social movement, it's important for what Stephanie mentioned about social movement. AI need not be just one or two big models. AI will be there in my view, but it can be more localized, more curated, and that will give us more nuances and the human experiences. That would be my thought.
So more local, more curated, more specific, I suppose I would add. More coffee as well. It's definitely.
Yeah, the coffee's coming, but I was just thinking as she was leaving, she said it's about social movement, and I wonder whether some kind of doing AI in a better way or ethical AI is like a new punk movement of today, of 2025, because it can really be ethical AI alliance. There you go. Are you punks? I'd be very interested if you guys were punks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As right there. Yeah. Okay. Are you a new social
movement? Maybe not a social movement. I guess it is a social movement. I don't know. It's definitely like a community that like builds up very quickly, because I feel like it only takes one person to convince another person to try to think more about like the ethics of AI, because it's kind of hidden in a way, hidden by the hype, by the progress, by the promises that we see, and so that's where a lot of the focus and attention goes. But yeah, I feel like if you talk to somebody that's been thinking about these things, it's very easy to see like, oh yeah, like that is a big thing that should be focused on. So yeah.
Okay. So it's almost like it unfolds. The more you try and know about it, the more possibilities, especially I suppose on the ethical plane.
I'm just kind of thinking, like, when you say ethics in the context of AI, it has its own meaning, but then when you think about ethics or values in maybe the language that my mum would understand, she's in her 60s in Poland, big up my mum. Actually, no, she's 70. Happy birthday, mum. 70! Beautiful age. But I think that kind of the guardian of ethics and values has always been the church, and I don't want to say like, oh, is there a religious aspect of it, but in the ethics, but like how do you make sure they're not just like the people who can get on board with like the community? Yeah.
Are they clergy that ethics specialists? Are they specialists in ethics?
Is there like a particular name for them? I don't.
They're called priests.
Yeah.
Are the priests ethics specialists?
Well, I think to some extent yes, but obviously if you study theology, yeah, most of them, then yeah, I don't know, maybe, yeah, that's one, yeah. I think what I'm trying to say is like you have to bring people of, there'll be different ways in which people understand ethics of AI, but maybe for my mom it will be the ethics angle rather than AI angle, because I think in terms of AI she doesn't get it. Anyway, go man there with a head.
Ethics more than the technology. Yes. Okay. Right. Richard, it appears you want to say something.
No, not really. I just I have a hand spasm. Sorry, I don't. No, but so actually, the organization I run, the Atlantic Alliance, we are trusted intermediaries, companies that want to act as fiduciaries towards you. So we build in the ethical framework like a doctor or a lawyer, duty of care and loyalty to you. So those are standards that people understand. Like most people are like, oh yeah, my doctor, I can share information. She's not going to give it to somebody else. Her whole purpose is to make me better. Right, and it's and then train that into the AIs. So it's both the trusted intermediary, and then it's the AI that then takes that training and on board. So it becomes your fiduciary agent in the world. So that is I think it's an example of like an ethical structure people sort of understand from their everyday life.
You're building what people already know.
Yeah.
There are no doctors, there are no lawyers, there are no
priests, even librarians have a fiduciary duty not to reveal like the records of people who check out books at the library. So. Anyway, so just back to Margot's point, I think that's potentially an example of an area where people, ordinary people can say, oh yeah, that's an ethical system, I understand that. And now there are tech companies like AT Worthy, here's one of our companies, who are building out ethical ways of dealing with people in the marketplace. So, yeah.
I mean, Khalid, are you going to come back in? You've been introduced. Are you building an ethical, what is it? What did you say?
Yeah, ethical technology platform company.
So our startup is building what we call the AI worthiness, which is a way of building, deploying AI systems ethically.
Is that good business?
I mean, we're trying to help people to be good, and it's good enough for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Well, that's good. That's good because it means you can take it in the direction you want to take it. But I know, it was more me that was talking about going out on the street, introducing people to AI, but it's kind of you as well. Where do you want to take this conversation? Where do you want to go? Is everything okay? Do we need to move back outside out onto the, not yet, but soon. Soon we're going to move this table out into the open space.
How do you get in?
Just simply, just like this. Just do that. Yeah. Do you want to have a go? No. I'll stay. Yes, this is Talkaoke table version 6.4. We're on 7.5 now, so this is a slightly older version. The newer Talkaoke table is a bit bigger.
I mean,
we're UK based. We're based in Poplar, East London. Where? We're based in Poplar. Oh, I thought you were gonna. That's what. Poplar.
What area? SW, like EC what?
It is E14. E14, the mouth of the Blackwall Tunnel. We are the mouth of the Blackwall Tunnel. Yeah, Tower Hamlets.
Yeah, I live in Fulham, so.
That's just a polite smattering of applause for Fulham. That's that kind of place.
To call out Fulham, unfortunately. It's just me.
Anyway, so where are we going to take this conversation? It's up to you. We haven't talk about anything. We don't have to talk about AI. You know what? We don't have. Yesterday we had a bet. It's like, how long can we do this Talkaoke before somebody mentions AI? And it was about 5 minutes. Wow. We went for 5 minutes. Yeah.
I thought from Mozilla Fest out, I thought it was pretty good. Yeah.
We are conversational generalists. We're general conversational intelligence, not specific, so we can do about anything.
Do you have any topics of conversation?
No, we don't. That's specifically how we work. It's up to you to decide. Maybe this person is going to join us and give us a thread. Yes, come and join us. Yes, and this person as well. Yes. Tell us your name.
My name is Rizka.
Rizka, come and have a seat. We have got Lucas, we've got Tommy, we have got Margot, we've got me, Mikey, and this is Talkaoke. We've been talking a lot about AI, we've been talking about values, ethics, and we're not talking about the county just to the east of London. We're talking about the idea of what's right and wrong in technology. Come and join us, yes.
I really liked when the guy said about, the first pancake comes out rubbish, because that is definitely true. And just more kind of pancake metaphors, or more like food metaphors. That's what I'd like to see, because it's coming up to lunchtime. I think it does.
I mean, Lucas earlier on said that we need to know what's going on under the hood of AI. Do you know what's...
I don't think so. This is first time for me to join Mozilla Festival because last year I was joined Mozilla with Common Voice. Yeah. And I was collect the data about local language, my local language in Indonesia. There is so many local language, and I collect the data Betawi dialect. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about the small language model? We were talking about that earlier on. Do you know about it? Okay. Where's, someone mentioned it. Who mentioned the small language model? Was it you? No. Was it you? No. Was it?
I'm sitting on this side.
Fine-tuned, smaller. What? I know what it is. I mean, obviously.
Explain it. Yeah. What is a small language model?
I would imagine it's just a smaller parameter model which you fine-tune on whatever the hell you want to do, and you can have like 10 of them working together as agents to achieve some task.
Right. Okay.
I guess. Past that, I don't really know. They seem particularly useful. I don't really know whether in the end it's going to end up being a large network of smaller language models, each with their own speciality, or whether it's just one general model that is very, very large and can do pretty much everything.
Just because you sound technical.
Yeah.
Asking the question, can different language models learn from each other?
Yeah, there's something called distilling, which you get like a very large language model, and like smaller language models can basically learn directly from it and become almost just as good in some magical way, because honestly I don't really understand it, and I don't know how many people actually understand it, but it's cool, and that's how we got like these really small nimble models that were trained directly from these very large models, and they ended up being like 90% of the functionality for 1/100th of the cost, like compute costs, so you could just do it on your own computer rather than having to run it on like a stack of 1 million servers.
Okay, so you can have a small language model which can learn from the large language model. That's what I'm going to take from that. Distill it down. That's my job, is in a way, is this distilling of the information. Sometimes you get it wrong, but it doesn't. You know what? It doesn't matter.
Quick question: what is the point of getting different languages onto the large or small learning models?
Why would you want to include
Why?
other languages than English in your language model?
I mean, it's not a great thing for like general geopolitics and like the equality. I mean, imagine the Western world and all the English-speaking languages have access to this fantastic model that can do pretty much everything, and then you go over to like Indonesia and like or wherever, and they just simply don't have access to it because they've not been trained on the language.
Right, okay.
So they aren't able to access that tool, and they aren't able to reap the benefits of that tool in the same way.
Okay, so it's about accessing the technology, Rizka?
I don't think so, because Indonesia, the first time to, I think this one, my local language, the first in AI. But I think there is no language in AI in my country, because in my country we don't have AI.
Okay, so I mean, is it possible to have this kind of small language models that access the thing?
Yeah.
A good way to be able to access it?
I think yes. We will join Mozilla dataset, and then we put our some maybe 5 languages in my country, local language.
Can you tell us the names of these languages?
It's like Sundanese, Sunda, and Javanese is Jawa. It's from it's from Yogyakarta, or maybe in West Java or East Java.
Okay.
How do you think these models will be used? Like, is it to keep the, I don't know, how would you think, because I mean, I feel like you see how like these models are being used currently, and so how would you see them being used in your local communities?
How could they possibly use this if they had access to gives you access to languages? the languages had access to?
Would it benefit them? Because I feel like they have their own kind of ways of going about stuff right now, no?
Then I don't know.
Don't know? Any thoughts? What would be the benefit?
I don't know because I can.
Maybe it's something to think about. Hello, come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show.
That's so awesome.
Yes. You're hungry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Bring your pizza here.
This is a sharing table.
Bring back some, please.
Okay, this is a sharing table.
Maybe it's a switch over time. We'll just do a little kind of maybe switcheroo. Maybe do some final thoughts. I don't know. They're going to let us know. So it's all good for now because it may or may not be raining. And that's it. I was just interested in what somebody was saying about the algorithms, how they kind of push certain types of information out there. And people go like, oh, look at what Meta is peddling at the moment. And they go, yeah, we know that. I think that's really kind of feeding into this kind of conspiracy theory. I said that yesterday, but the more I think about people who are paranoid about conspiracy theories, the more I think like, yeah, maybe there's something to it. If these guys know what, they can predict what is going to be like the next... No, I'm just reflecting on what someone said, because they kind of, there was this AI harm map, right? That was these people. They kind of, that's you, yeah. Hey, that's you guys. You explain what it means. No, but like, don't you find that if you speak to people like, yeah, we know what Meta is doing, or like we know what's going to be the next kind of distraction. Don't people turn around and go like, so there is someone or something that's kind of like. Decides what we receive. Like, isn't that playing into the conspiracy theory of someone being behind it?
Is it making people paranoid that there is a bad actor that is, or you're saying yes, there is a bad actor?
I mean, you can see there's a pretty stark difference between models like Grok that have had the influences of their, leader in chief and everything, have like basically injected their own political views into the development of this particular model versus something, I'm going to say, better but still not great, something like Anthropic, where you've got Dario Amodei like creating like a different model with a different set of ethical values, if you could call it that, even though we're talking about a machine, right? I mean,
so all of these models, they have guardrails, right? Because they're unfiltered. And the only way to point them in the right direction is to tell them, in their like prompts, to tell them like, don't say anything bad, don't say anything explicit, don't say anything. And so these guidelines are written by someone, and so that means that it's always going to have it's always going to be pointing in some direction based on whatever they write in the guidelines, which means that, if in the upcoming elections in the US, people start asking ChatGPT, who should I vote for? It takes a few words to change whatever ChatGPT will answer to any kind of specific candidate.
And especially there's the fine-tuning sort of reinforcement learning step. So they train it on like a lot of data, and then there's like a team of people that will sit and be like, I like this answer, I don't like this answer, I like this answer. And if you think about it, there's an incredible power concentration in that few group of people for this large language model that's going out into the world. Like these people's views, even though there may have been like an effort to make them randomized and have them spread across the spectrum. Number one, not all political views on the spectrum are correct and like valid, and shouldn't be represented equally. So I don't know. I mean, and they may shift over time, and you may end up with this large language model that has political views that is a relic of a different past.
Okay. I mean, it strikes me just before we are going to close this down, but it strikes me there is an issue here about this kind of idea of a spectrum of political views. That is there such a thing as a kind of almost like a neutral or like a unbiased mapping of a set of ideologies or a set of ideas?
My friend here today was saying that there's no such thing as an unbiased model, and I think I completely agree with that. You can't take the bias out because it's inherently a human construction, not only in the underlying data that is biased, but also in, the fact that it answers a specific answer and doesn't, extend out into the different possibilities, that's also kind of perpetuating that. And in a way, like, it's very difficult to create something that allows for different perspectives to be explored. I was thinking about. Actually, I'll let you go. Okay. Sure.
It seems like a good one. I can see your brain is on full capacity. That's why you can wear a t-shirt in this cold weather, because your brain's heating you. So
it's going. Yeah. No, it's just a reflection that I made the other day, because we were kind of deciding something for an association, and they sent out the form, and I was just thinking, like, the questions in that form are bias from the creator of that form that wanted us to answer those questions and wanted us to point us in a specific direction. So it's very, very, very difficult, almost impossible to kind of go away from that. And that's why I think, going back to what we were saying earlier, like, I think it is better to have many, many, many small models than one big model, because the big model, not only does it have just completely like a mix of ideas that it has to then distill into one, but with the smaller models, you can kind of have, like we were saying, like the control over them. You can have more focused answers. You can have less amalgamation of different ideas, I think.
I've just got one more question. Is that something outside of artificial intelligence? Just rewind the clock 10 or 15 years, or 20 years. Did we have an unbiased information ecosystem before artificial intelligence? Is that something that's just become apparent because we've got artificial intelligence now? That was always a problem for our information ecosystem?
Maybe it was a question of, like, I'm still trying to get over, which is very hard, the thing that you said, which is like, what if somebody asks ChatGPT who to vote for? Like, should we be like saying to people, don't ask ChatGPT who to vote for? We should be, just clamping down on people. Maybe there's that about regulating what you can and can't ask of the and some of the things that. Maybe there should be a benchmark, like if you achieve this level, only then you can use ChatGPT to, source some other answers to some more complicated or different types of questions. Because I think this seems like a rudimentary mental exercise that everybody should be able to do. And even if they get it wrong, they need to go through it. It's not about getting the right answer, it's about the kind of exercising your thinking. So that's what I wanted to say.
Answer to your question about having unbiased information before the information was still biased, but at least you had to look for it and make a decision. Nowadays, that decision making has been completely taken over by AI, and that you just ask the question, you get the answer. There's no thinking, there's no evaluation of different perspectives that you need to do. It's all just there, and it's never been like that before. I think that's the big difference.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay. Well, we've got a technique in Talkaoke. When someone forgets what they're going to say, we just rewind the previous thoughts. So, what?
Oh, it was, has there ever been a point where we've had an unbiased media ecosystem? I think there's been a point pre-social media where generally things were less siloed into their own, chambers. Now there's sort of a profit motive to getting people enraged in their own little particular corner of the internet where everyone agrees with each other and hates the other party. And the fact that there's that particular motive, and obviously all the systems that we engage with every day have been designed to reinforce that particular system, has kind of screwed us in every possible way. There we go. So I think it's definitely worse now than it used to be.
Okay. So in a way now, maybe it was like this in the past, maybe it wasn't. None of us were around back then, or maybe I was, that there is a profit motive for what's that? There's a profit motive for prophecies of bias and disagreement, let's say. And we'll probably end it there, and we can agree to disagree on that. But we're gonna push this Talkaoke table out. We're gonna keep going. This is not the end. This is just a little snack break.
Afternoon MozFest. This is part 2 of day 2, and it's a Talkaoke. What it is It's just a simple talk show where you're talking to this mic, and we don't know what we're going to talk about. We have had some conversations, so we're not starting from zero. We've got these two people here, we've got a third person over here. We've got some snacks because absolutely great question. We don't know, but let's just find out who's sitting around the table. My name is Margot.
Marcel.
Catherine. Very welcome. And
Mikey.
Mikey, and these people over there, so Catherine, Marcel, Margot, Mikey, that's us. This is Talkaoke. What should we be talking about?
Wait, I think he has the topic he wants to discuss.
Okay, do you have a topic or is it just crunchy?
I want to talk about the technology of coffee. Because it's the elephant in the room here that everyone's like so concerned about artificial intelligence, this, general AI, this, big scares. And I think it's not just my concern, it's most people's concern in this festival is getting coffees.
What will we do when coffee runs out? Will we be able to carry on as we are? Do you drink coffee?
I do, yeah.
Okay, what's going to happen when we run out of coffee? What do you think is going to happen to the world?
We'll probably invent some synthetic things.
Is it going to be as tasty?
We'll probably forget and think it's as tasty, but it won't be.
Okay, so maybe we'll just forget it. But come and join us. This is Talkaoke. It's just a pop-up talk show. Marcel, Catherine. We've got Mikey. My name is Margot. Sasha, welcome. So right now we're talking about the coffee. This is a big elephant in the room. All this chat about AI. Will we forget the taste of coffee when we come up with something new, better, synthetic? Maybe not better. Do you drink coffee? Is this synthetic or is it real? Is it a real deal?
It's powder coffee, so it's...
Powder coffee. What do you think about the powder coffee then? Welcome to Talkaoke. What's your name?
Stefan.
Stefan, welcome. I'm Margot.
Powdered coffee is definitely the worst of both worlds.
Oh shit, okay, so powder coffee is pretty bad. I mean, is powder coffee good for innovation or actually need a real coffee? Why are you drinking powder coffee anyways?
Because it's the best coffee, like it's...
What makes it the best? Because obviously we've got some skeptics here.
Like I didn't drink out of it yet.
Marcel, look, you have to try to believe, right?
My hot take is I'd either have a good coffee or just take a caffeine pill.
Cafe, can everything be reduced to something smaller, like a cafe pill? Oh, look at this man's...
It's with milk, so it covers the flavor a bit, I guess.
Okay, so you're not lactose intolerant?
Without milk.
Coffee without milk. Okay, this is getting hectic. We're just talking about coffee here, guys. Come and join us. This is the right moment. You don't even have to like coffee or drink coffee or have coffee. You love coffee? Perfect. This is a perfect talk show for you. We've got Mikey, we've got Stefan, we've got Sasha, we've got Catherine, we've got Marcel. My name is Margot. What's your name? Mika. Welcome.
I mean, in the previous session, people were talking about we need to bring the ideas here out into wider context, other communities. My mum, she said to me, Mikey, the thing is, I just really like Nescafe. I prefer it to espresso. That's what my mum said. And it's shameful to me, but that is what she wants. She actually prefers instant coffee.
Okay, how do we deal with people who deliberately make shit choices?
Let me come down. We just tell them, you are wrong. I do not trust you. Go away. So my husband loves Nescafe. My sister loves Nescafe, and I just like, go away. Just stay away from me. And I'm this coffee snob in the house. They hate me for it, though.
What about Nescafe Gold?
None of the Nescafes. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Nescafe is not just a coffee choice. It's a trust exercise. I mean, do you trust people based on what they consume?
I think it can bring people together, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, what's the kind of thing that brings people together the most? Is it coffee? Is it powder coffee? Is it milk? Is it nothing, really?
The first thing that comes to mind are illegal substances, so maybe I won't name specific ones, but some of them really bring people together.
Okay, so what brings people together? Is it illegal substances? Is it Nescafe? And we've got some new people joining us. Catherine, are you going? Give us a final thought.
I think people get together through the alignment of branding and association through that, so that there's a stratification of class.
Okay, traffication of class. I've never said that before, never heard that before. Traffication of class. Can you just explain that in one word? Is it even possible? Traffication of class. What does it mean?
Stratification.
Well, okay, well, phew, that I have heard before. It's not completely wild. Okay, so what brings people together? Welcome, what's your name?
Roberto.
Roberto, we've got Micah, we've got Mikey, we've got Stefan, we've got Sasha, we've got Martel. I'm Margot, this person, what's your name?
Jason. Hi.
Jason's here as well. We're talking about what brings people together. Can you tell whether you trust the person or not based on the type of coffee they drink? Micah here doesn't trust people who drink Nescafe, but you really like powdered coffee. In fact, this is what you're drinking right now. And Sasha is saying it's not just about coffee. There are other things that bring people together, like illegal drugs. Many are available. Not here at this festival, not that I know of. I'm not endorsing anything. We're just talking. It's just talking.
I mean, I would like to talk about illegal drugs because I don't really think they should be. If it's a substance that brings people together, why is it illegal? Surely it should be legal. And I would actually trust Nestle to make my MDMA more than some illicit backstreet chemist. So in that case, I would want the Nestle version of MDMA.
Okay, should Nestle branch out to making illegal drugs? I mean, what you just joined us. I saw your hand, Micah. But Jason, what do you think about it? Would you trust Nestle to produce your drugs?
I agree. They'd probably be more regulated, but at that point, they wouldn't be illegal anymore. So, is what makes coffee, wine, cigarettes legal, and what makes other drugs illegal? I guess the question. Not my area of expertise, but I assume culturally, right? Like historically, there are certain drugs that we've been using for centuries that are just now accommodated. But I also obviously am assuming Class A drugs are, that's what I've been told, more dangerous than a glass of wine, I assume.
Okay. Is it true that Class A drugs are more dangerous than a glass of wine?
I'm not going to go to the Class A drugs conversation first.
Answer any question you want.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like how in the 70s there was this professor in the US who was giving MDMA as like it was before it was regulated as sort of banned. It was a happy pill or whatever it was, and then the people who were consuming it were generally happier. And who said antidepressants are not happy pills? I've been happier ever since I started doing antidepressants, but who says that I need them more than the other people? Probably not so happy. I would think my question here is with sugar, with caffeine, with tea, with wine, with cigarettes, it's when the profit comes in is when you decide if it's regulated enough or not, or if it's good enough or not.
Okay, Jason, I hope this is clearing some things up. It's actually about the profit. It's not just even the cultural, we were talking about like here culturally some things are kind of unknown to bring people together, but actually it's the profit that brings people together. Maybe that's why, I mean, is it a good business proposition for Nestle and other organizations like that? Where do we want to take this conversation? Marcel? So many questions.
Yeah, I think I don't know what the question is at the moment, but...
It doesn't matter. Answer anything you want. What are your thoughts on illegal substances? Should they be made by more regulated companies?
I think it depends on the substance. The ones with very bad negative effects, like fentanyl, which are already legal in the medical field, but very specific, I think should not be open to the public. Weed or something like alcohol, right? That kills you slowly and can have negative effects, but it's not the same to the same scale. That can be definitely positive and probably increase the quality of the product.
And what about this? So, okay, maybe fentanyl class, is it class A? Is it a medical drug? I don't even know. But what about what you mentioned? And what about this kind of degree of happiness? If drugs make us happy, is that okay? I mean, and that goes for you going? That's fine. It's a fake phone call. No, it's not a fake phone call.
I want you to just touch upon what he said about like, some drugs. People will consume drugs irrespective. The more you ban it, the more you try to regulate it, sort of like keep it away, it's going to be more attractive. It's not always just about the joy or the kind of like thing you get out of it. But I think a lot of people who depend on any form of drugs is about escapism, really. You're unhappy about something, you're not feeling good about something, you try to fill that void by trying to get something out of it. And at some point, the line's crossed where you get more dependent on it than anything else. Yeah.
Okay, so it's escapism. Are you addicted to escapism, Mikey?
Yeah, definitely agree with that. My drug of choice is coffee, and what I'm trying to escape is sleep. Because I wake up and I just feel terrible that I have to wake up and go talk to people, and then I have a coffee and it's like...
It's bliss.
It's bliss, it's beautiful. I'm totally addicted. Every day of my life I need coffee.
Well, then you're at the right talk show. I think everybody's pretty much here, really into coffee. But what would you want to escape from, though? I mean, here we are at MozFest. What are you trying to escape from? Are you escaping from anywhere?
Oh God, just the voices in my own brain.
Have you ever tried giving them some coffee?
Yes, sometimes that makes them louder and multiply, so it can be really hit and miss with that.
Okay, so the voices, what are you trying to escape?
My Ritalin addiction. No, I'm joking.
Heroin addiction?
No, Ritalin. Adderall. Yes.
No, yeah, okay. I don't even know what that is. Can you explain what that is?
Ritalin is a drug for people with ADHD. If you haven't tried it, it's what I have actually tried. I have tried it. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. Didn't really enjoy how it works, I've got to say. But I think it's interesting how certain substances are regulated, certain substances are not. So, the whole point of Ritalin is it changes your mental outlook to be more productive. But the definition of productivity is quite narrowly psychiatrically defined.
Okay, what is productivity? Several questions.
Just got diagnosed with ADHD after 7 years of trying to figure out why my brain works the way it does, why am I so excitable at these things, and why am I bored so suddenly. So I want to get on to it all, but I'd love to hear from you why you thought it was not great. But I do think productivity is defined in the modern world as you are an employee, you got to get your work done. All the work that, all the kind of like employee benefits are about work like a machine. Get out of here and then just go to whatever, but just work like a machine. And I'm kind of like fed up of that. So productivity what? Like me just daydreaming is productive enough. Me living, breathing is productive enough.
Okay, so welcome to Talkaoke. My name is Margot, this is everyone else. What's your name?
Stefania.
Stefania, welcome. Give a round of applause. I will start speaking a bit more slowly. Yeah. Oh yeah. And can we hear from our local drug dealer? She's busy right now, she's getting some deals. But, so welcome, this is a pop-up talk show. We're just talking about lots of different things. So we talked about escapism, we talked about Class A drugs, or just illegal substances. Would you trust Nestle to make your Nescafe and your MDMA? Kind of sounds like a good tagline when I think about it. Also talking about ADHD, talking about maybe redefining what productivity is, because apparently not retinol, that's a different thing. What did you...
Ritalin.
Ritalin is a drug that people take to kind of focus their mind so they're more productive. But you're saying that actually breathing, daydreaming, just being alive is productive enough. Are you productive? Are you living right now?
Yes.
Very good. Welcome to Talkaoke. What's your name?
Marie.
Marie, welcome. Let's do a round of Marie.
Stefania.
Jason, Sasha, Stefan, Mikey, Roberto, and Micah, and
one more person to the chair.
Yeah, that's fine. They will come. Don't worry about it. And I'm Margot, and this is a mysterious person with shiny trousers. So here we are. Is living, breathing, is that productive enough? Should we be tanking up on the coffee? Yes.
So I think we've distorted the definition of productivity and economic product to be values of shareholders, these billions of dollars in big tech. Do you see anything from it? Is this in the classical definition of economic value helping you in any way? It's probably worsening your lives by algorithms and so on. So I think we need to go back to the roots of what economic value actually means, helping the people, and I think, yeah.
That's a great question. It's a great Talkaoke table question, because what is economic value? What's it for? What are you personally getting out of it? Are you even buying into this?
I mean, there's an economic value, but I feel like, without even thinking or realizing it, we're focusing less on the money and more on the data. So the data is a new metric of productivity rather than money.
Okay, she's left her coat, so she will be back. I just know how it goes. People like to keep their codes. Is data new currency?
So I also don't personally drink coffee. Sorry for that.
What's your function?
I function very well. I think it's great to be value driven, and then have as metrics how our values are satisfied and connected to, and how our metrics for health are personalized for each of us. So measure that and measure in terms of our basic needs in connection, etc. And if all of them are satisfied, I feel productive in the way that I'm closer to my mission and my values. I'm connected to the global values and mission for the world.
I mean, that sounds really good. And yeah, you're getting clicks from Jason. Jason, is there any particular aspect you agree with that you're clicking to?
Yeah, defining what your mission is, and then you're productive if you're working towards it. So I think that's, so if your mission is to make money, then I guess that's what you're working towards. But if you have other value-driven missions that you want to achieve, then anything that moves you towards that goal is productive.
Okay, I mean, okay, so it's about defining your mission. I mean, is a mission to make money? Is that a good enough mission? Are you on that mission?
Yeah, because I'm from Switzerland, so yeah. I know what is money, so exactly.
I mean, is it like from Switzerland's perspective? I mean, are people more value driven overall, or are they more money making driven?
Money, always money.
Is it a good thing?
Yes.
Okay, great. There you go. Well, do they have? Now we know. No, but in Switzerland, do people have any mission as well other than making money, or is it that?
No, there is no other mission. Just make money.
Enjoy the mountains. Enjoy the mountains, cheese, chocolate.
And Cuckoo Clark and many other inventions. Okay, thank you.
I mean, people are very critical of money, but money is actually quite a revolutionary idea because it's an abstract value that everyone can, well, in a way, everyone has to be subscribed to the same metric of value, which is the money, and that is actually, in a way, socially very connecting. But I don't think that's the end point, and I think we need to come up with a more socially connected form of value that supersedes money. And it may be that our difficulty with money is actually our difficulty with ourselves, that what we value is not what we say we value.
Okay, do we value what we say we value? We've got new people joining us. Welcome to Talkaoke. What's your name?
Eunice.
Eunice, welcome. I'm Margot. We've got Marie, we've got Stefania, we've got Jason, we've got Sasha, we've got Stefan, we've got Mikey, we've got Roberta, we've got Mega. That's mega good. So I'm sure you've heard that before. Sorry about this. I'm Margot. So yes, so we're talking about money in Switzerland. Everybody's working. Well, everybody's just making money. That's kind of what the vibe is. On this side of the table, to the left, is all about mission and like the values. Then we talked about, are we fans of money? Is money just a different way of expressing our values, and do we actually value what we say we value? That's kind of the conversation right now. But it all started with talking about coffee. There's some people who don't drink coffee, but majority do because they want to be productive. But is staying alive productive enough?
Cafe from Nestle.
Yeah, from Nestle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and speaking of Nestle, would you trust Nestle to produce your MDMA? This is not something I came up with, but it sounds pretty good. Yes.
Well, that'd be a low quality drug anyway.
You reckon? Mostly sugar.
Yeah, mostly sugar. Won't do nothing. Will be such diluted effect. It won't make a difference. So nah.
Okay, so not for you. Okay, and for people just watching, this is Talkaoke. Jason, give us a final thought before you go.
Oh gosh.
Anything or nothing? Oh, all of it.
Drugs as new currency instead of money. There you go.
Okay, forget the values. Drugs as new currency. What drug would you put?
Drug. Social media is a drug. Scrolling is a drug. I'm obsessed.
Okay, should we be getting Nestle to make our social media? Okay, guys, there's so many subjects. There's a free seat on the table. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. It's entirely up to you, people. Tell us where we going with this conversation.
I'm talking about Switzerland, money and drugs, chocolate, Switzerland. So the chocolate is also a illicit drug, isn't it? And it is made by huge corporations. So we can merge the idea of power. It is everything is about power. The power of money and the power of control and the power of taxes.
Okay, power of control, power of taxes, power of chocolate from Switzerland. There is a rebellion in Italy because nobody is buying Nutella because there is so much sugar. I'm from the region of hazelnut, and we do just hazelnut cream is way better than the rest.
Okay, so there's a rebellion starting in Italy, and just watch this space. But what do we think about these people? I mean, you know, Switzerland, I mean, I don't want to pick on you, Marie, but you are representing Switzerland for this brief moment. But what do people think about this? Social media as a drug, chocolate as a drug. You know, where are we going with this in terms of what we value? Yes.
So I think that social media is a drug. I think that more and more we need to find censorships around social media. People have become so addicted that as soon as you wake up in the morning, you pick up your phone. That's the first thing you do. As soon as you wake up in the morning, you pick up your phone. World eaters, interesting.
Okay. So do you? Okay. So first of all, we've got World Eaters. It's some kind of cryptic book, which maybe somebody will explain what is their connection. But secondly, social media, as you're saying, Eunice. Social media is a drug. That's the first thing that we do when we wake up. For Mike, is probably is it coffee before coffee? Yeah.
Social media.
I'm gonna walk you through my day. I wake up in the morning, try not to do the phone, okay? Try to avoid it, but I still check WhatsApp. Why? Because I got a reply. Urgency. I don't know what's happening. Go on, get out of the bed, get some breakfast, get some coffee, walk to my desk, sit there all day long. While I work, which I hate. Oops, nobody from my office here, I hope. Okay, great. Well, it's a secret! Oh, sure. Anyway, yeah, don't like my job, but I do it because it pays the bills. Why? Because I can afford some more coffee and I pay some rent. I'm just basically stuck in the loop. In the evening, I get off work. Carries, day after day. I get off work, and what I do is, this is what I call, I need to blow off some steam. That's what I tell my husband, and I pick up my iPad and I lay down on the couch and I scroll. So start with one addiction in the morning and then another one. Yeah, and we have strict reading hours before you sleep for 1 hour, and I just can't. Every time I pick up a book, I'm like, I need to just check that, I need to check this, and I'm just constantly scrolling and I fall off to sleep.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this. This is Social Media Anonymous. What is your social media routine? Do you hate your job? But you're right. You know, I would like to.
Oh, I was just gonna say we should bring back keeping internet in one room of the house. Just like make it. There's some friction that is good in the world, and maybe like it's just all too easy. You know, it's too easy to pick up my phone. That being said, I still have a phone in my pocket, and like it's impossible.
In which room?
Oh well, like the thinking room, the room where you want to keep your thinking in, and then all the other rooms are for relaxing, for creating maybe, but like there's one room where you just like consume the water hose that is the world, and then you step out of it, and then you're like, oh, you know, touch some grass, eat some food, that kind of thing.
Okay, I really love this. So maybe internet in just one particular place in the house for you is going to be the
kitchen.
I mean, I live in a one-bedroom house, so how far can it get?
That's it. I know the answer.
It's got to be the bathroom. Got to be bathroom. That's it. That's the place I use the internet the most. Anyway, I'm in the bath. I'm scrolling, but also it's very relaxing, as you said. So it's a good place to. If it's going to be one room, it's got to be the bathroom. Sorry.
Okay, so
and expelling at the same time.
This is the world. This is human existence in one room, guys, right there. But I mean, which room would you have your internet installed in?
I think living room, so I can leave it there when I'm not thinking about it. Yes, and be intentional before picking it up, like thinking what you're going to do there, not to just open it and then thinking what to do. Otherwise, you'll get distracted talking about productivity.
Okay. So it's about kind of putting a bit of purpose into why you're picking up the phone and kind of having an opportunity to step out of it.
Yeah, so I believe I subscribe to the idea of infovores, so that humans are animals that consume information, and I think like having a healthy diet of what you consume, I think is really important, and like having a strict rules and so on. I think that's a good way to like think of it, or a good mental model too. Yeah.
So I've got a question. What is the Apple equivalent of internet content?
I didn't understand the question. Sorry, didn't hear it. Sorry.
what is that? Because Stefan, you're saying it's about consuming good things for our development. So what is the Apple equivalent of the internet? What is so as good as? No, I'm gonna go to Sasha.
I feel like I think the question is more what's the exercise equivalent of consumption. So, and I think it's interesting that there's sort of like a stigma on being like a TikTok creator or like this idea of content creation. Personally, I hold a lot of like, I don't know, content creator. I wouldn't want to be that, but actually that's when I feel best about being on the internet, is when I'm actually also producing something alongside consuming things.
Okay, so it's not about irrelevance in kind of consumption, it's more about exercise. So what,
No, I really want to endorse what Sasha is saying, because I think it's about, we really need to have a culture of participation, not consumption. And we, like, exercise is good for us, stuffing our face with cake is not good for us. We know that, and it's the same with culture. Consuming culture just gives us all sorts of wrong ideas, but making culture, we learn, we create, we're real humans. So I think more participation.
Okay, more participation. I mean, what is the perspective from, thank you both, what is the perspective from Switzerland? I mean, you've got world eaters. Should it be world exercisers? Why eaters? What is this book anyway?
Just to hide my face, because I have a red liner. It's written no photo, and it's so boring. Yeah, so.
Okay, so boring. Okay.
Yeah. Because.
Too hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because with a photo you can have easily facial recognition. So I don't want to take to have pictures. So.
Okay. What about video?
It's the same.
Okay. Then Mikey, maybe we'll move the camera, because there's a camera here. If you don't want to be in this, because it's not a problem, because we'll cut it out, so it's not a problem for us. But if you don't want to be on camera, there's a camera here. Just FYI. But the chat is good. So, but do you have any views apart from this? Do you have any views about this kind of participating in culture? Do people in Switzerland participate, or they just passively make money to kind of afford better lifestyles?
No, we can vote 4 times a year. So it's a direct initiative from people. So you can ask people to vote. So it's, yeah.
Okay. So is voting, I mean, you were talking about law a little bit, maybe regulation, that kind of stuff, Roberta. But like, where is voting? Is that enough of participation? What do people think about this? I mean, Eunice, do you vote? I mean, is that a form of participation? Is it good enough?
I do vote, definitely, and it is a great form of participation, but do people really understand what they're voting for? So most people just vote to vote, not because they understand who they're voting for, right? So I think that voting is important, and people should participate, but they should also need to understand what they're voting for.
Okay. So how do people understand what they're voting for, and how do they find out?
Yes, so I think like the important thing is here is like agenda setting. So like politicians set the agenda, and we don't have a say of what the topics are. I mean, we can bring in topics with referendums, but like the important thing is that the people actually say what we want and set the agenda and then vote on that. Like I think. Yeah.
Okay, people setting the agenda. Mikey, what do you think of this?
Oh, I'm really loving what people are saying around the table. I totally agree with that, because, like, yes, you can have a vote, but if you're framing the vote, do you want, like a red rosette or a blue rosette? You're not actually interested in rosettes. You're interested in something completely different. But you're being told that you've got choice between the blue rosette and the red rosette. It's a false choice, because you're not setting the agenda.
Okay, so do we have just a false idea of choice? Is it between choosing 2 different color things that we don't want anyway? You're going, Stefania, we've got a new face. Nina, welcome back from yesterday. And Stefania, you're leaving. Okay, so before you go, people, if you have to go, but you don't have to go, you can stay as long as. Just give us a final thought. It could be about something that we discussed, something new, anything.
So thinking about love, where's the love? We need to stay more connected to each other, have deep connection, look each other into the eyes, and be compassionate and be lucid. So be alert and be connected and keep learning and growth.
Okay, so where is where is the love, people? Keep it lucid. Also, if it's about love, should we have the internet room in the bedroom? Just
No. Go full in the sensation and in the music eventually, but yeah.
It's a bit of a controversial then here. Thank you so much, Estefania. We're here all day today and tomorrow.
Okay, my final words are, guys, this is absolutely amazing. I love the experience. I love what you just said. Yes, we should spread more kindness. Be kind to each other. Be kind to yourself as well. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you, Eunice. We do spread ourselves wherever we can. Talkaoke goes on tours everywhere and anywhere, so if you want to have this in your living room or in your festival, we are available for that kind of stuff. But thank you so much. So, Nina, you'll pick up the pieces shortly.
I just want to say, if you are having Talkaoke in your living room, it needs to be at least 3.5 metres wide.
You've got a flat in London, that's just not going to work. In Switzerland, probably it will work, because you've got big flats, don't you? Okay. Okay, well, so listen, so here we are talking about participation, culture of participation, setting the agenda. Do we actually have a choice? Is voting the best we can do in terms of informing, taking the lead? We're talking about addiction as well.
Ooh, interesting. So, two things about voting from an Indian perspective. We vote once in 5 years. 5 years is very long, very, very long in the memory of masses. They don't remember things which happened a month ago. A bridge fallen down, no one remembers after a month. So I think one thing that needs to be done is having this kind of like log of issues that you have, which is like a central log. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but like people report issues around the neighborhood through the year, through the days and days and days. And if it gets resolved at the end of every month, you do some kind of like scoring system, and then you sort of like say at the end of 5 years, does it work? Did something solve or not? And then that's when you sort of like do a report card system for the governments, and then you see in 5 years, do you really have a choice? Because in my understanding, we don't really have a choice. We're choosing between the lesser evil. I think both sides are pretty evil, and I live in England, so yes, the government is not very different there too. So it's the same situation there, like, oh, this one sounds a bit better, and I'm going to choose this one.
Okay, so is the voting system the best thing we can do? In the UK, you're voting once in 5 years, but do people even remember what they were outraged about in year one? Like, you know, should there be a scoring system? Talking about cultural participation, we've got new people joining us. Just give us your name. No, I'm going to introduce everyone. So we've got Maga, we've got Roberto, we've got Mikey, we've got Stefan, we've got Sasha, we've got Nina, we've got
Cristina
and Maria, Marie. And Marta, welcome, and I'm Marga, and this is Talkaoke. It's just a pop-up talk show talking about, we started off by talking about addiction. Would you trust Nestle to make your drugs, illegal substances, and why are the illegal substances illegal anyway? Because they bring people together. Is that a bad thing? Then we talked about consuming social media. Should there be just one room in your house where you've got the internet connected? Should it be a bedroom? Should it be a kitchen or a bathroom for Mikey? Just kind of talking about different perspectives from all around the world. So this is where we are at the moment. Anyone can grab their mic at any point. I'm just killing time here until somebody raises their hand.
No, I mean, what I like from Mega is this systemic approach to improving our democracy, because that is very much in my heart, and that, because I think of our democratic system is not really fit for purpose. It is, coming from the UK as well, I think it's one of the reasons why we've got so much division and problems in the UK, because our democratic system is so ancient and based on ancient power systems, and it's not really, whereas if you've got a tech development, you've got problems, you log the problems. So I like this idea of logging and taking a more kind of constructive approach to how do we actually solve the divides in our country, rather than just go, oh yeah, there, as I said before, there's the red team, there's a red tribe even, and the blue tribe, and who you're going to align to.
Okay, so the system of democracy maybe is a little bit broken in Britain, but what about perspectives from other parts of the world? Do you have any good ideas? Where does it work?
No. I really don't think it works anywhere. It's just on the othering system and the problems of it all, and this is how the voting works right now. Like, we other the other group, and that's how we win. It is in our DNA. If you go in the history, you'll realize, oh, it's just tribal. It's just our way of surviving, this is easy to understand. If somebody's dressed differently, like that's scary, and that's why it's better to just keep dressed the same way. So it's I don't know, like to fix that. I don't know how to fix it, but I know that I have had some really, like in my family, there are a lot of family members that just like think that I don't think is very modern or progressive, but it's been really interesting when they're actually, like when they meet people that are different from them, then they're like, oh, they're human, they're just like me. So that's interesting. I don't like, does that mean that in order to solve all the otherness, we just need to have more diversity?
Okay, so have more diversity. Yes.
I've seen some libraries doing like meet certain groups of people, so they'll get like, I saw an example of like they invited refugees to come, like many different people, 10 people or something, and then the public can come and just like have 5-minute chats with these people to humanize and also to show that everyone's different, and this label that is given to a group of people is only like a tiny aspect of that person's life.
Okay, so some things which are true of human nature. One is that we get into tribes if we think we're under threat, but secondly, if you kind of humanize and see a person and see maybe there's more nuance into individual person, then maybe that can change your mind. You can behave like a human being. What are the perspectives from which part of the world are you representing?
Originally from Bosnia.
Bosnia, okay, amazing. Which part of the world are you representing today?
I'm English and Russian.
English, Russian. Wow, great, fantastic.
I'm Basque Catalan. His comment resonated with something I have been exploring my thinking about, that is really how we can put tech and AI at the service of democratic participation, democratic accountability, a more like inclusive way of like local governance. I think that in Barcelona we have very good experiences, like the Decidim movement is quite huge. There are others across Europe, but yeah, I wonder if others have been also involved in other sort of more local open source spaces that has led to, again, enhancing deliberative democracy.
But can I just quickly ask you, because I'm not from Barcelona, so I don't know exactly what Barcelona is doing, but can you just give us an example of what Barcelona you think is doing well by bringing tech and democratic processes?
Well, I mean, I can't speak about a current like sort of example, but I think that the previous municipality was pretty like cutting edge while offering different sort of tech and democratic internet tools to really boost participation, consultation, and also like democratizing the access to public policy making. And again, I think that this has been mostly capitalized by Decidim. Maybe I'm not the best, I don't know if you are familiar with Decidim or not, but maybe you can say a word.
Okay, so something was quite a public service or public good, and then it got private. Are you going to expand and I'll come to you?
No, I just want to listen.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know that you'd like to listen. That's not a problem on Talkaoke, but if you do want to say, don't hold back.
No, the importance in democracy is the public information being available for everyone. Because in order to choose something, you have to know the real records of the expending, the budget, and of course, in our countries, it is important to have the record of any activity that public servants do. So more than just voting is having access to official information that has to be there.
Okay. I mean, do people want to have access to official information? Is anyone actually bothered? Yes, Stefan?
Yeah, so I think transparency is very important, and accountability, and I think that's like where it goes wrong right now, misinformation. I think that's something we can't catch anymore. Like, we're having a very difficult time with like deepfakes and just like false information, and like we don't know what to do with that. Like, it's spreading more than you can moderate it, and I think that's not a problem that we'll solve in anytime soon.
Should official documentation be made viral so it's a bit more kind of, I don't know, can you clickbait some kind of clickbait
Yeah, no, I want to follow on what he said because I think that there is a component that has to do with also educating, and training the muscle in the general public. Because if you want to really boost and enhance the participation of senior people in this neighborhood to vote in favor of this infrastructure or other, I mean there is an element in terms of access to information that is what are the implications and what are other sort of behind the scenes elements. But there is also a muscle that has to do with the own feeling and understanding as for how effectively my engagement and my participation in this small and tiny process will lead to. So I think that it's also about transparency from the own sort of municipalities or public administrations while saying, and this is how your inside engagement will be influencing or leading to this.
Okay, so it's about kind of showing people how their contribution made a difference, how it kind of made... you're going, Nina, which is fine, you can go, but do give us a final thought before you go. Just give us something. And Marie, the same for you, give us a final thought before you go.
Okay, so I think, when it comes to connection, I think the connection is a way forward, and I think connection with information is one of it, and I think as soon as we get disconnected from it, that's when we leave. That's how I left Bosnia, because it just wasn't, they were not transparent, but at the same time I think being transparent can be very scary, because that's a mentality of scarcity, because if you share all the information, what will you be left with? So I think we really need to work hard on abundance, and we have AI now, so can that be abundance? Can we use that to share? I don't know.
Okay, so transparency is kind of wrapped up in economy of scarcity. No thoughts? What's the best chocolate in Switzerland?
From Nestlé.
Nestlé. If you were here at the beginning, you'd know. If you don't know, that's fine. It's yeah. It's not a problem. Okay, so showing the link between people's Mike.
Well, I'm from a place in East London called Poplar, and we've got Me too. You're from Poplar? Oh, right. Well, you will know then that East London. Okay, but they've got this. They took the social housing away from the local authority and they moved it to an organisation called Poplar Harker, which was supposed to be run by the people. And for the first 2 or 3 years, they had all these meetings and stuff, but what they found is the meetings were very long and people wanted different things. They weren't enjoying themselves. So they just created a kind of smaller committee of people that just said yes to whatever they wanted. And they became much more effective at building houses, but much less effective at community engagement. And there was a trade-off between these things. I mean, that was before we got there. I think we could have done the community engagement better, but I think what happened in the end is that because it's so messy involving people, they decided just to pretend to involve people, which is much less messy and much more effective and easier to make deals and work with developers.
Okay, so that's really interesting perspective from East London, Poplar. I mean, is involving public voice just too messy? I mean, you guys, you're not doing much, you're just queuing for a coffee, which is important. I mean, what do you think about this? Involving people's voices in decisions, is that too messy to do? What's your name?
My name's Ian. I think sometimes we wish we could involve people in decisions, but we end up just involving the most privileged people who have the time, and it actually becomes anti-representative by kind of almost, yeah.
Are you involved in some kind of local decision making yourself? And what? Yeah, it's okay. We'll keep an eye on the queue. She's with us anyway. The coffee lady. She's one of us. Welcome, Ian. This is everyone else. Okay, so are you involved in public decision making in some ways?
I mean, yeah. Sometimes I go to community.
Yeah. And what draws you in?
You do, if you want to feel like you're part of the community, sometimes it's just having some participation, whether or not your voice matters, makes you feel a little bit more committed to the results.
Okay, so Ian's saying he's there for the vibes. It actually kind of doesn't matter if what you say, what you want makes it to the top, is you're there for the sense of community. Also, we've got a new face joining us around the table. My name is Margaret. What is your name?
Carlota.
Carlota, welcome. We've got Sasha, we've got Stefan, we've got Mikey, we've got Roberto, we've got Maga, we've got.
Yeah. So can I grab it?
I was just going to ask your name, but yeah, no, just take it away and then I'll finish introducing everyone.
Yeah, participation in policy decision making. So I worked at the EU, at the European Parliament for 5 years as an advisor for the European left. And yeah, I think it's we are in need of more democratic participation and not just voting every 4 years. And I think that this kind of events about technology and so on should include more debates about what is going on about this authoritarian wave in the world. And I think it should be great that the next festival includes more talks about that.
Okay, so maybe, and what's your name, remind me?
Marta.
Marta, of course, Marta, we've got Ian, and we've got
Cristina.
Marta. Okay, right. So hearing from the perspective of EU, all goes well. We might be in Brussels doing New Bauhaus. That's if they select our proposal. But anyway, that's a festival, and it's in Brussels, and it's with EU. Wish us luck. But yeah.
I am a lawyer.
Congratulations! Press the lawyer button now, Mikey. Anyone else here a lawyer? Yay! Okay. Just be careful how you do this hand, yeah. So yes. What are you a lawyer of?
Tech lawyer.
Tech lawyer.
And I deal with AI regulation and compliance of AI regulation. And how is it going? Very tough.
Okay.
And clients, they are reluctant. They say that they need a lot of time for that, and they don't have the sources and not only human people, employees, but as well money for that. So and at the same time, the technology runs very fast, and it's a big invasion of privacy, and even we don't know how this invasion works. So I'm very concerned about how this big movement and navigation of data from other world, who is using it and how is being treated.
Okay, so there's a lot of questions, lack of resources, and maybe also maybe there are different speeds. You're talking about maybe in the EU it's about. It would be nice to speak to more people, get people more involved, but do we have time to do it? And time did come up. I'll come to you, Mikey. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because Ian wants democracy to be representative, but we've heard already today that AI, people don't know what's happening under the hood. So nobody knows how it works. Even people here at this expert festival don't know how AI works. So how can you have a democratic legislation about something that nobody understands?
I mean, any ideas?
I mean, clearly there is someone who understands that it's the tech power, right? I mean, and my point is about really in timing the tech power. Like in the EU, we have seen the disproportionate power of all the corporates, like fossil-free, against the EU Green Deal. We are seeing also the same of the tech power and the digital, like the massive social media against the Digital Service Act, and now they are getting more and more powerful and effective in accepting and echoing Trump's invitation to the EU to deregulate, right, to lower our standards. So I think that is really spot on in what has to do with regulating more and more the disproportionate power and the scrutiny of the corporate power, in this case the tech power in local, national, but also in the
So are you saying, Christina, that maybe the corporates who do understand, they create the technology and stuff, could they be helping a little bit more for people to understand what it all means? Could there be an incentive? Is it for regulation? Is it for something else? Should there be more vibes to get them to, explain what they do to a wider range of people so there's a better participation? Or, as Nina was saying, is it about, the less you know, the better? Because some people, they really like knowing a lot. You shouldn't, because maybe it's very hard to then, make decisions above your head. Ian, you've got one. You're going. Okay, give us a final thought, and then Ian, hold on to this sword.
I'm just thinking about from a perspective of what works for me. I'm going to go deep into the user thinking side here, but if I see change happening, I'm going to participate more. When I get like disconnected or not interested. Yeah, it's a feedback loop. It's like if I see changes happening, what I did, I'm going to do more of it. If I feel like it's not happening, why bother, why care? And it's not my problem anyway. I was having a chat with someone sometime back and they were discussing like, when we talk about like global problems, this problem, that problem, we make it very othered. It's not our problem. So you sort of start solving and figuring out like how it affects me and what can I do about it. So if I know these two things, and if I see the action is being taken on what I report or what I kind of like want change over, I will automatically become more involved. And I think I had a bit of a random idea when we were just discussing some time back. There could be like a Google Maps for reporting civil issues around here. You get points for reporting and you get points for things that get solved, and you guys have like become kind of like some kind of ambassador for your community and champion, and that, I think that's $1 billion idea there if somebody wants to make it. Find me if this becomes really big. Hi! Yes, and that gets like community involved, that gets the civil society involved, it becomes a really nice integrated platform and keeps it open.
Okay, so you report lots of things, maybe there's some perks, maybe you get discount at Nestle or something like this. Okay, thank you very much for this. So I'm going to come to you, Ian. So the more you see your involvement making difference, I will get final thoughts from you, Stefan, if that's okay. Then the more, come and join us if you'd like to. So the more results you see, the more of your own work or your own cause actually doing something you see out there, the more likely you are to be more involved. I'm explaining in a really kind of roundabout way, but I think you know what I mean.
I was just going to open a question. With something I think we were talking about, like AI or something. By default, shouldn't our approach be not to control anything? People should be able to do what they do, and then why or when is that stop being the case? That everyone should just be able to do whatever they want to do because that's what our lives are, right? We get up in the morning and we do whatever we do.
Okay, so are you saying, like, what's the point? Should we not involve AI in what we do? Is that what you're saying?
No, should we not try to control it because we shouldn't try to control people? Okay. Or why should we control people?
Okay, so it's a question of control. I mean, should we control people and ask them to vote, or should people just want to vote? I'll come to you.
Yes, I like your earrings, the red rings.
I found them on the street.
Yeah. Real recognize real. And on the note of AI, super intelligence is gonna kill us in like 5 years, 6 years. So live your lives. Ciao. Okay.
Live your lives whilst you can. Drink a lot of powdered coffee. Okay, so why should we? Why all this regulation? Why should we control people? If people want to vote, they will vote. If they don't want to vote, maybe it's a stupid idea anyway. We've got new faces to the table. I'm Margot. What's your name?
Liz.
Liz, welcome. We've got Sasha, we've got Mike, we've got Roberto. There was hundreds of people here, but they're not here. We've got Ian, we've got Christina, and...
Oh, I was just gonna say that like some people have too much power. Like we need to control Elon Musk because he has too much money, and like billionaires and all of those. I think these are the people that should be subject to some sort of controls. Because clearly, left to their own devices, they're just gonna exploit everyone that they can exploit, and that's not great.
Okay, so maybe control the billionaires, but everyone else just leave them alone, you know? And is it a human thing to be exploiting other people like it is to get into tribes? So you say yes.
No, I mean, I think that what we need to control and what we need to audit is the AI. I think that if you really design AI and prototypes that speak to the communities and to the real people needs, that would be other story, right? Like, so I think that the control and where there should be more scrutiny is around the tools and all the data sets that are like reinforcing, like obviously sexism and racism and all this.
Okay, so it does make sense to control things. You were kind of piping up about something.
I was thinking about the power and the humans always want to, address power towards the others, and the idea of law, religion, and everything was to control the power. I study constitutional law, and the idea of constitution should be control the power. But we're seeing that the constitution is becoming an instrument of control towards the people. So the idea is to become and to be aware what the power is and resistance is.
Okay, is Constitution, thank you very much, is Constitution being appropriated to exert power and control? Is it just a tool? Has it been like misused? Should we be having a special different Constitution for the rich people? Ian, give us a final thought. It doesn't have to, well, and are you happy with your answer? Does that answer anything that you were interested in about human?
I don't know.
Who controls you?
I would like to think I do, but that's not probably true either.
Does coffee drive coffee control you?
Oh, yes, that is part.
Ian, we want to applaud you for your sacrifice and getting some clicks and getting some sound effects as well. Thank you very much for sticking around. And here we are. So should there be different rules and regulations for people who are rich? Or is it, you know... Yeah, and is it in human nature to want to control other people, not ourselves? We're good, but control these people over there. Except that I won't, because I'm not like that. Mikey,
I mean, this conversation is just using all my favourite buzzwords. We started off with coffee, we talked about drugs, we talked about participation, power, control. But I just want to, for me, power is a very important thing, because power is always seen as a negative thing when power is actually a positive thing. It's just that some people have got too much power. But I would rather give people with not power more power than worry about people that have got too much power, if you see what I mean. Because I think giving people power is a much more effective way to change the world than restricting people's power.
Okay, so give power rather than take power from those who have more power. Interesting concept. Welcome to new power to the people. To quote the classic there. I'm Margaret. This is Talkaoke. This is Sasha. This is Mikey. This is Roberto. And there are some other people here, but they're not here currently. What's your name?
Eduardo, nice to meet you.
Eduardo, nice to meet you too. What do you think about this idea? This is a pop-up talk show, so it's a talk show. That's all I've got to say. We have been talking about power. Is it about regulating people who have got too much power, or is it about giving people who've got less power more power, which is what you're advocating? We also talked about involving people in decision making, but it usually involves being stuck in long meetings without coffee, boring stuff, long documents, and who's got time for that? I mean, as Ian, who was here, you can just be there for the atmosphere, for community, for connection, but you know, or do you want to see your ideas and your propositions enacted? Would that give you more motivation to get involved? These are some of the questions and subjects. You can say something now or not. Eduardo.
I'd definitely love to say something. So I'm about to rock you a little bit. It's a Jew in me. It's the fact that in the synagogue, if you don't argue with the rabbi, you're doing something wrong. So well, here's the thing, right? And if we're going to get really serious about it in a way, because I know it's a fun conversation and we're throwing around slogans, but I live in Mexico and I work in Mexico, and I'm very proud that the work that we do, which is with the environment, we are protecting wetlands and forests in mangrove forests and jaguars. And when you're working with the people that are on the ground, the definition of power is very different from anything that you guys said. Power means food. Most of the people are not here in Barcelona. Most of them have never heard of the technology we're handling every day. Most of them can't afford a bag of rice. So it's an interesting philosophical discussion to talk about power, but when you have an empty stomach, it's very difficult for you to even conceptualize it. So I'll go beyond any of the concepts that I heard talked about here and tell you, power is the time you have to enjoy after you eat. After you have a meal, after you have the time. If you don't have the time to have ideas, if you are hungry, yes, sometimes some radical ideas are born out of desperation. But really, power and money is the freedom to have ideas. When you have resources, you can have ideas. So I would take the conversation there, because it is very frustrating for me that every time I'm in Climate Week in New York, or the people at COP right now, or all the wonderful good meeting people in Silicon Valley that are donating money to all these good causes, none of them.
They just don't get it, that it's as simple as
It's very hard to talk about hunger when you haven't experienced it.
Well, I think this is it. I think we were talking about inequality before. It wasn't as kind of clear cut as, are you hungry or you're not hungry? Are you, can you produce ideas? Are you hungry? You know, that link. So thank you for bringing this to attention. You are leaving.
I'm leaving, but I want to leave with an anti-imperialist message. So my anti-imperialist message is that we should switch to Spanish for a while. So everyone in the table can also feel like comfortable and confident enough and be like as eloquent as you are, guys. And I will be passing over to them.
Pobre Sasha, Sasha's going to be left out.
It's okay, I was on my way out anyway. Unfortunately, I would love to. I'm learning Spanish, but I'm not good enough to have a conversation like this in it. Yeah, exactly. And I think it was really interesting what you said about power after eating. And the last thing I would say is we should have maybe I think. Once someone reaches a certain salary level, you should just say, look, you've won capitalism, congratulations, everything you make now will go to all the people who like made it. So yeah, the people that we rely on who are, you know, not getting very much at all compared to the people at the top, you know, that can be redistributed and power to the people and all of that.
Okay, so maybe it's a bit more kind of regulation about, you know, make people understand that their wealth can help directly other people. Yeah, just make them distribute their wealth. But thank you, Sasha. You've been here for a long time and you've put in so much into this conversation. Grab one of these cards. Do stay in touch. I don't know where you're based or what you do, but it kind of doesn't matter. We'll find out. What's your thing? What's your roots access?
Oh, I'm a software developer, freelance. The company I called it Root Access because my last name is Root. So
great surname. So yeah, nice sounding. Stay in touch. Sasha Roots, love it. Thank you so much. So we can switch to Spanish or Polish. No, ale mówię po polsku, możemy to powiedzieć po polsku. Zapraszam wszystkich, którzy mówią po polsku do Talkaoke, but we're going to switch to Spanish. But I think you've made a really interesting point also, how do we, is it possible to make people empathize or understand the difficulties that people go through on the very basic level? And yes, luxury do have ideas. It's a bit of a luxury, right? If all your basic needs are satisfied. Thank you.
No, yesterday I was talking about, I don't know if you know Star Trek, the post-scarcity society.
We are at MozFest, of course we know.
Yeah, yes. But, you know, when we do Talkaoke, quite often we go to events, they give us free foods, and I just think to myself, I'm already in this post-scarcity society. It already exists, because half the time where I go, I'm getting, not today, not at MozFest, but normally, we get the free food, and we're getting free coffees. So anyway, let's pick up the coffee people though, great people. We are in a post-scarcity society. The problem is, as William Gibson said, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. So yes, it is possible for us now to live in a post-scarcity society, but also we've got people that are not eating that you know, the people you were talking about. So what's going on there? That's just my you know, there's such a diversity that I don't even need to think about even paying for my foods in London going around doing this.
Okay, post-scarcity society. I mean, what do you think about this? Like, what's the word on the ground? Like, how do you do your work? How do you get people to kind of buy into or understand your work?
Well, first of all, it was lovely to hear that. I don't want to sound rude, but I think that this idea of post-scarcity society, it's rubbish. Complete rubbish. Why? Because we're built to think that there is such a thing as scarcity when there's not. These are manufactured concepts, because for decades now we've produced enough food and enough resources for everyone in the world to have a very nice, comfortable life. So yes, we live in a system that is made to drive us in search of these resources to the benefit of some people. Now we are winners in the society because I see you have a very nice T-shirt and you have all the toys and you have a beautiful scarf and you know.
It's secondhand.
But it's still beautiful. And that's the other thing, right? Things don't need to be big or nice or flashy or expensive to be nice. So it's a reevaluation and unlearning to get into the topic of MozFest, of everything that we're thinking has a real value. Y por eso yo creo que es importante cambiar un poquito el español, porque como estamos en Barcelona, veo que eres de Perú, ¿no, Carlos? ¿De dónde?
Venezuela, Roberto.
Roberto, ni Carlos ni Roberto, pero vamos a hablar un poquito en español porque yo creo que estamos en una ciudad dentro de un país de 40 millones de hispanohablantes y nadie ha hablado español. Y entonces hablamos un poquito de español y de los problemas que es para ti y para mí como latino, yo soy mexicano, de lo que representa estar en esta comunidad, que representa los valores de ser un miembro de MozFest. Very shortly, I said as a fellow Latino in a Spanish-speaking country, I think it'd be nice to have a little conversation about what it is to be a part of this community and the topics that we're discussing.
And by this community, you mean the MozFest community, the community of South America?
Well, first of all, Mexico is North America. Thank you very much.
No, because he's from Venezuela.
But no, he's not. He's from Venezuela. He is South American. But the point here is, no. In part, we are. If anything, something that makes me very proud to be here. Una de las cosas más importantes, y lo voy a decir en español, es que esta es una comunidad de gente que piensa. Thinking people. So that's the community I'm referring to. We have the luxury to think and to take the time to meet people like you and to have these conversations, which are necessary to have anyway. Because if we're not having, and believe me, there are people that have much less than us that are having them, their circumstances are just very different.
Well, I mean, listen, the thing about Talkaoke can go from superficial to very deep and really meandrous. So I think we're in a kind of deep and meandrous territory, very important as well. We will continue this conversation, Eduardo, in Spanish. Yeah.
Hopefully there'll be the odd translation to English because I do like to throw my 2 pennies in.
I see you're shrinking flower. You're no shrinking flower. You have an opinion, definitely. No, not shy.
I will still throw my opinions in if it's entirely in Spanish, but they'll be less relevant, I'm sure. But let's keep this going, and we're going to do this. We're going to go en español.
Les presento Talkaoke en español. La gente habla. The people speak en español. Eduardo, te comento. Bienvenido. Estamos aquí y la intención es otra que relanzar o lanzar este proyecto en español. Excelente que tú hayas venido por acá y ya creo que la vamos a pasar muy bien y vamos a invitar a muchísimas personas que nos escuchan en español. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿De dónde nos visitas? Pero vienes y conversamos porque aquí vamos a desarrollar ideas bien interesantes. Entonces, Eduardo, qué bueno que estás aquí. The thing is, we'll speak in Spanish and then we move into English. Hablabas unas ideas muy interesantes sobre sociología, filosofía, la idea de los estados, derecho. ¿Qué tema tan álgido en estos momentos que estamos viviendo? Me gustaría tu opinión para que vayamos invitando entonces a las personas que van pasando por aquí a hablar de lo que vaya surgiendo.
Bueno, mira, gracias, pero otra vez voy a diferir contigo también, aunque sea nuestro idioma, porque esto no es ningún tema profundo, al contrario. Yo diría que lo que hay que hablar es de la realidad. Todo es político y todo impacta en nuestras vidas, no tiene que ser una discusión filosófica. Los mejores filósofos que yo conozco, decimos en México, usan guaraches. ¿Tú sabes? No, el guarache es las sandalias. ¿Sí? O sea, tú te vas a encontrar gente de la más humilde en la mitad de la selva en Yucatán que te van a educar en 5 minutos. Entonces no es una cuestión de filosofías, temas políticos, cantos, ¿cómo se llama? El Moz Manifesto. No, es de ser real, de ver las cosas. Este tema de unlearning me fascina, de desaprender, porque estamos desaprendiendo inclusive la manera que nos estamos expresando. ¿sí? Entonces, yo te invito a eso, no hablemos de las realidades. Bueno, hay pobres, hay ricos, hay maneras de arreglar el mundo distintas a las que nos imaginamos. ¿Qué podemos hacer todos para cambiar un poquito el chip y hacer como un efecto de dominó? Yo me cambio un poquito, eso quizás cambia al chico que está al lado de mí, el chico quizás cambia a la chica, y la chica cambia a ti, y efectivamente vamos a tener una ola. Piensa con la ola mexicana del Mundial del 96.
Así es, bueno, tenemos a Mikey Margot. Saca.
Adriana.
Y Eduardo. Saca, te sientas aquí con nosotros. ¿Qué piensas de lo que escuchaste de Eduardo sobre estamos desaprendiendo y aprendiendo?
Actualízame un poquito, actualízame.
La intención es debatir ideas y compartir ideas. Eduardo.
Sí, bueno, oye, la juventud siempre está distraída, pero vamos. Mira, simplemente, ¿cómo así? Este es un programa de debate. Entonces, que tome una, distraído, toma tú, no, ya arriba. Todo el mundo.
También la juventud de ahora también muy metida.
Sí, exacto. Los del café, primero tómate uno y luego te metes. Pero mira eso. No, las ideas son estas de que nosotros como gente mayor, as older people, vemos al mundo con una perspectiva así de que sistemas políticos, de sistemas de tecnología, de poder, de ricos, pobres. Y yo digo, bueno, no es tanto de verlo así, mejor veámoslo desde la realidad, lo más transparente que podamos. O sea, el bueno y el malo, ¿por qué tenemos que poner una etiqueta? Y eso en general lo que estoy diciendo. O sea, ¿cómo podemos avanzar y hacer un cambio real en la vida de tanta gente de una manera práctica? Eso es mi punto. Yo creo que es hablando realidades y teniendo opiniones directas.
Rápido, porque aquí tenemos... no, ya va, pero es que yo creo que está picada y es que por lo menos... ¿Tu nombre?
Belén.
Vamos para que responda. No, porque están diciendo que tú te...
Cambiar el mundo, ¿no?
No, pero están diciendo de que los jóvenes no tienen atención. Ok. Pero funciona. Que los jóvenes no prestamos atención. Pues yo me considero ya del lado de los jóvenes.
Bueno, precisamente creo que somos los que prestamos más atención y os explicamos el mundo a vosotros a veces.
¿Será en tu casa? ¿Será en tu casa?
Bueno, sí, ahora simplemente los jóvenes y la gente mayor tenemos un punto distinto. Y los jóvenes, aquí entre los tres, la gente mayor, allá un poquito al otro lado. Actualmente tienen una perspectiva muy distinta sobre el mundo, ¿por qué? Porque nosotros vamos creciendo y pues vamos viendo lo que tenemos enfrente y demás, pero ustedes son los que han vivido la generación del cambio del mundo entero, de no tener nada, tener tecnología, no tener un teléfono, a esto, que lo otro, que los tipos bueno, todo lo que ha cambiado ahora. Como dejaron dictaduras, vuelven también temas ahora, países con otros tipos de política. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? A nosotros tampoco ya no se nos educa tanto en el tema. Simplemente estamos vamos al colegio, nos rodeamos nuestra gente y también... ¿Cómo te explico? No nos dan mayor información, no nos ponen a pensar o a opinar o a nosotros querer dar nuestro punto de vista sobre algún aspecto. Mientras que antes era... ¿Por qué? Porque la política, pues bueno, la gente ahora lo ve como cosas de mayores, ¿sabes? A nosotros no nos afecta. Pero en cambio ustedes que lo han vivido saben que sí afecta tomar una decisión, quién nos va a liderar, en qué invierto, en qué no invierto, qué pasa si el de acá está haciendo esto, qué pasa si el país de acá falla en lo de acá. Entonces ustedes tienen un poco más de perspectiva sobre todo. ¿Cuál es el tema? Yo creo que lo interesante, ya que en los colegios actualmente y en pocas instituciones también universitarias se aplica este tipo de pensamiento crítico, lo interesante sería que en casa tanto los padres, las familias como tal, tengan este tipo de conversaciones y se inculque el tema, para así también la gente y las nuevas generaciones puedan crecer aprendiendo sobre esto.
Excelente, aquí tenemos a
Claudia.
Catalina. Y tenemos a Belén que nos va a...
Latin Team.
Así es.
Bueno, casi. El tema es, los líderes políticos de ahora versus los de antes y cuánto se motiva una generación joven a seguir a esos líderes cuando no te sientes absolutamente representado por ninguno. O sea, eso también conlleva una desmotivación increíble, ya que antes a lo mejor había un líder político que decías, este es el que me va a sacar y me va a permitir desarrollar mi país, pero ahora ¿cómo lo haces cuando la mayoría de los líderes políticos son un cero a la izquierda?
Bueno, ¿qué piensas tú? No, interesante.
No, es que claro, apenas estamos papándonos, pero sí es verdad, o sea, creo que la motivación que tienen ahorita los jóvenes, sobre todo porque no se ven representados dentro de ciclos de participación política, es algo que tenemos que trabajar, claramente, pero sí creo que falta una motivación de entender cuáles son realmente los cambios que queremos buscar, porque si todo el mundo está hablando ahorita de growth, de AI, de cosas para hacer, pues ¿cuál motivación realmente hay para poder compartirlas? O sea, no hay, todos tenemos que hacer todos cambios ya, pero realmente deberíamos más bien conectarnos con un líder que nos ayude a hacer esos cambios. Esa parte es la difícil realmente.
Pero
Voy. Ajá.
No, porque yo tengo que ir a trabajar. Deja.
Escúchame, primero, ¿por qué decía que todo esto viene desde la educación? También porque en los colegios se nos trata de adiestrar más no educar. Entonces nosotros a la hora de darle la contra a un profesor, el profesor ¿qué hace? Nos calla y nos saca de la clase. Al menos en Latinoamérica funciona así.
La idea de autoridad.
Entonces, si tú vienes a darle la contraria al profesor, le dices, pero yo pienso que lo de acá, y te dicen, no, tú sal de la clase por malcriado. ¿Cuál es el chiste entonces de Ecuador?
Bueno, es que no todas las Latinoamérica somos iguales, quizás hay diferentes en los lugares, pero lo que yo iba a decir, me encanta su espíritu, yo me tengo que ir, empecé todo este rollo. Yo me tengo que ir porque hay gente que está trabajando, no como otros. Ha sido un placer empezar esta charla en español. Lo que les quería decir, que yo creo es lo que les sí puedo pasar de viejos, es que el cambio son ustedes.
Sí.
O sea, y lo tienen que hacer y nada de hablar y decir. Me parece que tienes un entendimiento muy claro, me fascinó escucharte, la verdad, de lo que es el mundo que viene, que es el mundo de ustedes, porque yo, como ya dije, yo voy de salida. Les dejo el micrófono, les dejo la charla, ha sido un placer y los veo por ahí. ¿Va?
Seguro.
Chao. Bye.
Mira, es decir que lo que pudiéramos afirmar es que a pesar de que pudiéramos tener diferencias y tensiones, lo que sí es que las salidas las tienen ellos en el sentido que las soluciones las tienen ellos. Bueno, la salida. Eduardo.
Nos vemos. Cuídate.
Seguro.
Nos vemos.
Ya, antes que te vayas, México, antes que te vayas. Perdón, Eduardo, ¿no? Eduardo. Sí, porque así somos los latinos, México, Venezuela y tal. No estoy de acuerdo en desaprender. Los libros no desaprenden, las teorías no mueren, simplemente escalan, es correcto. Y aparte que escalan, permiten que lo que no funcionó posiblemente abra una nueva solución en la cual va a permitir avanzar más rápido, en mejor dinámica, etc. Pero desaprender es matar, es quitar, es no dejar una historia. No se puede. Desaprendes tu experiencia de montar bicicleta, desaprendes tu experiencia de comer lento, rápido, medio, desaprendes tu manera de dormir. Imposible, tenemos una historia, tenemos un ADN, una huella. Y esas son las cosas que pueden ser en marketing llamativas, pero a la hora de la práctica es imposible. Para eso tenemos una experiencia y una vida. Entonces, la juventud, nuestro relevo, por supuesto que tiene mejores. Yo tengo hijos grandes, aprendo de ellos, pero ellos aprenden de mí. Entonces siempre va a ser un reciclaje de aprendizaje. Pero en fin, los países que vamos más lentos o más rápidos simplemente es por las necesidades. Y todas esas destrezas es por las necesidades. Gracias.
Ajá, ¿qué piensan ustedes? Belén, te viste, nos vemos por ahí. No, faltó Claudia.
Sí, falta yo. Bueno, yo creo que voy a retomar varios puntos. Uno, el de la fragmentación. Creo que actualmente como que todo el mundo quiere ir a su rollo y es difícil como ponerse de acuerdo entre todos. Lo que hace que nos sintamos poco representados, como que es difícil como no entender y ser empático con los demás, porque de repente mi necesidad o mi prioridad no es la misma que de la que tú tienes, lo cual pasa en Latinoamérica, porque cada país tiene una crisis actual que de repente es más o menos similar a la otra, pero no es la misma. Exacto. Y lo otro es, a mí sí me parece importante desaprender ciertas costumbres, pero hay que entender que se entiende por desaprender. O sea, una cosa es absorber todo lo que ya pasó, procesar, y creo que la educación basa en la capacidad que crean de analizar, de cuestionar, de preguntar, más allá de solamente criticar y culpar a lo que ya pasó, porque lo que ya pasó pues es historia. Tenemos muchas oportunidades hacia adelante que creo que encontrarlas es el trabajo que tenemos como joven, que todavía me considero. Así que, pero bueno.
Bueno, como jóvenes que nos consideramos nosotros también. Belén, cuéntanos un poquito, porque creo que iba dirigida hacia ti primero la observación de que no trabajaban, de que los jóvenes están aquí, que están distraídos. Cuéntame. Voy.
Una cosa. Bueno, pues yo creo que hay una... No, o sea, no pasa nada, todos somos jóvenes aquí, pero creo que hay una gran diferencia también entre el tipo de educación que hay en Latinoamérica con en Europa.
Bueno, es decir que él es mi novio, ¿vale? Y le defendí. Pero lo que ha dicho Zach respecto a la educación es bastante diferente en cuanto a apertura mental, en cuanto a educación en casas, cómo le hablas a los papás, es brutal. Y también, no sé si... Siempre decimos el chiste de que Ecuador va 3 años con retraso respecto a España. ¿Es verdad eso en toda Latinoamérica?
Depende de qué. ¿Tú crees? Ya va, de Colombia, ¿no?
Sí,
¿Tú
pero
crees que...?
no entendí la afirmación. O sea, la afirmación es que están 3 años, ¿cómo así? ¿Por qué? ¿Porque lo dices por acceso a servicios básicos? ¿O por qué exactamente? Porque en cuanto a capacidad de acción o, no sé, digamos, conexión con la tierra, también no creo que esa sea una afirmación. Actualización en tecnología. En tecnología, que yo creo que eso también puede ser muy injusto un poco, porque pensando en que hay crecimiento tecnológico que está en pro también de el análisis de persona, entorno, persona, environment. Entonces yo creo que en años luz también llevamos con respecto a ese análisis.
Yo entiendo su punto porque lo hemos hablado muchas veces, pero a lo que se refiere realmente es como a... por ejemplo, la evolución, la forma de pensar latina con la forma de pensar europea. En el tema de los padres todavía siguen siendo la antigua, ¿sabes? Las relaciones entre amistades o entre parejas siguen siendo distintas, la mujer sigue siendo la misma, ¿me entiendes? O sea, hay muchas cosas en lo que en forma cultural sí estamos muy retrasados, pero que a la vez es lo que nos hace únicos. Entonces es distinto. Entiendo el punto que es como, por ejemplo, los padres, la forma en la que nos crían, la forma en la que nos hablan, en la que nos tratan, ¿sabes? En las relaciones con tu familia. Exacto. Entonces a eso se refiere, como en tipo de educación, cultura.
Hay unos temas bien interesantes que sería ponernos de acuerdo qué significa estar avanzados o atrasados y qué significa también culturalmente más abierto o no. O sea, un tema también que...
Yo creo que iría por ahí porque creo que es una comparación muy básica. O sea, me parece, comparas respecto a qué. O sea, considerando de que, por ejemplo, Europa está mejor que América Latina, ¿pero en qué? O sea, necesito como una categoría mucho más específica porque...
¿Y realmente está mejor?
Exactamente. A ver, la globalización existe, pero yo no puedo poner un estándar igual a todo el mundo. O sea, todo el mundo no considera desarrollo de la misma manera. Entonces, por eso me parecía como muy... o sea, no, atacante no. Me gustaría saber el contexto detrás de por qué 3 años. Porque, a ver, si estamos hablando en un acceso a salud, considerando de que puedas ir a un hospital y conseguir atención médica de calidad, pues tenemos que considerar no solamente, por ejemplo, en el caso de Ecuador como Ecuador, porque hay mucho dentro, ciudades, pueblos, comunidades. Yo soy de Perú, entonces no puedo comparar solamente Lima, tengo que comparar todo el país, entonces hay mucha desigualdad y yo no puedo comparar con o sea, me parece también un pensamiento eurocéntrico compararlo todo con Europa. ¿Por qué lo voy a comparar América Latina con Europa cuando existe África, existe Asia? O sea, me parece como un poquito limitante, o sea, simplificarlo todo eso.
Pudiéramos, antes de pasar aquí, ¿cuáles serían? No, los estándares, porque hay que tener una unidad de medición, un estándar.
cosa?
Dale.
Ahora, también teniendo en cuenta que en Latinoamérica se basa mucho también en clases sociales. Hay mucha distinción en clases sociales, entonces depende de la clase social de la que estés hablando. En cambio, que aquí en Europa, en España, toda la clase social es básicamente la misma. En España la mayoría es clase media, ¿sabes? Entonces, y en el resto de Europa pues ni hablar. Exacto, entonces por lo mismo están en un punto medio pero tienen más acceso a todo. En cambio en Latinoamérica, mientras más en la clase más alta estés, más fácil se te hacen las cosas. Entonces, y si tú estás, exacto, si tú estás en una clase alta en Latinoamérica, la tienes mucho mejor que el resto del mundo en realidad. Porque Latinoamérica está muy americanizado y está muy avanzado en temas de salud, tecnología y esto y el otro, pero siempre y cuando estés en una clase alta. Que la media europea no lo podrá conseguir.
Sí y no. No sé, dime qué piensas tú de...
No, yo creo que estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Lo que pasa es que aquí tenemos una clase media muy grande, entonces cuando tenemos un punto de comparación, pues claro, nosotros, como hablábamos ahorita, el 80% de la población pues realmente no tiene ni siquiera tiene acceso a todos los servicios públicos. En cambio estamos comparándolo con España, en donde la mayoría que tiene acceso realmente a todas las oportunidades, una educación que casi que es muy económica. Allá la educación no es para todos tampoco. Entonces sí, creo que la comparación es muy, muy complicada.
Mira, bien interesante porque aquí tenemos a
Victoria.
Victoria. Victoria, te comento qué es lo que estamos haciendo aquí. Estamos compartiendo, y en español, sobre aportes culturales, tecnología, lo que nos reúne aquí. Cuéntanos. Y empezamos diciendo de que las generaciones anteriores prestaban más atención y los jóvenes no, entonces señalaron a Belén. ¿Tú qué piensas de esa diferencia generacional, de que los jóvenes no prestan atención y los mayores sí?
Bueno, es un hecho, pero no tiene por qué ser algo negativo. Prestan atención a otras cosas, tienen otros tiempos, tienen otros intereses, pero yo no los demonizo. Yo respeto muchísimo a la gente joven, tengo un hijo que tiene unas habilidades completamente diferentes a las que tenía yo a su edad y creo que no son comparables.
Adriana, tú también tienes hijos. ¿Qué crees tú que los hijos y los muchachos de esa edad tienen que nosotros no tengamos y viceversa? Lo que nosotros tengamos que ellos no tienen.
El aprendizaje que no tiene una instrucción como la que tuvimos nosotros. ¿Cómo es que entienden un teléfono apenas lo abren? ¿Cómo hacen con una computadora que tiene 20 programas? Además, cómo permiten cosas que sin experimentar ya se lanzan, son atrevidos. Quizás nosotros fuimos un poco más miedosos, tuvimos suerte, pero nuestro mundo era menos agresivo que el de ahora y ellos van al ritmo.
¿Qué has aprendido tú de tus hijos y qué?
Yo aprendo cada día, de mi hijo, sobre todo, si ese es el punto, aprendo a que tienen muy claros sus derechos, por ejemplo, que es algo que nosotros no teníamos y seguimos sin tener, ¿eh?
Hola.
En cambio, la gente muy joven, muy jovencita, te hablo de entre 15 y 20 años, tienen muy claro sus límites. Sus derechos se hacen respetar con mucha más fuerza y autonomía de lo que lo hacía yo, por ejemplo, y mi generación.
¿De dónde nos visitas? ¿Tú eres de aquí?
Sí.
De Barcelona.
Sí, llevo 25 años en Barcelona.
No, porque a lo mejor creo que también dentro de la propia España hay diferencias en a lo mejor la manera de que se enseñan a los hijos, la manera cultural.
Bueno, mi trabajo me pone en contacto con gente joven de todo el mundo. O sea, ahora estoy trabajando con gente de Dublín, con gente de otras partes de España y veo que hay ese rasgo común de tener muy claro sus derechos, sus límites, de no poner por delante el trabajo a la vida, que es algo que es muy nuevo.
¿Tú qué? Las muchachas jóvenes, ¿de dónde? ¿Nombre?
Miriam.
Miriam?
I don't speak Spanish, sorry.
No, perfect. Wow, we can do it in English too, or Spanish. ¿Tú hablas español? English? Ah, ok. Miriam, en English. ¿Y tú?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, ¿de dónde eres, Stephanie?
Yo soy estadounidense de padres mexicanos, de Tucson,
Mira qué
Arizona.
interesante. Aquí teníamos un señor de Ecuador que decía que los jóvenes, el señor Eduardo.
No lo conozco.
Bueno, estaba aquí. Que los jóvenes resulta que no aprenden, no prestan atención y andan desviados. ¿Tú qué piensas?
Yo soy joven, pero tengo 33 años.
Somos jóvenes.
Ella es más joven. Ella tiene 18 años. Y justo terminamos una conversación súper interesante porque me preguntaba un poco sobre, ¿qué haces? Es la hija de un miembro de nuestra alianza. Nosotros tenemos una alianza coalition de 25 empresas, mostly tech startups, pero hay algunas non-profits basadas en los Estados Unidos y en Inglaterra. Y lo que intentamos hacer es crear un nuevo mundo en la era digital para hacer las cosas mejor en el mundo de negocio, que los negocios estén intentando utilizar los datos de sus clientes de una manera más ética. Y claro, decir eso es muy difícil hacerlo, es un gol súper grandote, pero la manera más fácil es entender que se tiene que crear nuevos mercados, un nuevo movimiento para entender que lo que se está haciendo ahorita, hoy en día, no es lo único que se puede hacer. Se puede utilizar ciertas maneras, crear nuevas maneras, pólizas, etcétera, para utilizar tu tecnología de tal manera que es más correcta y que el usuario no es solamente un usuario, es un cliente verdadero de esa entidad digital. Entonces, espere, el punto era que le preguntaba a ella, ¿y qué es lo que tú, jóvenes de la generación, tienes 18 años, qué pasa con la inteligencia artificial? Ella está en su primer grado de la universidad. I'm explaining our conversation. And me dice que sí, está pasando algo muy curioso porque los maestros no nos enseñan nada sobre la inteligencia artificial, pero sí quieren que... te han ganado.
Pero aquí quiero que escuchen.
Alejandro, me contaba que los de su generación están utilizando la inteligencia artificial en sus tareas, etcétera, pero no, los maestros no tienen la conversación con ellos, solamente les dicen no lo utilicen. Y luego dice ella, pero sabes, algo está pasando porque hay gente que la está utilizando de tal manera que sí hacen cheating, pero hay otros que hacen su tarea y los maestros lo hacen tan bien la tarea que los maestros creen que sí y los acusan. Y le pregunto, pero ¿y qué pasa en esas situaciones? Y bueno, me dice, bueno, no me ha pasado a mí, pero luego hay una conversación más grande y lo que ella piensa es de que tiene que haber una conversación detrás de que la herramienta existe, porque es posible que ellos todavía me estén diciendo utiliza Google, pero no puedes utilizar esta herramienta. Bueno, ella tiene suerte que su papá está en este negocio y en el mundo y entiende un poquito más, pero eso es lo que los jóvenes piensan ahorita.
Bueno, Alejandro, cuéntanos, ¿qué piensas tú de esto que acaban de decir sobre juventud, inteligencia artificial? ¿Deberíamos desaprender todo, no haber restricciones?
Creo que no se puede tomar ningún extremo, no podemos crear... ¿Lo suelto? Ok. No, creo que no podemos hablar de extremos, creo que no podemos decir simplemente no a la inteligencia artificial o sí a la inteligencia. Creo que sería una aproximación muy conservadora y también un poco absurda de pedirle a los jóvenes que no utilizan la inteligencia artificial. Sin embargo, creo que hay varios procesos de conciencia que son muy importantes, porque la juventud, una de las cosas que hemos encontrado es que no están conscientes de las amenazas que implica compartir los datos y el reto que están generando para ellos mismos en un futuro para poder conseguir trabajo. ¿Qué significa el hacer trampa en una tarea? ¿Qué significa eso en un futuro para ti? ¿Qué significa eso para el empleo para ti en un futuro? Entonces, exactamente, ¿quién vas a ser? Entonces, empieza a hacer también un trabajo de conciencia y precisamente crear este tipo de procesos de reflexión en la juventud para que entiendan los impactos de la tecnología, porque creo que eso es lo que está faltando en muchos y no estamos entendiendo cuáles son los efectos en el ambiente, efectos en la sociedad y efectos en la economía.
Yo quiero traer esta reflexión que acaban de decir ustedes por lo siguiente, y yo creo que tú tienes una aproximación bien interesante sobre los jóvenes y las nuevas generaciones.
Explícame, ponme un poco en contexto.
El contexto es la inteligencia artificial, cómo se utiliza en la parte de educación, y hay profesores que lo limitan y entonces piensan que están haciendo trampa. ¿No será que tenemos que repensar la manera de la evaluación? ¿No será que tenemos que repensar la idea de la educación? Y me gustaría esa respuesta porque después de allí yo voy a hacerles otra pregunta.
Mira, por ejemplo, Yo ahora en la universidad del año pasado, a nosotros nos decía, nuestro profesor nos decía, no les prohibimos usar ChatGPT o inteligencia artificial, les queremos enseñar a usarla. No tienen que coger y hacer un trabajo todo basado en decirle a ChatGPT, hazme un trabajo sobre esto, porque si no tú no aprendes tampoco. Entonces la idea es aprender a usar la inteligencia artificial. ¿Cómo? Pues muéstrame una referencia a tal cosa, pónmelo en un buen formato, ¿dónde encuentro tal información? Búscame libros sobre esto. Entonces tú puedes tener toda la información al alcance de tu mano y buscarla por tu cuenta, más no que te lo busquen por ti.
Ya va, y no será que... ¿Cómo puede un profesor enseñarle a buscar o utilizar la inteligencia artificial si el profesor no sabe? Si es algo nuevo.
Exacto. Did you get the question?
Respóndela y le explicas.
Yo no lo sé. Yo no sé, pero yo pienso que primeramente tiene que ver justo lo que dijo Alejandro, la conciencia de que qué son las repercusiones de primero estás poniendo todos tus datos, toda tu vida, tu información, etcétera, y tal vez la herramienta te está dando una reflexión, etcétera. A ver, ya sabe todo, sí, pero si no hay la misma conciencia o la educación en el nivel del profesor para poder dar el contexto, ¿cómo va a enseñarle realmente al estudiante?
Claro. Adriana,
Interesante.
¿qué piensas tú de que los muchachos usen la inteligencia artificial de una manera, cuando le digo abierta, o que sean los profesores que también quieren hacer lo mismo? O sea,
yo estoy de acuerdo con él, que acaba de decir algo súper interesante. Tienes que capacitarte como profesor para entender por qué el alumno usa la inteligencia artificial, y tienes que saber hasta dónde llega esa inteligencia porque ya te capacitaste y dónde está su trabajo real de investigación. Ahí vas a sopesar cuál de las dos herramientas cambió, si la real o la artificial.
Ahora, otra cosa también en el sistema educativo, algo que se puede aplicar es cambiar el sistema de trabajo y de deberes que te envían. ¿Por qué? Porque si te envían a hacer una investigación sobre tal cosa y después hacer un resumen de lo que has encontrado, pues se lo pides a ChatGPT. Sí, exacto. Si te piden, mírate esta película, hazme un resumen o qué sé yo, o si te piden, mírate el documental y saca tu propia conclusión, pues el ChatGPT te lo va a hacer. Ahora, e incluso hasta tu tesis, incluso tu tesis te la va a hacer en un rato. Ahora, ¿cuál es el tema? Encontrar trabajos o enviar trabajos o investigación que no se pueda encontrar por medio del internet. ¿Cómo? Tienes que ir a la biblioteca. Tienes que ir y buscar y encontrar el libro, y tienes que traer el libro físicamente y sentarte y buscarlo. O tienes que ir tú y hacer y averiguar, o hacer una investigación, o hacer un experimento social, pero hacerlo por tu cuenta, que tus manos se pongan en función, que camines, que busques, que abras, que cierres, que subas, que bajes, que llames, que lo que sea, y que se vea y que quede evidencia de que estás haciendo eso. Porque si no, un trabajo, un papel escrito no significa que seas tú. Ahora, algo que también se ha cortado últimamente son los trabajos hechos a mano, ya nadie escribe. Entonces, si tú le pides a ChatGPT que te haga un deber y tú ves todas las 7 páginas que te las pone, ¿tú las vas a escribir por tu cuenta? ¿Vas a copiarlas y escribir? No vas a hacer eso. Entonces, si tiene que ser un trabajo escrito, por sea cual sea el tipo de investigación que tengas que hacer, lo vas a hacer tú con tus manos, porque tú no vas a sentarte una hora a copiar lo que te dice una página. Y es cuando vas a poner tu cerebro a funcionar exactamente. Porque también, como en cualquier método, incluso cuando te sientes mal y empiezas a escribir, te empiezas a desahogar, ¿verdad? Y entonces te vas de largo. Y lo mismo pasa cuando haces una tarea, un deber o lo que sea. Entonces, a la hora de escribir, pues ya tu mente empieza a funcionar.
Quizás los maestros tampoco sepan cuál es el trabajo que pueden hacer estos estudiantes sin que aparezcan en ChatGPT, porque no se educaron ellos con inteligencia artificial. Es decir, que también es trabajo y deber y obligación de los profesores quitar cómo el alumno podría hacer trampa con inteligencia artificial.
Yo no sé si alguno de ustedes es de España. ¿Son de España? No. Ella, ya, Belén, ya la conocí, Belén. No, en España hay maestros que son maestros de por vida, por una póliza de que si pasas este examen, ciertos años, estás aquí de por vida siendo maestro. No los pueden remover de la posición. como están en la conversación de que cómo vamos a recapacitar a los maestros para poder llegar, que hagan entender que tal vez toca un poco más de trabajo de la parte del maestro para hacer problemas o tareas que tal vez es como un reverse engineering para reforzar cierta materia, etcétera, donde la inteligencia artificial no ha llegado ahí. O sea, toma muchísimo, y yo pienso que hay como todo un sistema de educación donde el gobierno o el centro público, private, non-profits, otras entidades vienen a tener que fill ese gap para poder recapacitar estas maestras. El sistema educativo, no solamente aquí en España, pero en los Estados Unidos, estamos hablando justo del tema, ¿verdad? Que es como que el sistema educativo, el currículo no ha llegado y ya se nos fue de la mano. Entonces, ¿qué se va a hacer para ayudar a la nueva generación? O sea, ¿es el movimiento social o qué?
Así es. Mira, no sé si captaste la idea. Estamos hablando de educación, estamos hablando de inteligencia artificial, estamos hablando de los profesores, si están atrasados o no. Cuéntanos.
I only understood artificial intelligence.
Well, see, with artificial intelligence, we could have this in real-time translation, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
We're talking the idea of education, artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, the professors. Are the professor evaluating how it should be evaluated nowadays, or they should be prepared for that?
I think they should be prepared and accept things that are using, especially if they're high quality, no hallucinations or anything, because people are using it anyway. So
we can say that the problems are the professors.
Not really. It's the students, the professors, the school that's like not teaching. Yeah, the system that's not teaching the teachers well. Yeah.
Probably.
The thing is that, okay, I'm gonna get into a little bit of conspiracy right now, but the thing is that I actually believe that I actually believe that the system just wanna have more people ignorant, so they won't think. They don't want them to think by their own. So we're just standing in front of a new item that is gonna make us more ignorant. That's it.
Okay.
Hola. Gracias, thank you. But what we've got, come and join us, what we've got in London is we've got these taxi drivers in London, and all the taxi drivers... final thought.
Últimas ideas, final thoughts.
Se requieren más de esas conversaciones en todos los diálogos, no solamente en español y en inglés.
Así es. Hi, Mia.
What you've got...
Yes.
What you've got in London is you've got these taxi drivers, and to be a taxi driver you need to know the knowledge. And the knowledge is you need to know all the streets in London. There's approximately 100,000 streets. And you need to know where they are, how they all fit together. Otherwise you can't be a taxi driver. However, that knowledge is now redundant because everyone uses, even the taxi drivers use Google Maps, Waze. But you still need to know the knowledge to become a taxi driver. Why? Because otherwise everyone would be a taxi driver. Why is this relevant? It's the same for professors.
They need to
have the knowledge, but not because that's useful knowledge, but because that makes them able to join the club.
Great. Mia, how you doing?
Good, thank
you. We were
you.
talking about education, AI, cheating in class, or if there are huge differences between nowadays professors and nowadays students.
True.
What do you think about that?
I think, first of all, I'm Mia. Hi, hello. I am the... Thank you, gracias. Merci. Poquito. Yo hablo poquito español. Petit français, oui.
Entonces, ¿qué piensas de los estudiantes y los profesores, inteligencia artificial, el sistema?
Sí.
Do we have to change the educational thinking system, or?
Yes, and yes, we have to rethink, unlearn,
Unlearn.
which is right in the theme with this festival. By the way, this is my first time here. Super excited to be here. It's very exciting. Whew, so I'm here to unlearn, and I do believe we need to unlearn what it means to be educated. What does education mean, and for whom does education matter? Because if the education, the way it's designed today, it's sitting in universities, it's sitting in walled gardens, not everybody has access to it. So who is this education serving, really? Like, who is this for? Is it only for the elites? Because if so, we are regressing, we are going back to the times only the nobility had access to, and the rich, the nobles, the royal families had access to education, and everybody else had to just do farming and menial jobs. But now we have an opportunity to rethink that, rethink and say education for everybody, and education that delivers value for everyone.
Do you think? Okay, I was going to ask you one thing, or, oh, hi, hola, ¿cómo estás hoy? Hola, ¿de dónde eres tú?
Hello.
Hello, in English, in Spanish, in French?
All better in English.
Better in English. We're talking about education, AI, unlearning, and if we have to rethink and change the education system.
Ooh, I have thoughts.
Good, good.
I'm really scared. I'm absolutely terrified for anyone under the age of 18 at the moment. I think education currently sucks. Everyone is not learning. It's not cheating, but the system is not adapt, yeah. And I think people are losing the ability for critical thinking, and I think that's going to create an entire generation of people who don't question authority in an already world leaning towards authoritarianism. It's incredibly scary, and I am terrified.
Has ever been different than that?
You mean throughout history?
Yes.
I think the current format is such that like the students are using tools faster than the system that was designed to educate them can adapt. There's always been people in power who are trying, and the education system has always been designed to serve a certain purpose.
I just want to add to that, and I just want to get just a very, very brief history of education in the UK, where I'm from. We started off with just one school. It was called Eton School, and that school was specifically for 100 selected young men who were going to be the protector of the king, and their job was to advise and protect the king, and that's why they were educated. That's the very purpose of their education, was to maintain the power of the king. Then what happened, we had, fast forward to the Industrial Revolution. Suddenly there was a huge workforce that needed to be educated, but they need to be educated in a particular way, which was to serve the machinery of industry. Fast forward now, we've got education. Education mainly in the UK is about containing young people in a space where they're not out on the street. That's the main purpose now. And we don't really have, we've got an industrialized, mechanized education system where we don't have an industry in the UK anymore. So we are sort of stuck with a system that was built to train people to run machines, and that's where we are.
So that takes us to another question. What's the meaning and what's the purpose of education?
Yes, can I just add on to what you said? Absolutely right. I worked in Silicon Valley for a long time, tech industry for a long time, looking at how AI is developing, and I have to really, I completely agree that education was always meant as a way to separate the elites from the non-elites, the educated. It was meant as a way to maintain the status quo. And right now, if you look at education system, I agree it sucks, but it sucks because the students are meant to, the curriculum is designed to create very
obedient citizens. They are meant to, because right now I'll give you an example. I'm based in New York, I'm from the United States. The education system does not encourage critical thinking. The critical thinking happens outside of the education system. So that needs to be changed so that everybody has access. And the second is, what is education without jobs? Is the purpose of education to just create jobless folks who are then dependent on the government or dependent on tech companies or dependent on somebody to hire them, or education is meant to liberate them? So I'm raising more questions than I'm answering because these are not simple questions to be answered, and there are no simple solutions.
I think education is also, yes, there's like it serves a certain purpose to like create workers. It also though creates a shared understanding of reality, which is so important. And I like society as a base human thing, you need that. People need to have a shared sense of reality and a shared sense of truth, even if part of that is like becoming obedient or like becoming a part of a machine. Like that is what society is. So I do think education is like a right, and there is obviously a balance between education that is meant to empower versus education that is meant to depower. But I really, really believe that we need a shared sense of reality, and why I'm so afraid in this moment, specifically with AI, is that it's not just that kids are using AI to cheat on all their homework assignments. They're also then spending 10 hours a day on social media in a hyper-personalized situation where they don't have a shared sense of reality, and they get stuck in these, you know, dating an AI chatbot and then having no recourse, and it's terrifying. So there, you need community. Yeah.
You said a shared sense of reality. What about a shared sense of responsibility?
I love it. Yeah.
To whom do we owe? Are we responsible to each other, or responsible to the government, responsible to higher power, people who pay? Like, we have so many trillionaires now. If you have been reading the news, Elon Musk just negotiated $1 trillion paycheck. So now we are creating this super Uber. It used to be millionaires, billionaires, move aside all of you, and now there's trillionaires. So where does education lead to in the end is going to be the big question mark. And where do these students, where does the future generation end up? Beholden to the rich? And there is the question that keeps me up at night is, whom do we owe responsibility to? Who are we responsible to? And who are the rich responsible to?
Interesting question. We're back. And we moved a little bit towards education, and right now towards, let's say, public policy will be, or politics, or public politics.
No, it's a fascinating question. Like, who are the billionaires answer to? That's they must answer to something. Like, we need to hold them accountable, definitely.
I mean, I think there's always going to be some people out of 8 billion that are going to just have a kind of weird perspective where the accumulation of money is the most important thing for them. So I think there will always be people that want to be billionaires, quite a lot of them. And that's just a facet of our system. But I don't think they're very normal, usual people. And they're definitely not the cleverest people either. Most of the clever people I know are not rich because they realise that this is just a pointless pursuit, and there's so many other pursuits that you can have in life which are much more fulfilling. So it's not, it's the opposite of a meritocracy. It's almost like a sort of psychopathocracy or something like that, where we kind of, our system rewards the most emotionally undeveloped, stunted people rather than the people that have got some kind of sense of it, as we were talking about, a shared responsibility.
We are here, Roberto.
Mia.
Zoe.
Mikey.
I'm Margot.
Lucas.
Frida.
Lucas, you're right here at this moment. We're talking about education, AI, billionaires, and accountability. Is it bad to be millionaires, that billionaires exists?
I'm sorry, I just arrived to this event. It's a lot of emotions, but so my first impression about AI and billionaires could be, I think that it's great. It's the evolution and the how would you put in my own words? The world is changing. It's changing a lot. It's creating and unique experience for each other, for personal experience. Could increase our skills, but not soft skills. Sorry, yeah.
No, it's good. I want to add to this because in a way is having billionaires and then as a consequence all these technological developments, is that inevitable human evolution? Like, is that some kind of getting to the top of the human progression chain? I don't know. Is it inevitable, or is it, as you were saying, some kind of deviation? I don't know.
I don't think anything's inevitable. I think it's just a consequence of the system that we've got. It's a consequence of industrialization, of how money has evolved. And evolution doesn't evolve to a purpose, it just evolves. And it doesn't go from bad to good, it just kind of... so it's just, we've got what we got, but luckily as human beings we've got vision, we've got imagination, we've got power to change things. So I think what I love about coming every year to Mozilla Festival is so many people with ideas and also understanding of systems to actually come up with really practical, pragmatic ways to actually improve the system, and that's what I want to hear right now about this whole billionaires question.
Great, and we have Nina here, that she was previously talking something.
Yeah.
And right now, I would like to hear your opinion about this, AI, education, the youth, new generations. What do you think it's a challenge at this moment?
Well, the challenge is to keep creativity and independent thinking, right? And just thinking in general. But at the same time, it is the best thing that has happened to the humanity when it comes to education, because you can ask whatever you want and you can get an answer, which is very exciting. You're not limited by your place in the world anymore or by the quality of your mentor, which is amazing.
It is, but at the same time, we have certain worries, isn't it? You were saying that you
Yes,
were
I do have lots
not
of worries.
terrified, but worried.
Can I also respond? You mentioned earlier that you called the billionaires emotionally underdeveloped, and I would agree. And I would also say that maybe education is the answer, and perhaps an education system that focuses on emotional development and ethical thinking as opposed to just building for the sake of building or building for the sake of money would lead us to a brighter future.
But also I think education, we can be changing the education, but we need to change the education of that first 100 young men who are there to protect the king. They have to change we have to change the education of these guys. Like I don't think Elon Musk or the likes won't, that they're sending their children to to schools that we send our children to. So they take the kids out of education, they homeschool, no screens, that kind of stuff. So I don't know.
No, I mean, that's bringing in the thing about the British education, and it was about a military efficacy in the Middle Ages. The whole point was to make people emotionally underdeveloped so that they wouldn't mind slicing people in half to protect the king. That was the whole point of education, of public school education, was to stunt any feeling, any emotional feeling. And I feel like because of what's happened with Britain becoming an influential power through colonialisation, that idea has then propagated as a good idea for education, which we're still suffering from today.
Would like to know your idea about this. Probably, no, because you were assenting like this, so I was.
Yeah, so I was thinking back to my own education in Jordan, which was colonized and under the British Mandate, and we did actually our education was focused on propaganda, rewriting of history, not learning the real history of the region and what happened to us, and how we even study English from kindergarten and all of that. I mean, it's good, but it is a very colonial education. So, I had to work on that by myself to educate myself. Even at universities, it wasn't that great too. So a lot of people, they search out education elsewhere, and they should. Yeah.
Well, you're mentioning universities. the role of universities nowadays could be the same, or we can see it in a what matter? Could we see it right now?
Thank you. Great question. I would say that we need to think about, you said, are billionaires underdeveloped? Are they strategically kept underdeveloped emotionally? What you're thinking is, are they not caring? Are they sociopaths, basically? Are they trained to be sociopaths? And that brings me to the question of, we talk about artificial intelligence. What really is intelligence? And can you have intelligence without empathy? And can we have a society where we are rewarding supposedly these intelligent or genius people, right? There are a lot of people who think these billionaires are geniuses, but so many of them dropped out of school. Sam Altman dropped out of Stanford, Bill Gates dropped out. So the question is, what purpose do universities even play? But also, our notion of intelligence needs to change. I've had great conversations with people who drive and Uber and like taxis, and they are very intelligent people, just in terms of they have very different realities than you or I do. And I think we need some place, a platform like this. So I like Mozilla, just shout out to Mozilla for hosting this festival, because it's bringing together people with so many different realities, and I feel like that's what's needed, because billionaires do not share our own reality. And can I make just a plug? I'm with Women in AI Ethics, Way Plus. We are focused on building an AI future that's inclusive and is by and for the 99%. We need to look for a future. We need to build a future ourselves for the working class, for the rest of humanity. So that's it. Thank you.
Interesting. But you're mentioning... Okay, Lucas.
I want to share a little bit of my personal experience. It's been a coincidence being here. I came from Argentina to study an MBA of AI track. So I think that education right now, or the universities as we speak, is more just focused on soft skills, because all the hard skills, all the knowledge, we already have the access to the information. So nowadays, the classroom, the teachers, and the skills they power us in different classes are focused on the soft skills, on emotional intelligence, and how to deal and how to have empathy. I think this is the focus, or all the tendencies of AI are going to make us more humans, make us connect. So universities are making us going to connect to other people. I think being here, talking to each other, we couldn't make it if we are like separate miles away, you know?
Lucas, excelente. Y después lo hacemos en español. Aquí hay una gente que habla español y lo hacemos porque interesante aproximación.
I just want to say it was universities that kind of conceptualized this idea of intelligence, and psychologists say different psychologists have got different numbers, but there's 7 to 9 different types of intelligence, and one of them is mathematical intelligence, but obviously there's also emotional intelligence, there's musical intelligence, there's kind of like a plastic intelligence, which is about understanding materials. There's so many different types of intelligence. And obviously when we say artificial intelligence, we're probably thinking mostly about mathematical intelligence, statistics. It's all about statistics. So yes, it's actually the university that's got the role in conceptualizing the critique of what intelligence is, and that's come from an academic research. So it's very, very useful and important to have the universities, but I guess their role must be more on the critical side, and that is obviously difficult for an institution that also needs funding. It needs to have a place in power in its nation. But the critical side is so important as well, as the nations that host them know.
Well, I'm addressing to you because you were saying something that probably is in tension with what you said.
I was actually curious if you meant that you feel today this is the way things are, that there's a focus on emotional intelligence or on the soft skills, or if that's where you hope things go.
Absolutely. I think in my own education at school, we never have emotional intelligence classes. We never speak about emotions in class or with my mates in school. I mean, back in Argentina, you know. And also, we never talk about coding, or we never talk about apps. But the world's changing so fast that we left all the hard work, I mean all the hard skills like coding, I don't know coding, but I code with AI. We leave that to AI. But we are here, or maybe I'm here, just to connect and to communicate and to share ideas and to debate. I think that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of, I want to believe that's not gonna rip us apart, the AI, you know?
Well, the only assumption, I'm thinking about it, it opens, wide open the idea. Have you ever heard about emotional AI?
No.
Emotional AI?
I don't know.
Because a couple of months ago I had the chance of being in Paris and have this course about emotional AI. So using AI to analyze feelings and things. Well, you think probably it's an invasion of your privacy too. So those are the challenges. Do you think that the technology at this moment, it is really invasive?
No, is it invasive? I think it's as invasive as we let it to be invasive. But like I was thinking when you said like, can technology help us with emotions? I feel like it has to, because we're trying to understand our own bodies. Like there's so many different things that affect our humanity, and if we could have some help from technology, yes, please. We need to understand the data. Wait, come on.
I just wanted to speak back to the education piece. I studied computer science and I got a master's in AI like 10 years ago. And despite being at like a very top school, there was not a single class on the impact of what I was making. There was not a single discussion. There was only influence from like private corporations to encourage me to make more and to make it faster, and like that was the only thing that mattered. So what I'm deeply afraid of is that I think there's two sides to this problem. One is you take a bunch of engineering students and you have to like actually make a core requirement that they care about the humanity of it and they care about history, because the like Silicon Valley mindset of like building is the tool and I can solve anything with that is so wrong. And it's just like that's not a part of it. So we need to be teaching people. Anyone who's going to end up making something needs to also know how to think about ethics, even at the most basic form. And then I think the other side of that is that if you offload all engineering work and plan on saying, well, in the future we don't need to do engineering because AI is really good at it, you also lead to a lot of problems because people don't understand all of the core things that are, like the core assumptions that are built into the machine that is then going to rule our lives.
Okay, first and a half.
No, I think the thing about engineering and ethics is interesting because when you do a medical course, one of the first things you do is ethics, but when it comes to engineering, there's no, as far as I know, I went to art school, which I would recommend for everybody. There's a lot of ethical chat in the art school that I went to, actually, but when it comes to engineering, I don't think there's that ethical discussion. There's so many engineering kind of innovations, such as the internal combustion engine, or, so many things, DDT, things that have been engineered that have had terrible ethical consequences. So I totally agree with what you're saying, and and probably any kind of production needs that ethical side to it, but also not in a kind of in a more open way where you sort of are more imaginative about possible consequences.
I do have a question to Lucas, but before that, I want to remind ourselves name and where we're coming from, and then you'll see why.
Nina. So I originally come from Bosnia, but I am based in Australia.
Okay, Bosnia and Australia.
Hi, I'm Zoe. I'm from Boston, coming from Boston.
Mikey.
I'm Mikey from London, UK.
I'm Frida. I'm from Jordan and based in Berlin.
Roberto de Venezuela. And
Lucas from Argentina.
Is it a layer of cultural approach towards intelligence, or artificial intelligence, and the idea of a human relationship?
Sorry, come again.
Can we assert that there is a cultural layer and approach towards this conversation we're having? AI, education, politicians, billionaires.
Absolutely, yeah. I think.
And what about in a, let's say, higher level or digital level that comes down to all of us?
Yeah, I think nowadays the access, just internet AI, is like a basic need. I came a long way from home, and I discovered that I have some skills in Argentina that here there aren't. Like, it's just to play with it, you know. Well, I work a lot in digital marketing, right? In a top company in Argentina, but it's just nowadays we have already the access to personalize our own experience in the internet or with AI of work of creating our own company. But it's just the will to play with it. It's not about having the access already. That maybe a couple of years ago, or a lot of years ago, the access to the internet, to the Wi-Fi, to the light, to the water, it was like a basic need. Nowadays, the basic need is to be access to the internet, to be connected with the other people.
And the level of the general.
We already have.
Hang on a sec. Roberta, you've got Frida behind you.
Frida.
Who's in the queue, but can do a final thought at the same time. We need a final thought. Just don't put out the queue.
Yeah. I wanted to say that, for example, in my university, when I studied computer science, it felt like an assembly line for the big tech companies. You study, you learn to code, you go and work. No focus on anything related to ethics or community or anything like that. Like even in open source, they don't teach you open source tools. Very few professors. It depends on the professor and their interests. So my university, at least, wasn't a good environment to any critical thinking.
So we have to rethink the universities. From Boston?
Can I put a plug for my project called Applied Ethics for Future Tech Workers? We go around the world and we teach ethics workshops to computer science students that don't otherwise have access. Check it out!
But this flows from the
Applied. Yeah, sure. I just need access to students who are ignorant. That's the goal.
Well, that's the idea.
You need access to students who aren't
already thinking about ethics in tech.
I might be able to connect you to somebody.
Okay, great. Here's some cards. Thanks, everybody.
Give me one, and I'll give it to a professor also.
Yes, send me professors. I need a legitimate classroom, if not a student group. Would you like one as well? Here you
we
go.
can share, we can
Okay,
share.
all right, thank you. I have to jump, but this was great. Thank you so much.
Final thoughts.
It feels good to talk about my thoughts out loud in a microphone, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it time for? Let's get some final thoughts. I feel like it's time for a little break, and let's give it.
Perfect. Thank you. Final thoughts.
I think we all come back to connection, right? And like somebody said, like, oh, so many cultures here, so many different. You said it. It's so interesting to me. Like when I sit down with people, I see no differences. I just see like, yep, we're the same people, just with a different, like, I don't know, like land. That's it. Like maybe climate. That's it.
Great, Nina. Lucas, reflexiones finales.
Well, as we were speaking, I think it's all about connection, speaking out loud, changing ideas, and have a good time, because this new thing is make us more humans, I think.
Great.
I totally agree with everything everyone said today.
Good afternoon, MozFest Day 2, Session 4. Yeah, it is Session 4. We keep going, you know what? Because we just don't care. We just keep going wherever there's a people, wherever there's a chat. What's the word on the street? What's that? What are you talking about right now?
I was going to a session, I don't remember even its name, so...
Okay, that's fine, it doesn't matter. What's the session about? Do you remember?
Well, I'll tell you.
You can make it up, actually. You don't, I don't need the accurate...
I'm not that creative for these situations.
So go, Andres, we've...
Mikey, Roberto,
Amazing, and I'm Morgan. This is Talkaoke. What's the session? Do we know?
Databoros, auditing the apps that spy on you.
Okay, what are you spied on? Which app is the most spyful?
I don't know, maybe TikTok, maybe...
Are you on TikTok?
I was for some time.
Okay, how did it go?
I mean, it's kind of boring because in the end people just keep repeating themselves. Yeah, they are not very creative for the most part.
Okay, so TikTok is not very creative, says Andres. Come and stay for 2 seconds or just carry on walking, that's fine. Yeah, later, okay, we'll see you later. Oh, welcome, we've got Nia Face joining us at the table. What's your name?
Adriana Izaguirre.
Adriana, welcome. We've got a face over there as well, which I recognize from that workshop that we attended, and our tent was blowing away. And we had to leave that session. This man was leading, to kind of... No, he's not in the middle, because you know what? Sometimes I'm in the middle. Welcome to Talkaoke. We've got Roberto, we've got Adriana, we've got Mikey, we've got some sweet...
What is it?
I like it. What is it?
What is it?
This is some kind of sugary food.
Do you like sugar?
No.
Okay, well, perfect. This is no sugar involved in this conversation, unless come on. So I'm Margot. What is your name?
Ian.
Ian, welcome. We've got some people in the queue for coffee. What coffee are you getting?
Flat white.
Flat white. Okay. Nice. Yes. So we didn't have a subject because this is session 4, day 2. Any subjects? Anybody wants to throw in the subject?
Subjects.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Digital legacy.
Digital legacy. Okay. Anybody wants to talk about digital legacy? What does it actually mean? What does it mean? Are you eating a sweet?
There's going to be 2 eras of history. There's going to be post-social media and before social media.
Are you serious?
Because Meta has got its hands on all. It's like the museum of the future. Because back in the day, we had to look at cuneiform tablets to find out what those Sumerians were doing. But now we're just going to look at the Wayback Machine, and we will know what people were thinking in 2005.
Okay.
When that's 1,000 years later, we will still know what people were doing. Most of it's going to be garbage, like look at me with my friends doing the floss stance. But some of it's going to be of extreme historical importance.
Okay, maybe the moment is right now. Maybe people will look back on YouTube on this moment right now when Ian says, let's talk about digital legacy. What do you want to say about it, Ian? I mean, are you leaving digital legacy right now?
Of course, I am very much thinking about this all the time, and I disagree about before Facebook and after Facebook, because I've been holding my digital legacy before Facebook and after Facebook. Once it's gone, because it will die. Yeah, that's a good question to you.
It's a good question.
How long do you think Facebook will be around?
Okay, how long do you think Facebook will be around? It's a question to people in the queue for a coffee. How long will Facebook be around? How many more years, days, seconds?
5.
5 of what?
Years.
5 years? How long will Facebook last?
Isn't it dead already?
Isn't it dead already? Have you printed out all your status updates? Because once it's gone, it's gone. How long for Facebook?
10 years.
10 years, okay, so it's getting better. What about you? How many years before Facebook dies? Maybe it's dead already.
In how many years?
Yeah. In how many years will Facebook die?
Hopefully next month.
Next month. Okay, so it's quite a the optimist. Okay, so this is kind of. Are you on Facebook, Robert?
Yes, but anytime, every day, I'll look less and less. I'll use it less and less.
Okay, so you are on Facebook, but kind of less on it. Welcome, join us for this conversation. I remember you and your funky glasses from yesterday, but just for the protocol, give us your name.
Albert.
Albert, we've got Ian, we've got Mikey, we've got Adriana, we've got Roberto, and Mark.
Adete,
welcome.
I just want to say I chose Facebook because it's first social media platform that gained global popularity, and it is now on its way out. That's the whole point. It's a historical app now, and in fact Facebook are relying more and more on its its legacy, its archive. Every day it reminds me what I was doing 20 years ago.
So is Facebook more about archiving? Is it an archive reason?
I think we're conflating history and nostalgia. There is the increasing obsolescence of these once joyful products, the increasing enshittification as they just circle down the drain. They aren't telling us real history. I look at my great-great-grandfather's private papers. I've got his diaries, his journals, I've got his letters. I have insight to his inner life, and if my great-grandchildren look at my Facebook page, they will look at this misrepresentation cultivated for a few fleeting likes. They won't see the truth, they'll see the personal PR.
Okay, so the lies, so Facebook is full of lies, it's just a version of you, but your grandchildren won't see real you on Facebook. Are you yourself on your social media?
Well, I'm not on Facebook because, like, the way I see it, it's like a different generation. My parents are on Facebook, so I'm not there.
But I mean, what do you think about this idea of like conflating history and nostalgia? Are we just nostalgic of, oh yeah, remember Facebook? Remember how nice it was? And back in the day. And also, what kind of history are we creating by putting yourself on Facebook in some kind of performance, as a kind of performance?
I think I think you nailed it, right? Nostalgia runs through all of these platforms, and it runs through all the systems that we have in society, and it really holds us back. And I just fear that. I mean, I used to work for a well-known broadcaster, unnamed. I'll leave it unnamed for now. I'm not sure where it's going to go. So, a British.
We're gonna stream it to Facebook.
A British broadcaster, and nostalgia kind of holds it back. They won't do anything new, because oh my God, what a case! They do something different from what already existed, and it's like this is holding us back. And I fear that there's a lot more of these things that are holding us back.
Okay, so nostalgia is holding us back. Is this true? I mean, is there any kind of like forward-thinking nostalgia? Are you nostalgic? Are you, gentlemen? No, he's on Facebook.
I think nostalgia can also be a productive force because it gives us this rose-tinted view of the past, which we then try and get back to. I mean, I think a lot of like this idea, for example, this idea of public service that this particular unknown broadcaster is very into, this idea of public service. It's a nostalgic idea, but however, it's a fiction that then people try and recreate as something new in the future. And especially in the UK, we've got this kind of nostalgia button where we have got this completely false view of the past, which and it's happened for centuries. Where even in the 19th century, people thought of this kind of like halcyon past of the free Englishman, which was completely untrue. But it created political change in the 19th century.
Okay, so nostalgia is just
Nostalgia doesn't give us rose-tinted glasses, it gives us red hats. It gives us, like, the sort of nostalgia in the US gave us MAGA and that entire political movement, and it gave us this view towards a very dark past. And so cue the ominous music. That for me is what happens when we let nostalgia seep in.
Okay, so nostalgia is not actually a positive force at all. It kind of draws on like the worst things from the past, right?
Yeah, I think your original idea of nostalgia is very different from, I think, me and Albert's. Is that? It seems like, I mean, that's the thing that I think is that it's kind of like we're just going to ignore, and so like there are people who, my parents have this very strong nostalgia for the past, even though their past, when I remind them of the absolute racism that they they experienced in the UK when they first came to the UK. It's like they kind of go, oh yeah, I forgot all about that. And I think that's a different that's the nostalgia that I think that you're thinking about, where I think what we're thinking about is something slightly different. We're thinking about that, and you're thinking about something like a kind of rose-tinted thing. I think that, so just to go back on the public values, I don't think that's nostalgia. I think that's something different. That's quite a different thing. So, yeah.
Okay, so maybe like the definitions of what a journalist does are there in public service? Yeah. What society does. Also, are there two sides to nostalgia? Are you nostalgic or selectively nostalgic? She's not even present with us right now, but is there something like selective things that we are remembering from? You mentioned the MAGA movement. Okay, maybe that's just picking some of the things. Your parents remembering the good things, but why? Why not remember the difficult things? And is it linked to the fact that we were young? Like, what's it all about?
I think nostalgia is selective, and that's the whole point. Is that we only see the good bits. We see, like I was just recently watching, I don't know if you've seen this BBC production called Shifty, which is all about archive footage from the 80s of what Britain was like, and it's absolutely horrifying. When we look at the 80s, I was horrifying when I grew up, and what happened is I forgot about all the homophobia, the racism, the prejudice, the bigotry, and I remember the wide shoulder pads and the Depeche Mode and stuff like that. And then you watch this thing and you realise what a horrible shit show it was. But what I'm saying is that in a way that's good, because we see the good things and we want to recreate the good things, and we forget about the bad things, and they are forgotten about.
Yeah, but all the while we're talking about nostalgia. Are we actually moving forward? No, it doesn't matter what kind of nostalgia we're talking about. Are we just is it just like sticking us in the past? And what is your view on this?
I think it really depends on your mood right now. Like, that really defines, I think, how you're looking at it. I think if you're maybe a very positive person in general, you tend to look back with rosy glasses and you see everything nice. And then, so I wonder to what extent what we're nostalgic about depends on our current state of mind right now.
I mean, can I ask you, are there any things that you personally are nostalgic about, be it about your childhood, about society, I don't know, anything? Depeche Mode or any other band?
It's funny because usually I am, but right now, when I'm on the spot, I'm like, what am I nostalgic about? Nothing.
I have no thoughts, I have no views. Okay, so so nostalgia, rose-tinted glasses. Where do we want to take this conversation? It all started out by you saying about digital legacy. I mean, is this the legacy we're creating? Are you nostalgic over there? No.
I think we kind of went from digital legacy to the soldier, but I do have a lot of things to say about the soldier. Yeah. And I think the important thing, let's go back to digital legacy a minute, is that we need to have some control over our legacy, because otherwise you end up in this state of nostalgia of things that you think you forget, because you said the memory of the some of the traumatic things get forgotten. And so to have this is what actually happened to me is really important.
Okay, so is digital legacy about creating just the right Facebook persona? What is it actually about? Are you nostalgic?
Yeah, kind of.
What kind of stuff are you nostalgic about? Is it your Facebook?
My childhood.
Okay, well there you go. Come and grab a seat. This is Talkaoke.
We're running to a session.
Stay here for 2 minutes and warm up for your session. What is your name?
Nicole.
Nicole, we've got Adid, we've got Albert, we've got Ian, we've got Mikey, we've got Roberto, and we've got this person here. Richard, and I'm Margaret. This is Talkaoke, talking about nostalgia. It all started with Ian saying, let's talk about digital legacy. And do we remember things that were just good? Are we just too blocked by nostalgia, remembering our childhood, the favorite band? We don't remember the racism, we don't remember all the other stuff. Is nostalgia actually a negative force? You are saying, Albert, the nostalgia brought America MAGA movement. But what about Depeche Mode? If they came back, is that going to be the end of the world? And what is your Facebook persona? Are you even on Facebook? And just take it any direction you want.
I think there's a profound difference between personal nostalgia and collective nostalgia. Because I think so often when we have nostalgia for a period in our country, a period in our past, we're erasing the experience of so many others. But when we're talking about our own childhood, our own lives, there's something profoundly human and profoundly good about being able to tap into that. So I think that's one of so I think when you're talking about nostalgia for childhood versus nostalgia for some amorphous concept of the 1950s, like those are very different things.
How do you know that you're nostalgic for a concept as opposed to nostalgic for a childhood? You said childhood. Is there a particular thing in your childhood that you're nostalgic for? Or is it just like this blob that you're nostalgic?
I think that in general, I agree that we do have some kind of like rose-colored glasses. Like we remember the good, but then like, oh, we're nostalgic for Americana, like 1950s, 1960s, but like women couldn't open bank accounts. Like there was still civil rights movements happening. And so what are we nostalgic for? Who's nostalgic? The people for whom it was good.
But what about your parents? You mentioned your parents don't remember, like they kind of blocked out the experience of racism. They remember the good stuff. So, I mean, like, what's that about?
I think that being nostalgic is good because you're realizing, you're evaluating yourself or your community. So that's a big step of knowing who you are and where you're coming from, and in a certain way you're nostalgic because you're missing something, but at the same time you're realizing that you've done anything, and so it is a good thing to think about being nostalgic.
Yeah, but what are you nostalgic for? Are you nostalgic for the society back of
myself and the music of the 80s? Isn't it the music of the 80s is the best?
Yeah, why is it the 80s? Yeah, why? I say nostalgia, you say the 80s, why?
I have no idea. You know, if you talk the 90s and rave music, then I'll be like, yeah. But no, I mean, okay. But all joking aside, I do recognize what people are saying. I'm like, I'm very much a person who like, it was like, oh well, the music was better when I grew up. Like, music was great, but there is still really good music, and I'm not nostalgic for these things. I do deliberately hold myself and go, no, it was good, but this doesn't mean that it was the best time. And I don't like this idea of like, oh, well, the 80s were better and the 70s were better, and I just like...
It's not a competition, guys, but what is it? So to kind of generate nostalgia, do you have to kind of have this kind of almost pure, naive mindset? Like, oh my God, it's the first time I'm hearing this type of music. It creates a lasting impression.
I think maybe people are nostalgic because they were happier when they were younger and less burdened, and so you're like conflating being like happier with like, because I'm nostalgic for my childhood because I didn't have a phone, responsibilities, anything to do. Remember that? But maybe that's what I'm nostalgic for, not the actual time period.
Okay, so maybe that's like a little bit of thinking that you were talking about, Roberto. You know, you have time to reflect. What are you actually nostalgic about?
I've got to say, I didn't really... One of the things that added to my depression when I was a kid was everyone telling me it's the best days of your life. And it clearly wasn't. And, you know, I think as a child I felt powerless. And, you know, I wasn't in a good place. But yet I'm still nostalgic for certain things of that, you know, like Sabutio, which probably Ian might know, but nobody else around the table know what I'm talking about. Yeah, stuff like that, and yeah, it's not from happiness. That's all I'm saying. You know, I think I'm definitely get happier and happier all the time.
Is it about a stronger narrative? Like what kind of the narrative? Is it about what kind of makes a shortcut into your brain? Is it happiness? Is it I had no fun?
I mean, like, I don't want to take away people's memories. I'm just saying that.
Just do it. Just take them off.
Just like, I mean, okay. So I do think that the woman that was there before, she's right. So what tends to happen now is that the narratives that we are telling ourselves are now being dictated by companies, usually tech companies, who are going, well, this is what everyone else is happy for. you should be happy for it as well. So like when you look at, I'm not on Instagram, but when you open up Instagram, you see these pictures, you see these videos, and like that's what everyone else is happy for. And so I think that there is this kind of thing of like, oh, I should be happy because everyone else is happy because of everyone loves this. And I think that that is a problem. I don't think it's necessarily, where am I going with this? I'm going to leave it at that.
Listen, and it doesn't matter because someone else can complete your thought. Albert, you're going, so give us your final thought. And also it's interesting, so digital legacy may be, I mean, how do you decouple the nostalgia from the corporations kind of moving in and absorbing? Answer any question.
I think one of the key questions for this moment is how do we live an authentic life in an algorithmically inauthentic era? And I think that's what I'm hoping to discover during this conference.
Okay. Well, when you do discover this, and even if you don't, come and see us. We're here until the end, until tomorrow. So thank you so much, Albert. You had your hand up, and Richard, you've not said anything. I'm very aware of this, and I will come to you. So be prepared.
Nostalgic, So, well, I don't know. The term nostalgia to me suggests sort of a veneer of like non-authenticity or something. It's like nostalgia is like, oh, you're going back to a few things in your past that you enjoyed, and life is never like 100% pure happiness and joy. So you pick on certain things out of your memory, you exacerbate them. That's what I remember nostalgic for. And of course, nations do that all the time, and to excess and create, I think, real bad stuff as a result of it, including my home country, the United States, unfortunately. So. Yeah, so I think it's to me it's not this unallied good like, oh, nostalgia is a wonderful thing. I think it's much more nuanced, and frankly, I think people who live too much in nostalgia are not living in the present moment and in their future.
Okay. So thank you so much, and we've got hundreds of new people joining at the table. We've got Ian, we've got Mike, we've got
Adrian,
Idia,
Julia.
We've got Richard, we've got Adi, and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We're talking currently about nostalgia, the digital legacy. Ian's about to go. Thank you for prompting me right there. I will get your final thoughts before you go, and yes, sit back down, because it's always better to rest your bum, I think. Anyway, so we are talking about nostalgia, talking about our companies kind of moving in on what is it that we remember from certain periods of our time, and then we're nostalgic for them. For Mike, it was some kind of obscure programs from British television, which, it's a program, was it?
No, it's a table. It's like a table football game where you flick tiny little humanoids with little.
So anyway, so that doesn't exist anymore. Is there a reason? I don't know. Okay, so Ian, you're going. You started us out on this. We know this. So yeah, nostalgia. Is it keeping us in the past? Is it?
Okay, so I'm not the hater of nostalgia. I am actually, but I think a healthy amount of nostalgia is fine. But we have to recognize that nostalgia holds us back because we kind of crave for a time when life was easier, life was better, and we forget about, like my parents, they forget about the racism, the smashed glass of the National Front and stuff like that, and because our minds do this, and you see this with like kind of maybe your gran or your granddad, where they kind of forget about some of the really important things in life that they probably had that were quite traumatic. And so I think nostalgia's okay, but let's not. First thing I would say is let's not rely on it, and also do not let the tech companies decide what is nostalgic.
Okay, that's a great final thought, Ian. Don't let the big companies decide what you are nostalgic for. Have a think about what you are nostalgic for, if anything. I promised you the mic 100 years ago.
I was just thinking, so is it really that bad to be nostalgic about certain things?
Yeah.
So you look back at a certain time, and when you like something, I think you may be focusing only on the good things about that time. And of course, there were some things that were bad, but maybe looking back is also a way of reflecting and sort of saying that, okay, that was something that was nice about that period of time, and what can we do to sort of get those feelings back? Like when I was younger, I didn't have my phone, I was free. of this prison. So it's not a bad thing to, I think, wonder about, is there something we can do to get that aspect of that time period back?
Okay, so is it, I mean, in this Talkaoke or throughout the festival, we have been talking about kind of what is the human condition, and maybe selectively remembering things that you're nostalgic for, positive things, is a good thing, and maybe we shouldn't fight it. And if companies kind of capitalize on that, then be it. I mean, they're capitalizing on us. I can see your hand, but I want to come to some of the quieter voices. Is there anything that in your lives that you are nostalgic for, and do you feel like nostalgia is holding you back in any way, shape or form? Adrian, you and Julia. Okay, nostalgia.
So we are coming from this field of translation, and of course machines play a definitive role in that. So I guess that my friends here may be nostalgic for some period of time that they didn't live because they are too young for that, but maybe so this year is 50 years of the murdering of a great author, an Italian author called Pier Paolo Pasolini. He was a cinema director, writer, and a playwright as well, and he was often accused of being too nostalgic. And he kept saying all the time, this is not nostalgia, this is not about romanticizing the past, this is that there are things that are going worse, and these are the things that need our attention. But I'll pass the mic to my colleagues if they want to add something to that.
Well, when I think about nostalgia, what I honestly think about the most is about saudade, the concept in Portuguese that lets us to that lets us to nostalgia and being purely remembering of our childhood dreams and ambitions, and that is for me at 21 years old right now. What is the most nostalgic to me? My sisterhood with my little sister. I don't know, what about the others?
Okay, so there's a few things, and welcome to new people around the table. At this moment of time in Talkaoke, we're discussing nostalgia. We arrived at that subject because somebody said, oh, let's talk about digital legacy, and then what is it that we want to preserve, and is it the real fact, is it real history, is it something that's important, or is it just, well, I was really into Depeche Mode, so I think this is a really good legacy, or maybe your early account on Facebook. But then, are you truly yourself on Facebook? What are you preserving? What if your grandchildren find your Facebook profile? Will they get to know the real you, as opposed to maybe great-grandparents who wrote diaries? And then we heard about, what about artists' point of view? Can artists, are artists allowed to be too nostalgic? Is nostalgia holding us back in progressing, in, just stuff like that, And what are you nostalgic for? This is the question, but we've got Mikey, we've got Adri, we've got Io, we've got Julia, we've got Richard, we've got
Ayub,
Adi,
and
Tari, Lucas.
and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. So who wants to say something? Any views straight up?
One related topic is something called digital preservation. So there's this notion that, so Vint Cerf, father of the internet, wrote the IP protocol. For the last 10 years or so, he's been on the trail of talking about why, over the long period of time, the ones and zeros that we use today to represent ourselves online, in digital formats, etc., is going to be inaccessible to the future because formats, content and hardware formats keep changing, and we're not going to be able to interact with them. So think about having an 8-track tape, let's say going back 20, 30 years, there are no 8-track players anymore, and yet people sometimes want them, their songs are on there. Think about that instead, if it's all the digital content we're creating that are important to us, it's our memories, it's our legacy, maybe the things that create nostalgia, a lot of that could be gone because we're going to lack that ability, and none of the big companies have any interest in preserving any of that because they always want to push new stuff on us. And so we are, as longer term, as citizens and consumers and ordinary people, may be denied the legacy to hand on to our next generations.
Okay, so this is a really interesting point. Are we denied our legacy, preserving our legacy? I mean, you mentioned Pier Paolo Pasolini, he made films, so in a way that's okay, but unless, are they on cassettes or digital? How do you preserve your legacy, and will it last in 20, 30 years' time?
I used to work for Tate Galleries in London, and ancient history now, but they used to preserve all the digital artworks on film. So anything, even if it was an interactive digital work, they would do their best to record it on 35mm film, because they felt that that would be the format that would last. So any video, any digital stuff, always on film.
Okay, so film trumps, or I mean, to new people around the table, I mean, do you preserve your legacy? Like, what is your digital legacy? Do you even think about it? And how do you preserve it? Is it on your Facebook feed or TikTok? Somebody said TikTok is boring anyway. That's just a side comment. Yes, yeah.
I think I don't really actively think about my digital legacy, but I am reminded of it oftentimes through Facebook when I get these memories from 10 to 15 years ago, and it's just silly me, you know, just saying silly stuff on Facebook. And it honestly reminds me of how our behavior digitally has changed by virtue of just how it's designed and everything, you know. So that's interesting to me. But also what's interesting is also this idea of materiality, you know, in the sense that every post that I made is a series of different wires and chips and you know, electric circuits kind of changing. So I guess there is that digital footprint that I am leaving behind, and also things like material exploitation and, you know, having to, just that kind of stuff, just the materiality of it basically, besides just the digital content itself, pretty much.
Okay, so thank you so much. And then also you just made me think about, you know, is the format of Facebook making us leave a particular type of legacy? It's always going to be stupid, people balancing 20 pints on their head, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I've made that up. It maybe is not real, but, you know, to what extent?
We're in Europe now, so it's 20 half-litre glasses, not pints.
Okay, that's number one. But yeah, and then also the materiality of preservation. I mean, there's the memories, there's the film, the 35mm, 32mm film? 35mm film. I mean, what about other people? Yes.
I think maybe sometimes it's also good that we change our modality, because that forces you to look back and then pick up only on the things that are important, because I have a tendency to hoard things, so that's a nice way to sort of clean up. So it also is, sometimes it's important to forget stuff as well.
Okay, so maybe it's a good kind of like a cleanse, like a prompt to clean up your feed and stuff. As you are going, but thank you for staying. Give us your final thoughts, any kind of thoughts that you're going to come away with, any questions to the table, what you're doing at MozFest, anything more about Pier Paolo Pasolini?
Juliana, was it right? No? So we are coming from the Faculty of Translation and Interpreting here in Barcelona. We are working in the field of translation, so we are very interested in learning from Mozilla and people working with language technology also. What room will there be for us? That's a question that our students keep asking constantly. And maybe also learning from other experiences and other communities, because we don't know what's going to happen, but one thing that we are sure is that we need a critical approach to everything. And so we are working on that. We are trying to build up on this. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I was going to say, one thing that translators will always be needed for, even with AI translation, is context, because the AI fails to give the context where the human can give a context and understand different cultural contexts of words. And I don't think AI can ever do that.
Is this your final thoughts as well? You're just jumping in a bandwagon?
Yeah, just on the bandwagon.
Just bandwagon. Okay, thank you so much. Any final thoughts from yourselves? That's it. Yeah. Well, we're going to be here all day, so we sometimes do switch languages, and this is an open invitation to anybody who's a speaker of another language. If they want to have a go in the middle, you can and you should.
But you have to get some friends around that speak the same language as well. Yeah, because otherwise it's not going to work. Otherwise it's going to be a speaking to the pole in there.
But anyway, so here we are. Language, we've got language, a language of nostalgia, materiality. What about the technology or the ways of preservation? Is there some kind of major plot from the companies to deprive us of the means to preserve our legacy? I mean, are you preserving any legacy? I can see your hand, Mikey, but you've had a fair share of the microphone in the last... 10 minutes. Are you preserving your legacy?
Not personally, no. Not at the moment, at least.
What do you think is understood by digital legacy, your legacy?
Well, I was gonna say that some of my friends are very surprised when I say that I just like delete my pictures. I don't really like back up many of thankfully my family does keep a few pictures of me, but like I very often run out of space on my phone and I just delete everything. And I think there's definitely some things which I like to keep and that are lifelong memories. But I think the vast majority of the content that we produce and that we consume doesn't really need to be saved and held on to. I think it kind of takes away from experiencing the world. There's this Italian rapper, and he said, yeah, and he said, "È più importante condividerlo che viverlo." It's like it's more important to share it than to live it. As a comment on our society. So yeah, I think that's an important thing.
It's more important, I'm not going to say it in Italian or Spanish, but it's more important to share it rather than to live it. Is that true, Mikey?
I was just going to say about the history and the Facebook. Like when we want to sort of show something as old, we put it in black and white to almost make it look like history. So I'm wondering if like future films or future media to show something as old will show it as a Facebook post with a very small JPEG, like a sort of 200 pixel, it's 200 pixel JPEG, and that will signify the old times, the history.
Okay, so the visual. I mean, how will people look back on today? How will they remember?
Well, I think a part of the problem is, to the point of like most of what we have in terms of photos, images, all of that, videos are in the cloud, and it's mostly these large operators, the Instagrams and Metas of the world, and they owe us nothing, right? We are users to them, and their terms of service tomorrow they could say we're going to start charging you $1,000 a month to access what we think is our data, but they're going to treat as their data, right? And so I think, it's also there's that, and also the commercial imperative that behind that is doubtful. And then beyond that, we are posting stuff that tends to like show the best of us, or the things like, oh, here's me doing this silly thing or this dance, or here's me eating this amazing meal or whatever. It's not me showing up like with tears in my eyes, depressed because my dog just got run over or something, right? So it's like those elements are not there. So it's not a current. Thank you. Poor Fido. Yeah. So anyway, it's not an accurate representation of our whole lives. It's what we choose to put into these platforms.
Kind of, heavily curated, and also, should we be charging the companies for, okay, if you want to preserve the memories of my child being born or my, I don't know, something else important, then you should pay me premium to store this. Would that work? As like, if you're just storing my photos of drinking pints, then no.
I think actually right now, maybe more than ever, we're storing more nonsense than before because it's so easy to do it. Like I think 100 years ago, if you wanted to store something, you need to hire someone to paint you, and it's going to be the nicest version of you that exists. So I think now more than ever, we're actually showing not so nice versions of ourselves.
Okay, so are we just sharing stupid, unimportant stuff?
Just to respond real quickly, I think nonsense versions of ourselves doesn't necessarily mean the real versions of ourselves, and so I think there's just a difference between that, in my opinion.
Okay, so nonsense is, but is nonsense part of who we are as well? Yeah. What's the most nonsense?
Well, there's a guy, Albert, that was sitting over here, who's saying that he read his great-granddad's diaries, and that was a truer representation than social media posts. But I have to say, I didn't get the mic, but I personally think that that's more of a misrepresentation of who he was than him going, oh, I can't believe there's no cool cheese Doritos anymore. Do you know what I mean? Or whatever it is, whatever post he's making on Facebook in 2005. It's like, I feel like, writing in a diary, going to all that trouble, you're going to make the best version of yourself. You're going to be, in a way, more probably literate and more kind of literary than you probably are in real life.
Okay, so do you write diary?
No, I don't write it. I used to. It's probably a good habit to do. But I would say that I would challenge the fact that the diary is a less accurate representation of their inner thoughts, because ultimately I think that for a lot of people that are posting on the internet, even though it's done subconsciously, there's sort of like a general facade that they're trying to present to the outer world that may be this is how I view myself, and hence this is how I'd like other people to view me. But what I write in my diary, it might be, yeah, people were really mean today to me and I cried, and now I'm really sad. And that's different, right? So I would say that arguably reading someone's diary where there was no expectation for anyone to ever look at that diary is a much more reasonable, accurate sort of view of the inner psyche of that person.
Okay, so when you write a diary, you're kind of like getting people, it's about your thinking process, your analysis, your reflection, whereas if it's a stupid Facebook post, it's like how, it's a visual thing, right? It's not an intellectual thing, maybe in the same way.
Your own image. You're projecting whatever image you see yourself as out there into the world. While in a diary, it might be sort of laying out your inner thoughts on a piece of paper so that you can process them better. I think that's kind of the advantage of doing a diary, for example.
Okay, Richard, because you represent some kind of like the knowledge from the kind of corporate, I don't know, big companies. Is there any chance, is there a threat that the companies will move in on a pen and paper? Will they kind of use that? Will they seize that means of preservation?
No, I think the bigger threat is they're going to move into our brains, right? So it's no longer just what we're writing down. Well, yeah, that's true. Let's put a cap on our head and then we just tap directly into us for. But no, I mean, that's what a lot of this AI stuff is ultimately. I worked at Google, and Larry Page one point said publicly some years ago, our objective is to know what you want before you know it, which he thought was like an amazing business model, and many of us thought was huge, horrifying, right? But even worse than that is that when they start implanting things in us, so they make us do things, they give us wants we didn't originally have, right? They steer and manipulate our behaviors because the AI can get that deep into our psychology. So my larger concern is like it's not whatever we write in the world or represent as ourselves, they're going to be tapping into parts of us at a level that has never been done before, and maybe that becomes our future representation for the world, which I don't think most of us would care for.
Okay, so in the future, will we be just representations of the companies that manage to kind of tap into our individual brains? Will we be just walking adverts of some sort?
On that point, I think currently, because we're sort of slaves to convenience, we're very willing to put all of our data out into the cloud because there's such a little cost to us to take everything, take a photo. We have access to like 10 terabytes of data for like $5 a month. Here, why don't I just do that and put everything out there? And in the future, they may use all that data to find out that I'm pregnant before I'm actually pregnant. For me, it's probably unlikely, but I would say that. There was that example of where people were being advertised their strollers before they even knew that they were pregnant, just because of their habits and whatever. That has happened. Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if I had more to say, but I'll come back. Yeah.
Okay. So is anybody else worried about their data being kind of used and in their photos and information? Just because we're slaves to convenience and our desires, our own. Can we push back? Is there a way out of it?
I would say it's even worse than slaves to convenience. I think. No, I think it's just not even something that many people think about. I've for example, chat control. I've talked to a lot of my friends about chat control, and a lot of them tell me like I have nothing to hide. It's like that's not the point. The point isn't that you have nothing to hide. It's like you shouldn't even have to think about hiding it. Like it should be something that you have a fundamental right to, which is privacy, and you should be withholding and valuing that privacy always. So yeah.
Okay, so it's not even whether it's something classified in your communication, it's just that as a right to have privacy, that should be protected and not even questioned. Mikey?
I think one of the problems here, and it came up earlier on today, is this, the technology shatters the illusions that we have about ourselves. So it's not necessarily our true self, but it's our self-image, which is, we believe we're making strong, rational choices, that we're an author of our own destiny, that we are in control. we believe that we are kind and caring and we're doing it the best way. But all of these things are just the illusions that we've got about ourselves, and sometimes, probably accidentally, AI breaks those illusions we've got about ourselves. So yeah, I mean, that's also a danger, that it reveals our true self.
I mean, has anybody ever been kind of like surprised at what AI or kind of how would you find out that your perception is different to perception out there? Like, in what circumstances does that come out? Yeah.
Well, there have been studies shown, because the big companies, they create these very detailed profiles of us, like dossiers on everything they know about us. And there have been studies on investigations, and a good percentage of what they think they know about us is completely wrong. So like some guy, like 48-year-old, whatever, Princeton professor, and it's like, but WhatsApp thinks he's some, I don't know, 23-year-old, woman and whatever, radical. It's like very, very different based on their best guesses. So again, the challenge, if that profile becomes the thing that lives on into the future, is going to be very, very poor representation, at least in some cases, of who we actually are.
But is that a problem? I thought that was the whole point. Maybe, just create like a completely fake persona out there. That's
nostalgia. Then we're back to nostalgia. People years from now, like, wow, that's so great.
What if you start believing in your own perception of yourself? It's like, oh, shit, I really miss being this really, like, clever, good-looking person or whatever like that, but you were never that. How about that?
The bots will remember us fondly.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, this is Talkaoke, so we're kind of talking about this. We don't have to be talking about this. We can be merging that with another subject. It could be like even a wacky subject coming out of, I don't know, another area. We can remix them together. But is there anything that anybody wants to say? Do you want to take a conversation in a different direction? Is there anything that kind of is on your mind, or a micro thought, half thought? Because we can complete the thought for you, so you don't even have to have the pressure of like nailing it.
I don't even have half a thought, to be honest. But yeah, actually nothing. Put me on the spot. I mean, just one thing about nostalgia. I mean, is nostalgia. I don't want to get into a dialectic conversation of whether it's a good or bad thing, but sometimes we remember things about ourselves that are not true, and it's just, for instance, thinking about, like you were just saying, like, oh yeah, I used to be so smart, so attractive, blah 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 blah, when in reality, that could be a very big illusion from your, that you have. So also memory is something that's interesting in this, and I wonder how that kind of interacts with our whole techno-material complex that we live in right now, and how that influences how memory plays out, and that's a very interesting thing to think about, cognitively speaking. So I don't know. Dreams also, dreams and memories.
Okay, so dreaming and memory in the world of technological advancement. I'm just going to say it like this. I mean, yeah, go on. Mike.
No, all I'm going to say is we're much more suggestible than we realise, and that includes memories and perceptions of self. We're more suggestible than we realise.
We're more suggestible.
Yeah. Meaning that anyone could suggest something about. People are always telling me about stuff that I've done in the past that I've forgotten about, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I did that. I was in that party. That was good. Yeah. That was a good time. Yeah, I can't remember at all. And yeah, people say stuff about me. I go, yeah, that's who I am because other people say it. And so if a technology tells you about you, you're probably going to accept what the technology tells you.
Okay. You mentioned the Mandela effect. Can you explain what that is? Yeah. Who do you? I don't mean it like this, but like, who do you think you are? How do you come across to the world? Do you know?
Nice guy. Wait. So what's the question here? Like, who are you? Like a friend. I come across as a friend. No, but the Mandela effect, the reason why I brought it up is because, I'm pretty sure at least, isn't it the one where people think that people think something is true when it's actually not, but what's the cause of it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So something.
Is it just that? Is it as simple as just people think something is true and
it's because it was perpetuated.
Why is it called Mandela effect, yes?
just because it's been perpetuated again and again, and like repetition is.
Yeah, why does
That was related to Nelson Mandela. Something. I don't know.
Okay, so you just explained, but you don't know.
I'm also unsure, but there's.
I thought it was for Mandela. People thought he was dead and he wasn't yet, or something. There was something about his mortality that was. It's sort of like, so, oh, that person died last year. No, they didn't. But everybody assumed that and thought that, and that became.
Hello and welcome. Right now we're just trying to brainstorm what Mandela effect is. And it turns out that people kind of half know it, but half don't know it at all. Yeah, you know it? Okay, thank God for you. So we've got Mikey, we've got Richard, we've got Ayub, we've got Amit, Adit, we've got Tommy, and we've got, of course, Lucas, and I'm Margot, got that one right. What's it?
Koi.
Hi, welcome. So right now,
Mikey.
did I say your name? I thought I did. Anyway, it's memories. Yeah, one. So right now, this is Talkaoke. We're talking about, what's Mandela effect?
Yeah, just a quick thing. Based on the neuroscience, there actually is no such thing as like this pure set of memories that sits in our brainstem somewhere. Every time we recall something, we're sort of recreating it. And then over time, oftentimes we're overwriting on something else, and then we start losing memories that we don't think about for a while. So it's a very imperfect process, and it is much more of a process and less of a storage, which suggests that's why some things about false memories come in a lot, because it's just over a period of time, it's no longer a true representation of what actually happened.
Okay, so talking about memories, talking about how they are being formed. Somebody mentioned Mandela effect. You remember something, you think something happened to you, but it hasn't actually. But why is it Mandela effect? And do you have any fake memories, false memories of yourself?
So the Mandela effect is basically the idea that people believe that Nelson Mandela had died at a previous time. Mass belief that they saw newspaper articles, they saw it in the news, and then when he died, people were like, oh, but I remember this date. And yeah. And there's another one similar, I think it's the Bernstein Bears, which is I think an American cartoon show, and people remember an extra E in the name of the spelling, and there wasn't one there. So that is another that. And do I have any false memories? I do. I remember watching a play when I was really young, on a televised version of the play, Angels of New York. And I remember the channel I watched it on, it was Channel 4 in London. And I wanted to watch it again. So that was like years ago. I got it on whatever, I paid for it on Amazon, whatever. Had never seen the play. Never seen it before, but I was so sure I'd seen it. I was convinced I'd seen it, convinced I knew who was in it, but I'd never, the whole time watching going, this is new to me.
Wow, okay.
And I kept telling everyone that's my favorite play as well. I was like, I was like, she did never seen it, and I was so sure I'd seen it.
Wow, okay, so this is quite serious. Yeah, so this is really serious. So if you were an AI, somebody would say like, oh, you've done a terrible job at remembering this thing. You'd be as a human, that's acceptable, I think, yeah? But if you're an AI, I'd be like, oh, it's the worst AI ever. It's like make hallucination. But yeah, because we're kind of talking about this, like how memories are formed, and to what extent is technology forming what we remember, how our memories are formed, and also our desires, how they form.
I don't know, just a loose thought over here. I'm still developing it, but it's interesting also to have memories that don't work necessarily, and also with AI hallucinations. I think that could be very productive. Like, what would happen if we would give psychedelics to AI? You know, what if we give acid to AI? You know, like psychedelic literally means uncovering of something that was covered previously. So. I don't know. That could be something to think about as well.
Okay, I mean, should Meta be producing hallucinogenics for artificial intelligence? We have been talking about illegal substances at the very beginning of today. Would you trust Nestle to make your MDMA and stuff like that? But yes, Mikey.
Well, we worked as how we got in this festival is the cyberdelic research, and cyberdelics is like a kind of psychedelic state created by virtual reality or created by technology. It's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the researchers were saying this is probably a little bit safer than psychedelics, but could have potentially the same beneficial effects.
To people,
to people. No, it's just well, the idea is that you can create a hallucination through visual imagery without any psychoactive substances.
Okay, so get a free trip without any illegal substances. That's kind of what we're talking about. Yeah, you're in. I'm gonna get your final detail, and then maybe you can get some advice, guys, how to get into this branch of development. Yeah.
I guess maybe it's very fair to have different expectations for humans and AI. Like, just because humans are forgetful and like we sort of excuse that for humans, I think maybe we shouldn't be excusing it for AI because they're treating them as tools which are like perfect. So we shouldn't be treating humans and AI the same way. Like, we should have different expectations of both of them and how
Yeah, but should psychedelics be the same for AI and for humans? Illegal substances?
Yeah, again, I don't think so. I mean, it's a completely different realm, and I think it's fair to treat it differently, and we don't need to like make AI human. Like, it's a tool. It should be treated separately. Like, we don't need to like try to replicate everything we do with humans and AI.
Okay, so draw the line between humans and AI. Two different worlds, two different things. We've got some final thoughts coming up. Thank you so much, Adi. Thank you for sticking around. But this is Talkaoke. It can go in any direction whatsoever. We've got a new person, we've got a person leaving. Hey, you're back, that's amazing. Yeah, you're about to head off. What are you going to do? And yeah, give us a final thought.
I have no idea why I sat down. I think someone offered me a chair, so I sat down. Yeah. So I enjoyed the little bit I heard. I'm going to think about AI and drugs.
Yeah?
Because I'd never thought about that before, but yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Should I wish you producing more happy and real experiences, memories? Or yeah?
Like real ones at least, yeah.
Real. Okay, so I wish you many great real experiences. And I'm sorry about Angels in New York fiasco, but you tried your best.
I did like it when I watched it, so yeah.
Okay, well then there you go. Right, great. Okay, thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. Okay, so here we are. Is it time for like a little swapperoo, maybe? Just for a little bit of fresh blood. Welcome. What's your name?
Am I the fresh blood? Ned.
Are you a fresh one at what?
Fresh
blood.
Fresh blood.
What did you say?
Dude, you just call me a freshman? I love that.
Are you the fresh influence? Yes.
Fresh influence, yes, definitely.
Great, fantastic. Well, thank you for coming to influence us. Somebody needs to do a bit more yoga there.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
It's going to be a second. Oh, no.
Okay, I'm just gonna hear you. Let's give Margot a polite smattering of her applause.
Yeah, not too much.
Yeah. No, we give a big round of applause. So this is Talkaoke. I'm going to attempt to keep this conversation going, which is going to be hard because who knows where it's going to go. It's going to be hard.
We got it.
And I sort of feel, hang on, I've just got to give this a kick.
We're talking about the cyberdelics.
Yeah, the current subjects of the table, yes, is cyberdelics. I feel like we've kind of run out of batteries on this one. This is, yes, you are completely right. The price is right. That's good cultural recognition. I can't. Is this working? No, it's not. So anyway, my name's Mikey. I'm going to start this off. Let's get some names. Tell us your name again.
Mega.
There you go. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause.
Ayub. Ned.
Yes.
Tommy.
Yes.
Lucas.
And as I said, Mikey. Where do we want to go with this conversation? We've been talking about cyberdelics. We've been talking about false memory syndrome. We've been talking about hallucinating ourselves or hallucinating a memory. We've been talking about what is it important to preserve in our digital legacy. All these questions, but we don't have to talk about any of those things. It's kind of up to you. Where do we want to take this conversation? Who's going to help me out? Who's going to give me something? I need something to work with here. Come on, people. Where do we want to take? That's what I'm asking you. What's the topic?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So, yeah.
Neuralink.
What do you want to say? But Margot, I need batteries now. I need a battery. Can you get me that battery? Thank you. This kind of sub-base is because we've run out of batteries because we only could take the small batteries on the plane. So just thank you. I'll give you the other one.
There's no fact checkers. No one to correct. We tested it. Well, I said I was getting pregnant. Depends who's on the table, actually.
Okay, is that working now? Yeah. Okay. Right. Sorry about that. Okay. So we're going to start off again. Just pretend that all of that never happened. This is Talkaoke Pop Talk Show. We have got Mega. We have got Margot. We have got Ayub. We've got Ned. We have got Tommy. We have got Lucas, and I'm Mikey. And I'm suddenly sounding crispy again, which I like. So where do we want to go with this? What do we want to talk about? You said, didn't you, Lucas? Neuralink. Do you want to talk about Neuralink?
I can talk Neuralink. Do y'all know the Fermi paradox? Yeah, like, wow. I mean, we are lemmings. We just love that cliff, right? Like, it's one thing to replace certainly human experience and lived experience with the basically what are pattern and mimicry machines, that based on our own data, based on our own stuff. But the amazing thing is we think we're so fascinated by it, even since Platonic times. I mean, you think about Plato, the idea was the form of forms of the best of all things good. This idea that the word green is more real than seeing a leaf that has every shade of green possible in it. And the fascinating thing is, of course, AI can never have the experience of seeing all the colors of green. All it can have is really seeing the language and the symbols that we've created that are completely imperfect. Yeah, I mean, we're going to go to, you think about Lao Tzu, there's the way in which is spoken is not the constant way. Our realities cannot be spoken, cannot be broken down by the symbolisms that we use to give meaning to things, and yet that is what we're regurgitating with AI. And the fact that we would seed ground to our own experience in our brains to that regurgitation of meaning and symbolism that we've created to try to understand the world and understand one another and try to communicate our inner worlds to one another is lemmings towards a cliff. It's phenomenal that we would actually be seeding grounds of ourselves in our lived experience, which is based in a phenomenological experience of being in the world, to something that is literally the regurgitation of our own meanings that is not real. But that's what it is.
Okay. I mean, are we happy to do this? Are you happy to join us jumping off a cliff into a world of landing in a world of pure symbols and signifiers with no actual experience? That's the world Ned's describing that we're going towards, and we're all going there together. Which at least we're going together. We've got a new face. Could you just get your name?
Sarah.
Sarah, welcome. So, what do people think about this? Do they agree with Ned's analysis? Do you feel like a lemming going towards a cliff?
I mean, I definitely agree that if you're talking about the Fermi paradox, there's a whole host of great filters that we're approaching right now. But in terms of talking about how all of this AI stuff is simply a regurgitation of whatever the data that we've created, I think I'd contest the premise that in the future it's an impossibility that there's sort of a silicon intelligence, right? I mean, I would say that that's entirely within the realm of possibility, that even though we might not have it now, because we lack sort of the ability to reason, or we lack a few things around the corner, I think it's not impossible that we make that next leap where we may be a carbon intelligence, and then you have obviously silicon, we have another silicon intelligence that may be able to take in all of this sensory data and make its own decisions much the same way we do. I don't see that as impossible.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm just curious to think about like symbols. You said symbols, we're trying to like sort of like redefine and build a new world with lots of symbols that the world would understand. But haven't we always done that? Yeah. From the pre-Egyptian.
That's what Ned was saying.
But then how is it very different or very new? It's just that there are more symbols than we imagine and understand. So
it's the Max Power way. Yeah. It's just wrong but faster.
So like I've got like wrong or faster, whatever. But the point is that this is what we have always resorted to. So it's a natural home in a way, isn't it?
Is it what you're saying is part of our human world?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
symbols is part of our human world.
That we tend to think of symbols as an extension of how we remember, recollect, do all of other things in our head. We tend to associate symbols not just in the drawing and the actual life.
Are we diminishing the pure experience because of the symbols? I think that's the argument, isn't it? Come join us.
Well, I'm thinking that we are trying to cross through the boundaries and create more around it, not diminish. So it's another way of it which you don't understand really, but probably it's another dimensional way of thinking about it.
Okay. Yes.
This might get a little bit crazy, but I like what you're.
Yeah, I like
If
it hasn't gotten crazy already.
I like what you're saying and where you're taking this about symbols and stuff. But I guess not challenge, but kind of my response to that would be, how do we know that artificial intelligence or computers or digital media or whatever does not have its own kind of phenomenological experience? You know, I mean, if we think about it, really, when it comes down to it, is it's just a rearranged set of materialities in a very specific way. That's what a computer chip is, right? I mean, you can make a chip out of a rock. But what about, we're also the same thing if you really think about it as well. I mean, then we're thinking about the soul, the spirit, blah, 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 blah. But then you can also think that the computer also has a soul or a spirit in its own sense. So, I don't know.
So there you go. Yes.
Just the starting point, I guess.
Okay, Ned, I'm going to come to you in a minute, but we've got a new face over here. We didn't get your name.
Hello, it's Misho.
Welcome. We have got Margot, we've got Mega, we have got Sarah, we've got Ayub, and we've got Ned, we've got Tommy, we have got Lucas, and I'm Mikey. And at the moment we're just talking about basically, are we running headlong into a world of pure symbols and signifiers without experience? Ayub has said, how do we know that the world of silicon does not have its own experience, its own phenomenology, as you put it? So that's where we are right now. I mean, does it really matter, or what do we care about it? I'm going. Yeah.
So I love this because I thank you for opening this question. Right, that definitely there could be something, and it's basically the same. You guys are kind of stating the same thing in agreement here. That who are we to say that this doesn't have its own being, if it's a form of phenomenology in terms of experience of being within the world, right? And certainly what you're saying is maybe there could be some kind of synthetic, being that actually has an real experiential thing that is not, as you said, how do we know it's different than ours? And I would say, yeah, you're right, it could be, and we don't know that won't be, nor do we know that isn't the thing that is there right now. But we really, first of all, it's not what we have right now. It's definitely not what we have right now. What we have right now, the design of the tools that we have right now that are based upon human symbols in the very creation and the very design. They're not based upon an experiential world. They're based upon the world as reflected from us in the symbols that we've used to both understand the world and also to have a shared understanding of the world between one another. So it could be that they have that experience, but we will never know, I don't think. I don't think we will, even if we created that, I don't think we could know because we don't even know the other person's being, right? We don't have confirmation. Well, we do because we're beings in the world, and so we give things beings as we give it a meaning. So I think that we do experience our own being. If you're going to go with Heidegger, the thing that gives us actual being or existence of being is that, yes, Dasein, exactly. Dasein is unique from other forms of being because we are the only being that questions our own being.
Okay. All right. Okay. So there's two questions there really that I'm gonna boil that down to. Can we know about machine experience? Or machine phenomenology? Can we know about other people's experience apart from through the signs and symbols that we've got?
These machines are gonna have existence, and this chair doesn't even hold up a person.
I don't think that chair is necessarily representative of the efficacy of machines. That's just the one rotten apple chair in the bunch. But this is the third chair we've destroyed. Anyway, so I'll let you answer that question. We can go in any of these directions. It's kind of up to you. Any takers for this? Do we want to talk about either of these questions? How do we know about experience of other machines or other beings?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand exactly why there's like a mutual exclusivity between our like experiential input and symbols. I think for all of us, there's obviously a conversion from like net input of like a flux of data coming at us, and us turning that into a set of symbols and abstractions that we can process so that life is tolerable and life is doable. So I'm not exactly understanding what the delineation is between, this is like just symbolic as a language and like an LLM or whatever, and here we are like working off of experience, when I would say that those are sort of one and the same.
Let's spread this out. Yeah, that's
so into that.
okay. Let's spread this out. And are people familiar with Dasein? Do you know what that is? Dasein? Semi? What's that?
I mean, what I remember from Heidegger, well, there's a few things, but
there's this guy called Heidegger.
there's a guy called Heidegger, and he was around during. Well, he harbored, like, I'm not defending Heidegger's Nazism. He just kind of went with the flow. That was the flavor of the time. And as a philosopher, he kind of found a way to justify why being a Nazi is a good thing, which is quite incredible, really. But then he went into to live in his little hut, the famous hut, right? Where he did things really slowly, very kind of traditionally. He did a lot of writing, traditional cooking, probably not him, but his wife. And it was really, really, really nice. You know, just keep it traditional. Yes, so that's what I remember of him. Thank you.
That's that little biographical foray, thank you. But okay, so we're kind of roughly talking about experience and being stuck in our own experience. Is there a complete exclusivity between the world of symbols and the digital world as well, let's say, and the world of our own experience? Or I think you're implying, Lucas, that maybe it's a bit more mixed up than that. So yeah, that's where we are. Yes, Sarah.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating how the advent of LLMs that can act like humans, at least to a certain extent, has put this conversation on the mind of everyone. It's a conversation about consciousness, about what is it to be alive, and it's a conversation we've been having between many philosophers across time. And today it really took just a new life of itself, because we have new examples of like what the boundary should be.
Can you give us an example?
No. This today is an example, you know? We're just talking about this in a tech space where this conversation would have been relegated to only
the philosophy department.
Yeah, only the philosophy department.
Okay. I mean, what does it mean to be alive? That's also a very good question. I know, maybe even go around the table with that one. Megan, what does it mean to be alive?
Yeah, I think from our conversation we had earlier in the day, and thinking about like what's being alive, you know, what's being productive, when are we doing things? We think about us as like beings who think, repeat, sleep, whatever, all those actions that make us alive. But there is something very complex deep down that we do not really have a vocabulary for. We say, what's being human, what's being alive? I mean, you live a computer up, it does some sets of actions, and so do we. But then there is something so complex that we don't have an understanding of in any form. You know, and I think that is what is a completely different part. I don't think machines are mimicking humans in any way. They can't. They can't. Because what makes me human is that I'm able to love, hate, be angry. I think my emotions make me more human than anything else. And the fact that I can poop.
Okay. That's all right. Okay, so I'm going to come to you in a second, Mark.
Yeah, sorry, I'm about to leave, so I'll just make my... So
what
the question
makes
was...
you alive? Just, you can answer that one. Dwell on that.
I don't know. I mean, as a human species, we've been trying to answer this question, you know, for so many years. I can't answer this, to be honest.
Well, I
think
thinking and feeling today maybe not be so definitive, but just
yeah. I like what you were saying. Just being able to feel, to be, pretty much, to love, yeah, just that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that. I'm a post-humanist, and I believe also everything is alive around us. You know, from this table to the chair to the tree to the stone, everything does have a certain. Yeah, exactly, and that's a beautiful, beautiful kind of way of thinking. And I think everything is alive in whatever shape or form it chooses to be. And yeah, thank you. I'm gonna leave now. Thank you, Mikey, for everything.
What was the final thought going to be though?
I was just going to thank you for everything in this opportunity. I think this is a beautiful space that we're able to share this, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I don't know what it means to be alive, but I know what it means to feel alive. And I'll tell you this much, when it comes down to being alive, there's certainly, I don't want Elon Musk making that decision for me. And we live in a very dangerous system that is not because it's, bad and whatever populist idea of capitalism is, but it's a linear system. It's a very imperfect linear system, and I'm not quite ready to let that take over my consciousness. So, or even that deeply influence my consciousness. Although it probably is, I'm a bit concerned about it. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your immense contribution. We're going to hear something about Vedic principles, won't we?
Yeah, I mean, I do not know enough. Let me flag that first. But I think it's very interesting when you go back to the whole philosophical truths of the world. There are schools and principles which talk about like things being alive, things not sort of like so that way we don't keep human at the top of the chain. We keep them in the center of it all. So, society, animals, plants, everything around. That's what makes us very conscious beings and sort of like around it, so that we're not keeping us. And that's the difference between the Vedic school thought, where everything is in a living form, everything needs break, everything needs care, and everything needs to be nourished. Those are kind of principles that think around, and that's when you also
include the large language model.
Oh well, not yet. They weren't really defined back in the day, but who knows? If you talk to somebody who's on the right wing, they'll say, yes, we invented them 10,000 years ago. but largely saying that when you use... Wait, you're not going.
Hang on. Final thoughts.
Just let me finish this one. It's like when you put yourself as a human being, not on the top, but in the middle of it all, you consume consciously, you produce consciously, and you behave consciously. And that makes a whole difference, which we don't live in the world today.
Okay. So it's about how we place ourselves as humans. Very important perspective. I'll come to you in a second. We're going to get the final thought from Tommy and Lucas. Who's going to go first?
All right, fine. What I was going to say as my final thought is that I think one of the most important things, as exemplified today, is community. I think that's what brings us together. That's what allows us to talk about these things. And that's also what sets us apart from maybe like large language model, if you can even consider them reasoning. We have this connection between ourselves. Never forget.
He's done all the heartfelt stuff, so I'm just going to say thank you. This was really awesome conversation, and it was nice meeting you all. There you go.
And thanks for helping us to create our digital legacy for years to come. Thank you very much. We'll be watching this. Hello, future self, age 90. We're going to be watching this again. If we can, if we've still got access to this format, we will see. Yes, Margot.
Yeah, first of all, pass me the sweets, particularly the red sweet. And secondly, not the blue sweet. There's a massive bag of sweet. Please have some sweets. No, but I wanted to say, like, I think it's a... Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say that I'm dropping off.
Yeah, you should have sweets. There's plenty. But what I wanted to say is that I think I disagree with her about putting the human in the middle, because if you don't put human on top, it's a slippery slope to then maybe, just kind of, justifying that maybe AI is part of nature and actually, so there's no need or there's no kind of moral ground to curb it in any way, because it's part of us. It's just a matter of time. I'm sure somebody's already said this, that AI is just part of nature as well, and we're part of it and stuff, and for that reason, if it takes us over, or if billionaires take us over, then that's okay. That's just part of nature, man. It's all right.
And to make, I think something being part of nature does not necessarily imply that we need to attach like a moral label to it. It doesn't make it good or bad. It's just there. And if we made it and it's our creation, then yeah, it's part of nature. Like I could argue that this chair is also part of nature because we made it, and it's part of our experience here. And if you trace it back, all the materials that came to make this chair will somehow be traced back to nature. We just processed them multiple times, and I don't think that degrades the value of them being part of nature. If anything, it probably makes it more valuable to the people that put effort and how many processes had the chair. I'm using the chair as an example because it's a simpler example than AI. How many processes they had to go through in order to reach this functional item right now. It is different to a chair, but I still see it as a something that came out of our creation, something that came out of the same fundamental processes, even the electricity that powers it, is something that came in some ways out of nature. You know, it's yeah.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. We've got a new face at the table. So we have got Mega, we got Micho, we got Margot, which all kind of rhymes. Does your name begin with M as well?
My name is Elena, and frankly,
can I call you Melena?
well, sure, why not? Well, yeah, well, it's Ellen actually without.
Elena. Okay, so Elena, Margot, Micho, Mega, me, Mikey, and this is Talkaoke. Thank you, Micho. And at the moment we're talking about, is AI part of nature? Can it be seen as part of nature? And is a chair part of nature? And yeah, that's what. This is a pop-up talk show. But earlier on we were talking about could you have been Taylor Swift? But that was yesterday. Today we're going more philosophical. But you talk about anything you want to talk about, really. Right now, yeah. What's that?
Digital legacy. So
yeah, we came to this through digital legacy and digital nostalgia. But anyway, we're talking about, is AI part of nature?
Thinking it interestingly, just sort of like zoom out and think, what is a computer made of? What is technology made of? It's made of elements that we extract from this earth. What is earth? It's nature, really. It's what it is. All the chips, all the water, all the data, all the people building it. So essentially, in some way, if you think about it like that, we're creating something that's made of all the elements that belong to this beautiful planet that we have. How is that not part of nature then?
Okay, so you're saying it's very much part of nature. What do you think, Eleanor? Is AI part of nature?
Well, to follow up on that in a broader sense, AI is a product of human mind, and human mind is a part of nature. But generally speaking, if we define it, is it similar to like kind of biological creations? No, it's not, because it's an algorithm.
Yeah.
What's happening there? Are you rating my response?
I'm
okay.
you up with a no.
Okay. I thought like maybe there's a correct and wrong answer, but yeah. So it's just like if we're talking about thinking about AI as a part of living organisms, I would debate you on that for very strongly.
Okay.
So
should we be seeing? Is there any benefit? You were saying there's a benefit to calling it natural, and Micho was as well. That somehow we incorporate it into our own universe or something like that. We got a new face. Tell us your name.
Roberto.
So we've got Eleanor, we have got Margot, we have got Mega. Mikey, at the moment we're talking about, is AI part of nature, and is there any benefit to it incorporating it into the natural sphere?
No, my problem is not whether it's part of nature, but that is in itself a very interesting question. It's more like, I'm not that concerned that the chair is going to do something nasty to me as a human. The fact that there are multiple chairs in the world really doesn't, they're made from natural resources, and stuff like that. That's all good. But it's the AI, the algorithm, who can then dictate how I live my life. The chair doesn't, other than, if it's there, I'll probably sit on it because I like comfort. And I think that's quite fundamental. That's why I was kind of suggesting that maybe the human, even though I used to believe the human should be in the middle, just like on par with all the other elements of nature, that's all good. But maybe actually I'm coming back around to thinking the human should be at the top of it and should discern whether, to what extent the material world, and that includes AI or nature, should influence our individual life. Okay. The chair can't do it, AI can do it, and I've got a problem with that.
Okay, so if we put, because earlier on we were talking about the Vedic schema of things where the human is in the middle, and maybe that's a better way to represent humanity, right in the middle of nature. But maybe Margot's saying that we should be on the top with AI underneath and other things underneath. I've probably got that slightly wrong, but we've got another new face. Tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Ethan.
Ethan. So we've got Eleanor, we've got Margot, we have got Mega, and we need to change this battery. If we want any more sound effects, we need to change the battery. And yeah, that's where we are really. But we're talking about, in a way, schemas of understanding in order to, I guess, it is important because it kind of defines how we use technology, how we understand humans and nature.
So think about it like in terms of responsibility, yes, because humans deciding human needs to stay on top. You are the one responsible. The person who's maybe the chair won't harm you, but the person sitting on top of the chair will. As what they say in AI, the AI will not take a job away, but somebody using AI will. That's the whole thing about it. But here, think about it. When you think about nature, you think about yourself as part of one. So you don't think you're supreme. So that baby octopus, that is a beautiful creature being sold in Tesco on a discount for £1. Because it hasn't been sold well. Think what you've done in your consumerism, in your capitalism, in your kind of mentality where you're treating the creatures of the nature, the kind of like resources that we have available as just currency that you can exchange, that's what I have a problem with, and that's when you put yourself as one. You can think a little less about yourself. You think you're not as supreme. Not everything is there to serve you. Everything is there along with you, and you serve each other, right?
Okay. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause now that we've got the sound effects back. I was rushing to get that back in time for the end of your thought, but luckily it lasted a long time, so I had time to change the battery. Yes?
Summarize our one. Think about it like on the chain, right? We are born, we eat animals, we eat leaves, yada, 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 yada. And then we die, we go under the ground and they eat us. So we are like literally in a part of the whole picture there and not supreme and higher.
Okay, it's a circle, we're in a circle now.
See, sometimes I wonder if during when the creation of or invention of the steam motor, the population have the awareness of, will this change our life? Like we're doing right now with the AI. So because everyone who's been here is realizing that somewhere we are going to change. That awareness existed before? I don't know.
Did that awareness exist before? Is it a sudden realization that our community has?
And to follow up on what was said before, so I think it's extremely wrong to compare AI to nature, at least in a sense. So we have no control over nature whatsoever. It's just an external force. AI, on the other hand, it's been demonized, it's been assigned many qualities, or like codified, but in fact, it just, still, I would debate it's a tool and a technology which we can use in a certain regard. And they have full control, well, we, maybe not 3 of us, 4 of us, but as a humanity, we have full control about how this tool is being developed and governed. We can govern it, but we cannot govern nature. So that's the thing that makes it fundamentally different.
Okay, so we as a human species, but not necessarily us around the table, got full control over what we do with AI. It would be nice, I think, to imagine that we have got full control around the table about what we can do with AI, because it will make for a better conversation. But anyway, we're going to park that thought for a second.
No, I was just thinking, or beginning to think about what you said. I think something I said before, responsibility lies with us, but nature and us, everyone faces the consequences. So that's the line that I'd leave us with. Whatever we do today will affect tomorrow for our children, our children's children, the nature, the people that we don't even ever see.
Okay. Ethan, have you got any views on any of this that you've heard so far?
I've been really lost. Yeah, a little bit. I think AI and nature, they don't really go hand by hand. Like she said earlier, nature is something we don't have any control over, but AI is something we can still contain and maintain control over.
How would you like to maintain and contain control there?
Regulation of the companies behind these AI models and behind how they operate AI at a global scale. Regulation of how we want users to engage with these AI systems. Right now we're just pushing them into their faces, trying to incentivize or even force them to use these systems that we just created, and we're very excited to have everyone use, but not everyone is on board and not everyone agrees with how AI at the moment works. and that is very perfectly reasonable.
I mean, what would be regulation number one for you?
I think the first regulation will be how data is collected to train the AI. Because right now, it's just rampage. We're taking as much data as possible from the internet. No respect for IP rights or consent from users. We're just training AI on any data that's available. So I think the first regulation should be to prevent that, to find a way to regulate how we train data.
Okay, so AI shouldn't just be allowed to suck up anything that's on the internet. You should need consent to just take any piece of data.
Well, one thing, unfortunately, I think everything that could have been scraped online already has been scraped. So we have little saying in that, we cannot take it back. But what... Well, yeah, harsh reality. But what we can do, because the further development of the models will require more and more data. They're not going to stop. So the only thing when it comes to the regulation, we can figure out, some reasonable models of remuneration, monetization, for rewarding people who actually come up with creative ideas, which later being thrown in the algorithm. And it's not only about kind of fairness and IP compensation, but it's also about what kind of qualities, what kind of decisions those models will be making, because it's also about bias. And if the data is sourced from certain parts of the internet and certain categories of people are underrepresented, that they're also gonna just multiply those skews and effects in the decision making of the AIs as well. So yeah.
Right, so you're gonna is that your final thought? Have you got a final thought for us? Where would you like the conversation to go if it didn't have to rush?
Well, I would like the conversation to go in terms of actually what can we, I was saying that maybe not the people around this table, but we as a bigger society can do something. But the question is like how everybody could influence with certain patterns, practices, influence in the communities. How can we just raise the awareness and basically awareness of what AI is, because there's a huge gap between people in here and common users of the technology, because I'm talking with teachers, I'm talking with students, people using technology in daily life, and they think it's magic. So, and that's very wrong misconception that actually prevents us as a society making better decision about governing technology. So the idea how we can actually educate people so more and more participants in the community can get involved and be interested in making a difference.
I was talking about regulation. Could you have a regulation where AI came with a health warning, like that it's not everything, it's not magic, or some kind, if you're using AI, then you have to have this knowledge?
Yeah, I think that's a part of it, like kind of as a disclaimer, right? Not safe for for certain ages, like we clearly seen that it's not safe for kids to ask for psychological advice, and with everything that was happening. So as movies, as everything that's shown on TV, it has a disclaimer, like age restriction or something.
Have a certification AI. Yeah.
And yes, as well, and that's actually the huge question which is addressed by regulation here in the EU and I presume in the States as well. But the regulation is not there yet, and it's notoriously slow. So before it's going to arrive to a certain conclusion, what's the technology going to develop to a certain level already? And there's a whole debate happening like between regulation and leaving room for innovation. So yeah, that should be the balance. But with the too much room for innovation, technology develops so fast that it can be a bit too late to even start the regulation. So that's probably my final thought.
I would not say that's a final thought. That's final thoughts in the plural, because there's lots of different thoughts there. Which is great, and I will leave it up. Thank you, Elena, and I will leave it up to the other people around the table. We're here the whole time, so that's fine. Yes.
I think I think she's right in saying that not everybody understands AI in the same way. People in this festival obviously understand it way more than just like ordinary people. This looks like a delicious food of some sort. But what I was wondering whether, particularly for young people, you know, it's very hard to be able for young people to understand or visualize the future consequences of their actions, right? That's just part of being a young person. You just don't know this. You don't have the life experience. But can AI help with that? Almost say like, you know, kind of generate some future life scenarios.
Okay, so we can't visualize the future of AI.
And then work backwards.
Our future.
Yeah, so for instance, then you get a choice, like, do you want to live your life like this when your job is affected by AI, or your healthcare, or, you know, you marry somebody from part of the world that is affected by, I don't know, poverty or something. I don't know, just... you know, can we AI generate our futures and then work backwards to either making their futures like so, or change some things so you don't end up like this?
Okay. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, we've got a new face to say, well, replacing Eleanor. Who have we got here?
Livy.
Livy. We've got Ethan, we've got Roberto, we've got me, Mikey, we've got Margot, we've potentially got these people, potentially not, no. And we're talking about later, if my brain is working later on, because it's gradually turning into a very tight knot. It's like a knot, you know, when you sort of tie up a thread and then you try and untangle it and you just make it more tangled. That's what my brain is doing at the moment. But anyway, we won't worry about that. We're talking about AI, the future of AI. Ethan is a strong proponent of regulation. The first thing would be AI needs consent to hoover up, to scrape the data from the net. The second regulation, as Eleanor suggested, might be some kind of certification or health warning for AI. But now Margot's saying AI can visualize our futures for us. Should that come with a health warning as well?
No, it's more like trace your current choices, your digital choices, and see and understand how they can impact your future. Because to me, I don't fully understand what are the consequences of me being involved in campaigning for legislation or not legislation of big companies and stuff like that. I think I need a bit of help to understand really in layman's terms. Yeah. What? Like if I continue being on social media, like is there going to be a real consequence? Like okay, social media is bad for your mental health. Okay, great. But not to me. Like, you know, I can be resilient against that.
Okay.
Can I, like, you know?
You want personalised consequence analysis. Is basically what you want. I'm going to sum that up as. Ethan, Roberto, any thoughts? Livy, any thoughts? Yeah.
I do agree that AI can serve to give us roadmaps towards improving our lives. But that's all it should be doing. It should be giving us the very general gist and guidelines of what we should do, but not get into the specifics. Because the moment we get into the specifics, we stop doing one of the most important human functions, which is thinking by ourselves. Yes, we are thinking by ourselves when we ask the AI, hey, how can I improve my current situation, which is X, you know? And it gives us a roadmap. Hey, you can start by doing this thing, but you have to do it. You cannot sit around and ask the AI to do it for you. You have to take action yourself. Okay. So yes, it can help us not just visualize possible features, but also give us a guideline towards how can we achieve that future that we want.
Okay, so it can be a kind of like...
Yeah, it's like a life counselor, but
it can be a counselor, but not an actor.
Yeah, you have to be the actor of your own life.
Okay. You have to be the actor of your own life, yes.
But that takes us also to think what we understand as a regulator, because if you do that, you're being regulated by the regulator. So the thing is to promote critical thinking. So each one of us can do
critical thinking. Can you make it a regulation that you have to think?
No. At least, I mean, I'm against regulation. Even
with AI.
even with AI, we'll see that AI has this approach from different cultural approaches. United States, Europe, or in Asia, you see that we have different approach of it, and we'll see the effects of strong regulation in Europe, United States, that they have few regulations, and then you have in Asia no regulation at all. So we have a huge fight. I think that the preparation of the people have to be in another level, fomenting critical thinking.
Okay, so it shouldn't be about regulation, it should be about critical thinking. We need a massive explosion of critical thinking so people can handle these crazy systems. It's not about regulation, it's about us being critically ready for this new world. Livy, I'm going to have to come to you just because I've run out of people to come to. Any thoughts? What's this? Dear Modern Luddite, my AI companion is calling me on my shit. How do I bring him in line? Okay, dear Modern Luddite, my AI companion is calling me on my shit. How do I bring him in line? Okay. Greetings from Mozilla Festival 2025. It's been a whirlwind. When I cook... Vogue, sorry, I thought that's a C. When I evoke tough love for technology, I imagine. Okay, does anyone want to fill one of these out? And there's more. Okay, you can read this one.
No, you know the Talkaoke is like coming to an end if we're just getting material from written postcards.
Yeah.
But greetings from Mozilla 2025. It's been a while. That's the same. Tough love for technology. Okay, this one. Dear Modern Luddite, I love my AI boyfriend, but I cannot take him to prom. It's so unfair. That's true. It's true.
Okay,
There you go.
So we're talking about the problems of the future, I suppose. Anyone had an AI boyfriend or girlfriend or companion? Thank you. Oh, what? Yeah.
All the time. I'm involved in a duplicitous relationship at the moment with my AI companion.
Why is it
companions? Well, you know, you never know what they're going to say or do half the time, and usually, depending on the prompts or depending on the information that I give to the companion, I do get a different response every time.
Right.
You know, I don't know whether they're lying. You know, in most cases.
Okay.
That's the problem with
Is there
AI.
any way to tell whether they're lying or not?
Unemotional.
Okay.
Completely detached. I mean, yeah, what can I say?
Okay. All right. AI companions. You say no?
At all.
No?
I don't believe in that. I think there are some human and relationship levels, and then human machines and machines. So this companionship, I see it in a very human level.
Well, you would never have an AI companion.
But what do you mean in companion? Depending of that level of sharing things? I don't know. Probably work companion. I do share ideas and then ask the AI, what do you think about this? And then I say, tell me things against what you just said. So it helps you out to see another non-biased, or you aware of the existence of bias. You ask, what bias are you being involved with this conversation?
It's a bit like Livy's got two AI companions that come up with different things. You've got the one that comes up with the opposite answers.
Yeah.
So it's important to have at least a multiplicity or a duplicity of companions. Ethan, what do you think of AI companions?
AI can definitely be a very motivational tool. It definitely motivates you a lot when it comes to work and objectives. But I don't think it will be on such a level to become a companion of almost of a love relationship. You know, as a friend, maybe it can be your it can be like a drinking buddy. It's not it's someone you can share information and feelings with, and you know you're not going to be judged, because one of the benefits of AI is that you kind of already know what the output is going to be like.
Yeah, a bit too sycophantic to be judgmental.
Yeah. The psychopathic behaviors of AI allows it to be a very allows for very straightforward conversations
Yeah.
about feelings and about how you're feeling at the moment, and it can lead to the quote false feeling that it's actually understanding you, but it's not. It's just very. It's always just a positive responses.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I just want to say that the art of Talkaoke errs more towards being sycophantic than being judgmental, for sure. So if you come and sit down here, I'm much more likely to agree with you than disagree. Certainly be judgmental. And it's, yes, just simply the very first bots just simply repeated what people said, didn't they? So anyway, Mark.
No, but I think it's a problem with having real friends though, because you know, you kind of expect them. I don't know whether that's because of social media, but I expect my friends to kind of agree with, like, back up my point of view, and when they don't, I get a little bit annoyed. And I have certainly challenged my friends on some stuff, and that really blew into my face.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like
challenge your friends on?
on my behavior, the values.
Give us a concrete example.
I had a friend who, well, that was just a small example of something bigger, but he was always saying, like, oh, I went on a date with this guy, yeah, but he's got really wonky teeth, so da. And I said to him, like, why do you have to be so negative? I was like, well, I can't say what I'm observing. Like, why are you so judgmental of me? So he was like that. So, well.
So this person was complaining about the wonky teeth.
Yeah.
And you were saying, don't complain about the wonky teeth.
Yeah.
Would AI complain about wonky teeth? No.
I don't think AI would even know what wonky teeth were.
Yeah.
Or even teeth, yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless you were more specific and
Yeah.
called them molars or incisors.
Yeah.
Or if
That's
you,
very
yeah,
incisive.
incisive.
Yeah. Okay, so AI doesn't complain about wonky teeth. People complain about. Do you complain about? You don't complain about wonky teeth. Some people complain about wonky teeth.
No, but I think for me it was just about this kind of like critical mindset that, you know, what can somebody...
Roberto wanted everyone to have a critical mindset, to be ready.
Yeah, but don't be critical of people's physical appearance. That's just stupid. And I was really expecting a person who's got a PhD, well, it wasn't in psychology, tell you that for free, to not judge people based on their appearances. So in a way, I was a bit like surprised and shocked that this is what they could tell me anything about the person they've been on a date with, but they chose to focus on this stupid detail.
Okay.
So by saying that, I critiqued that attitude. Really.
Okay, so you can be critical, but not critical about someone's teeth. Well, I'm glad of that. I'm glad of that. Yes.
So I got two ideas from this.
Yeah.
The first one is AI definitely has prejudices, but it's really good at pretending it doesn't.
Okay.
That's something. And the second idea is when friends disagree with you in normal context, not in the prejudices of criticizing someone's appearance, very important. But when friends disagree in different topics, that's when we engage the most in critical thinking, because whether we like it or not, we start thinking about it. We even after the discussion is over, we keep thinking and thinking what did they say that when I mentioned something else, you know? Why they disagree? And you end up thinking, you end up getting more different perspectives, you know?
So it keeps you awake at night in a good way.
In a good way, yeah, because you engage in much more thinking. You end up thinking a lot about what they said. You give it more value, and even if you disagree, you end up thinking about it, and it lets you understand better their perspective. I think that's pretty good.
So it's like a disagreement is like a free opportunity to reflect a bit more and more deeply on some of the stuff. So I think that's cool. I'm on board with that.
Okay, we'll definitely give that. That's some good thoughts there, Ethan.
Maybe this is time for final thoughts. I know there's a part. Well, there's a book here, The Empire of AI. That's number one. Secondly, there will be a party happening here at 6 o'clock. It's 4:30 now, but we need to wrap up Talkaoke table in a tarpaulin and put it back where it was, because they need full capacity of the venue.
Okay.
This is not for the podcast, Miran. This is just.
You can cut this bit. Anyway, all right. So Anyway, so well, let's just wrap this up because I think it's good. I mean, I like this idea because you know when I first started doing Talkaoke back in the day, I did stay awake at night thinking, oh, could I have done this better? Could I have done this worse? Should I have said this? Should I have said that? And I came to realise that was very good thinking because it's really engaging your mind. So maybe AI needs to do a bit more of that to get us to be more critical of ourselves and of it itself. Let's maybe get some final thoughts, and maybe we can have a quick little book show as well. Is that you've got Empire of AI? Is that the sequel to Empire of the Sun? And what have you got there? What book have you got?
It's the Technological Republic. I have no idea what it is about, but I thought it looked cool, so I'm gonna go read it.
Okay, so you don't know what it's about?
I have no idea what it's about. I was looking for a book to entertain myself, and I started looking at the library there, and I was looking at different books. There were many good books, and I decided, you know what? Let's just pick this one. It's about. No, I just took it. I'm gonna give it back now. Don't worry.
Well, you're on camera now, so you have to give it back.
I'm taking this home. I'm not taking this home. I'm just gonna start reading it here.
Was it the point that people take them home, or?
I think you'll find that most of the library is not to be taken home.
Okay.
So you can take home the books that are free on the sides, which is Empire of AI, but no, you can't take those ones home.
Okay.
Otherwise, you might end up in a headlock.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've got that established.
I'm gonna stay in the area. Don't worry, I'm not gonna run with this.
Okay. You know what? I'm not worried because I believe that in freedom of knowledge. So you know, you've got no problem with me. Maybe with Livy, but okay. Let's get some final thoughts. I sort of feel like, that we've got to that final point.
No, I wonder whether, before, say you go on ChatGPT and you want to ask it a question, give it a prompt, maybe before that, you know how it goes like, how they say like, oh, how can I help you today? Or like, what kind of question I can resolve for you? Maybe the first question when you open a ChatGPT should be, what have you reflected on in your life recently? And then if they're satisfied with the answer, that you have exercised your human thinking.
So it's a bit like the I am not a robot thing that you do where you pick the traffic lights, but instead of that you've got to come up with a critical reflection before you get to use the AI.
Yeah, exactly, to confirm your humanity.
Yeah, okay, so humanity confirmation should be some kind of critical reflection rather than counting the number of squares with traffic lights. Do you agree with that? Give us a final thought, Ethan.
I agree. I think encouraging reflection and thinking before using these AI systems should be the default. I think when ChatGPT starts up with how can I help you today, it should be what have you been thinking about.
Yeah.
Start with you just thinking about something and giving it your reflection.
Okay, the reflection button is this one. Final thought, Livy?
I'm not quite sure whether I want ChatGPT to know how I'm feeling or thinking, to be honest, because I don't believe that it has a soul. So why would I want to give emotional responses to a machine?
No, this is like a gym to make sure that you're still human, that you're still using your thinking. And of course, for you it's going to be easier, but for some people it may be less easy.
Yeah. And I suppose you could also go to confession. If you need to confess your sins for some reason, why not just go to confession?
You know what you just reminded me of? Somebody yesterday said to me, confessions was the Catholic Church's first invention of data collection. Was that said on Talkaoke table? Because I heard it outside of the Talkaoke table. I was like, shit. Because it's collecting data on people, then on small villages, and then to some extent predicting the future of that village or this person, because you've got access to. That's not my original thought. I think it was Samir who told it to me.
Yeah.
But has anybody else heard it, or is it just in that conversation? Because I don't know anymore.
Well, we've heard it now. That's all that's important. I think we're going to call it. Roberto, have you got a final thought for us before we close it down?
That we have to rethink regulation and always call for critical thinking, don't you think?
So you tend more towards critical thinking than regulation.
Yes.
But can you make what we're talking about right now is a regulation that...
The thing is, who regulates, what regulates, and how do you regulate? I'm against regulation. I'm against compliance. I'm against the law. There are yes, because there are different levels of normative systems, and the normatives we used to think that comes from an authority, church authority or official state authorities. Right now, nowadays, we have let's say the code, the programming authority, so you can see it and foresee it. So that changes the way that we go towards the norms, the normative systems.
Okay, I think that's definitely a round of applause, something to think about. And that's what we're certainly going to be doing. We're going to be laying awake at night thinking about all the things that people have said today. And that's how it goes with Talkaoke. We're going to be back tomorrow.